Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the fourth part of What If Deku Unlocks Gamer System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Bakugo. Alright Yadmed Egghead, stay down. The villain let out a whine and slumped forward. This trash is useless, he grumbled internally. His caretaker showed up a second later, and after looking at the small fry, spoke to him. Your combat skills are exemplary. He paused for a second. However, you need to learn how to hold back and keep your appearances up during the fight. You look and act like a savage during combat. He looked at Best Jeanist with a glare. Who the f did this guy think he was? Todoroki. Shodo. Get to the gym in 5 minutes. His sister laughed at his sigh. You know you did it to yourself. You could have gone to anyone, but you chose Dad. I need to learn to control my fire. I couldn't easily beat a girl who only used tech. And I drew even with 2 other students from my class. At this rate, I won't be a top hero. Fuyumi tilted her head. Do you actually care about that? You never have before. He shrugged. Dad wants a #1 hero to surpass all might. I want to be the #1 hero to compete with my classmates. She smiled. How is school, by the way? You never really talk about it. The teachers are okay, the classes are pretty easy, the only annoyance was dealing with after-school training. How is your ice control? I tried to watch your fights from the festival, but work called me in. He raised an eyebrow at her interest. She stopped caring about quirks when she was in middle school. Good. My trainer helped me learn how to make smaller and finer objects. Her smile was genuine when she replied. That's great. You normally just create glaciers. It ends fights fast. Her smile turned into a smirk. You also couldn't control your quirk to that degree before. He stood and walked out the room, away from her giggles. Tensei looked at the paperwork that was just put on his desk in contempt. Sometimes he wished the kid didn't heal him, it would have saved him from this hell. He heard a yell from down the hall and smiled. Tenya must have been trying to keep his classmates in line. They were an interesting bunch. Denki was aloof, but hardened. He asked Aizawa for all the relevant information on the students he took in, but he wasn't expecting what he got on the kids. Not only did every single one of them fight for their lives during USJ, but Denki and Tobu fought again for their life against the recent kidnapper. Out of all of them, even his own brother, those 2 kids were probably the most mentally prepared to become a hero. Ojiro was badly injured during USJ, but came back like a roaring fire. He had apparently taken to training like his life would depend on it, and with the way everything was going for them so far, then it might as well be. Ashido was mentally broken. Just looking at her, you couldn't tell. It took a person who had taken a life to see it. Her file said she took a life, alongside a classmate, and was still coming to terms with it in her own way. He had no doubt she would eventually get through it, but it would take time and hopefully not her life. There wasn't anything he could do to push it along, so he was stuck just making sure she didn't break on his watch. Koda was special? He didn't talk a lot, but he was a friendly kid. His file said he had some training in physical training, but his people skills needed a lot of work. That was something he could work with. It was going to take pushing him into social situations at every opportunity that came along, but he would break him of the jitters. Tobu was both special and bland. She didn't have any social problems besides falling asleep, and her combat was pretty decent. However, she didn't try to excel at anything and only did the bare minimum of what was asked of her. He had no idea what he could do to take care of that, but he was requested to keep her awake during the day, which turned out to be harder than expected. During their first patrol, she fell asleep not even a quarter of the way through the day, and he had to assign a sidekick to keep her awake throughout the day. She was not a happy person that day, and that was putting it lightly. Aoyama was a unique one. His quirk control wasn't amazing, but his unique way of thinking made him a menace. After a bit of questioning, he learned the kid had gone through some sort of real-life battle simulations. When asked about it, Aoyama would pale and start stuttering about some sort of monster. Other than that, the kid was pretty well adjusted. He wasn't a social and was only extroverted when it was needed or didn't have any repercussions. His brother had definitely grown since joining UA. USJ obviously had something to do with it, but learning alongside people who were his age was an amazing learning experience for him. It also helped keep his serious personality from coming out too often. When he was in middle school, they constantly got complaints from other students about him. Another yell followed by a laugh from down the hall made him smile and take a piece of paper from the pile. If he wasn't here thanks to the kid, he wouldn't be here for that. Toru slid behind a box and watched the guard interacting with the man guarding the door. Hear about what happened in Hosu? The guard laughed. You mean Uesagi getting killed by that med girl? The target laughed along with him. Poor Bisu thought he was the cream of the crop. After laughing for a bit, they exchanged some small talk before the guard knocked on the door and let the target in. She tapped her earpiece, hidden by her hair, and spoke very quietly. The target is inside. Letting go of the button, it crackled to life. Get clear and come back to base. We'll talk about what we'll do when you're back, said Mr. Ray. She mentally sighed and walked back to the basement of the warehouse they were using as a base. When she took on this training, she imagined she would be living like those spy movie stars. She wasn't. After meeting the man at his headquarters, he had taken her to meet his two sidekicks who were in the middle of a job. Wennet, real name Cleo, was nice, but she acted like she was a war veteran with the way she would close off after a few minutes of talking. She was dark-skinned and had equally dark hair. Her hero outfit was a golden dress with a stitched image of a snake chasing a rabbit. Silent Hour, real name Kiyoshi, seemed nice. He had been the one to catch her up on what was happening after Mr. Ray left. He was soft-spoken and wouldn't answer personal questions that she asked him. Cleo had at least answered a few, like where she grew up and how she met Mr. Ray. His hero outfit was ancient-looking padded armor. It made him look out of place and out of time. With a weird blend of dark colors, it allowed him to melt into the background. When she gave the knock for the door, she heard a deadbolt slide and waited for the sound of a quiet chime. Opening the door, she relocked the front door and waited for another deadbolt to let her in. The second deadbolt slid open and allowed the door to be opened. Walking in, she closed the door and looked at Wennet, who just sat back down at the computers. Am I done for today? She shrugged. Ask the boss. Following the advice, she knocked on one of the side doors and waited for an answer. Enter. When she walked in, the thin man was sitting back and watching a small TV that was on his desk. Can I go out into town? She was in the middle of Tokyo. There was no way she wasn't going shopping. Keep the radio on and stay within 35 kilos. Her heart leapt. Sure, she would have to walk through Nerd Central to get to the stores she wanted to visit, but it was well worth it. She bowed and smiled, not that he could see it. Thank you, sir. At his half-hearted dismissal, she walked out the door and talked to Cleo. Do you want anything? Get me a melon pan? She smiled. Sure. Throwing on her clothes, she walked out and waited for the doors to lock behind her. See you in a bit. Coming out of the small alleyway, she found herself in the outskirts of Akihabara and sighed. Maybe there's a normal store around here? Kinda. How are you holding up? She looked up from her phone at Maki. Fine, I guess. A little confused, but she trailed off and shook her head. I'll just text Izuku and tell him. This was more to herself than Maki. She sat straighter and started eating her meal. How's the boss? Maki sat down with a smile, and before he could answer, they were joined by Ueno. Moto says to avoid the boss. Her mentor smiled. You have your answer. Is he mad? She asked, swallowing a bit of food. Ueno laughed. Orca? No way. Fujimori sat next to her and slumped forward onto the table. He didn't say anything and sighed. His normally perfect mohawk was out of order and was hanging limply to the side. She poked him. You okay? He groaned and opened a single eye. Didn't get a lot of sleep. She smiled. Nightmares? He flipped her off and closed his eye. A single nightmare and no sleep. Raising an eyebrow, she looked at Maki. He smiled and explained. The guy was probably the first victim of Orca. His best friend started laughing again. Just imagine it. The punk of crew Orca being treated like an injured toddler. Maki joined the laughter, causing Fujimori to quickly stand up and throw his tray of food at Ueno. When the tray hit him in the face, silence took over the cafeteria and it was only broken by another tray flying across to smack Fujimori in the face. There were a few giggles and light laughs amongst the crew, but the attack caused all hell to break loose. She immediately dived for cover behind the table that Fujimori flipped and made her choice. "You ready for war, girl?" She sweat dropped and started to regret this choice. "Sure, why not?" His smile turned wicked. Quickly standing and facing the battlefield, he strummed the air like a guitar and the food on the floor went flying. "Let's rock." She picked up some of her own food and started throwing it at the retreating best friends. "Momo!" She turned to look at Melissa. The older girl ran up to her with a smile which she matched. "How was the engineering lab?" Her smile became wider and she pulled out her notebook to show her. "It was amazing. There was an engineer that was working on a gauntlet for Storm King. The North American hero was currently staying on the island and kept a large storm away from the island. The hero wasn't able to create anything bigger than a small cloud, but he could push clouds around and could even redirect massive storms. The gauntlets were a thank you gift from Island for keeping the island from dealing with it. They weren't in danger of sinking or being flooded thanks to the advanced emergency systems of the island, but there were plenty of outdoor and large projects that couldn't stand up to the severe weather." Melissa looked at her design with a critical eye. "What's the cylinder attached to the chamber?" "Compressed air." The girl hummed for a second. "You'd need over 50,000 psi to get this thing to work, you know that, right?" That didn't deter her at all. "I figured out I can create compressed air yesterday." The girl sighed. "I wish I had your quirk." "What's the limit of the air?" Momo closed the book and took her hand. "Want to find out?" Report number 129424. Department, Ran D. Location, Test Field 78. Incident, Yaoyorozu Momo and Melissa Shield, with the consent of Dr. Shield, tested a prototype sky gun. Due to a miscalculation, the gun blew up and collapsed fields 76 to 79 and destroyed a wall of the Rand D department. Injuries, none, all proper precautions were taken. Midoriya. "Hey! What's up? We need to talk about Achiko." Midway through a gravity push-up he stopped in the air. "What happened?" "She has a new obsession. It's not bad, just sort of dangerous, and I thought you would want to know." Floating to the ground, he sat down crossed-legged and signaled to Gran Torino for a break. After receiving a dismissive wave, he answered her. "What is it?" She then began to explain everything that happened during her first rescue attempt and what happened the morning after. He didn't know how to feel about the whole situation. Sure, he was glad she was alive, not dead or captured, but she just barely survived against some random grunt. He sighed into the phone. "What are you thinking?" No idea. I contacted Fat Gum for a favor and he agreed to help. He's putting me in contact with someone who does what she wants to do for a living. I was told he's going to contact me sometime next week." "Have you told the teachers?" "I'm not exactly in charge of her." The line went silent for a second before he heard a very breathy, "Sure. I'll contact Aizawa and tell him." She paused for a quick second. "Anyway, what's up?" Picking the phone up with his gravity, he began to do the mid-air push-ups again. "After Hosu, the teachers have been training me at a much faster pace than originally planned. The events in Hosu have them spooked for some reason." He knew why All Might and Nizu were pushing for this, but the others? No idea. She hummed into the phone. "Still free for our weekend getaway. Already told them and they were fine with it. Small mercies." For the third time since they began talking, she paused. "So, I have a question." He raised an unseen eyebrow. "Yeah." He could feel Misaki's curiosity bubbling. There was some sort of commotion on the other side of the line, and the next thing he knew, Pixie was on the line. "What's with bringing the little girl from your training class?" There was a meaty thump and an ep of pain before Mandalay was back. "Ignore her. You don't have to answer." There was a bit of muffled arguing which just made him smile. "I'll tell you when I next see you, okay?" It's sort of a lot to take in. Is she a girlfriend from the future? Misaki's curiosity turned into pure confusion. "No. Daughter." The idea made him GG a bit and he felt his AI shiver. Definite no. Alright then. I'll see you this weekend. There was a bit of shouting on the other line. Izuku. Yeah. Pixie wants to know when our next vacation is. That was a good question actually. Misaki began showing him the calendar she had made and updated whenever something came up. Right after the new hero billboards are announced, you're free, right? He says right after the new billboard chart comes out. A bit of muffled talking. She asks where we are going? Tell her to decide. He says you choose. He could clearly hear the cheer. She agrees. He laughed. I'll see you this weekend, Shino. See ya, Sunlight. With that nickname, the line went dead. Mandalay. Pixie broke down laughing as her cheeks went red. Sunlight. She fell onto her back laughing. Shut up. It's not that funny. Her best friend tried to answer, but every word became a laugh before it made sense. Crossing her arms and glaring, hoping the redness of her cheeks would leave, she stared at her. What would you call him? It took a minute, but the giggles finally died down enough for her to sit back up and answer with a smile. King. Raising an eyebrow and tilting her head. Really? King. Pixie nodded, still smiling. We're cats and he's a lion. So King. She sighed, a fun fact of lions coming to mind. Ryuko. What? Lionesses all sleep with the king of the pack. That made the smile on her friend die. With a frown, she said. Not king then. Midoriya. Okay kid, you're done for today. You have 1 hour until you need to be back at USJ, open portals for us. Opening up 2 sets of portals, his mana tanked, but they were open. He bowed and thanked the 2 for their time. 13 just waved away the thanks. I owed you 1 for USJ, don't thank me just yet, Midoriya. Later, geezer. Aki waved to Gran Torino, who only lifted a hand as he walked through the portal. She bowed to 13 in goodbye as she walked through her own portal. When he felt both make it home for the day, he let them collapse and turned to his future fiancée. That's going to take some time to get used to. Misaki snorted. Couldn't agree more. Too bad about the no kissing rule though. He rolled his eyes. You'll live. Focusing on Aki, who was just smiling at him, he spoke out loud. What? Her smile became wider. I have to teach you a new skill. Sitting down in a chair at the table, he leaned back in the seat. The one for our beach day? Taking the chair across from him, she nodded. You'll need to learn it in the in-between world though. But what would happen if I learned it here? She smiled. Best guess? Mass panic, and if you're really unlucky, global panic. He raised an eyebrow. The hell are you teaching me? In response to the question, she snapped her fingers and opened a portal. I'll show you. Pulling on his hand, she walked them through the portal into the in-between world. The cold, harsh wind whipped across his face and made his hair blow alongside it. His eyes adjusted to bright light, allowing him to see that he was on the peak of a mountain. The area around them was flattened and had a little picnic set out. He looked at Aki with a small smile. Is this what you were working on yesterday? Her cheeks went a slight bit pink, but she nodded. We'll eat after. For now though, we work on getting you access to the perk. Walking over to the blanket that was being held down by a spell, she patted the spot next to her. What do I do? He sat next to her. You remember what happened before Stain disappeared the other day? He nodded. The guy cast some type of spell then teleported away. It was a perk. Not a spell. How would a normal human cast a spell? We've seen weirder. She smiled. Well, spell casting is limited. The perk he was using is called Presence of Self. It allows a person to bring their will, mind, and soul into the real world. Stain's mind was obviously driven to the point of insanity if you couldn't heal it, and to be able to survive the amount of torture he went through. She paused as she looked toward the horizon. His will and soul must be stronger than any normal person. He could follow the logic. He would probably only stay sane thanks to Gamer's mind. So, how do you know about the perk? You remember the goddess that I told you about? He nodded. According to Mom, she had access to the perk. She opened a portal and pulled out a small leather journal. Mom wrote down the goddess stats. Take a look. She opened it to a page with a charcoal drawing. Taking the book, he looked at it more closely. It was a portrait of an unconscious woman sleeping on a bar. Her hair was tucked neatly, but a few strands of hair were drawn sticking out like a sore thumb. The woman's face was lightly shaded, probably to make her appear tanner. Misaki whistled, "Those are some stats." Title, Goddess of Drunkenness. Level, 93. Quirk, was jumbled, no clue or hints on why. HP, 13,670. Mana, 4,310. Stamina, 9,450. Strength, 585. Constitution, 1,367. Dexterity, 86. Agility, 97. Intelligence, 74. Wisdom, 394. Charisma, 1,249. Resistance, 523. A goddess among men, lost in a world of only half her. Holy sh. How would you even get stats that high? Did your mom learn the stats of the other goddess? She shook her head. Yun was too high level, Meth was low level because she wasn't a fighter, she was a goddess of drunkenness. That actually worried him. If a goddess that didn't ever fight had stats that high, what would an ancient battle god's stats look like? How do you know about the perk though? She smiled. Mom told us after we went home, watching the fight on television reminded me of it. He handed the journal back to her. So how do I get the perk? Putting the journal back, she got into a meditation. First, close your eyes and focus on your soul and will. Copying her, he followed her instructions. What exactly am I focusing on? Tito. I really hope Mom's notes are correct. She looked at Izuku and smiled. He was still sitting there with his eyes closed and looking inside himself. Mom's theory was that presence of self was only able to be acquired by beings that had the potential of godhood. If Izuku could gain access to it, then it meant he could become a god. Another problem with that was if he did gain access to the perk, then how the living hell did Kaizome gain access to it? They sat there for a little while in silence, which only got broken up by the occasional howl of wind. Thump. Her eyes shot open. What? Thirsty. It was coming from Izuku. The third time the sound went off, she felt a pull on her heart. Every beat caused her heart to skip. It was like her body was scared of him. As fast as it came, the thumping died down and Izuku opened his eyes. I got it. Do you want me to take the perk? She smiled and nodded. It will help with keeping all the sea monsters away from us during the vacation, and it will help with not fighting really weak people. Midoriya, do you think we can scare Aizawa with this? He smiled. Doubt it, I don't think anything can scare the guy. New perk obtained. Presence of self toggleable. Bring who you are out into the open world and show those who stand before you what they face. The aura size is your level times 2 meters and the effects within the aura represent aspects of you. Aura of presence. Wadash. Aki was thrown back and slid across the snow. He looked down at his hand and was surprised to find that it was glowing. Nothing like his solar aura, just a soft white glow that gave off a small bit of warmth. He looked at Aki. You okay? She nodded and squinted her eyes at him. Are you okay? He was taken aback by the question. What do you mean? She gestured to the area around her. Hun, you're surrounded by a small galaxy. He looked around himself and couldn't see what she was talking about. I don't see it. Aki walked over to him and swiped at the air in front of him. It's illusionary, weird. Think you can change it? Hold on a second. Misaki disappeared from the forefront of his thoughts. Misaki is trying something. Aki nodded and after waiting for a few seconds, her cheeks went bright red. What? And nothing. She shook her head and smiled, her cheeks still bright red. All right, Misaki, what did you do? He turned off the aura and looked directly at Aki. Tell me. Nothing. I swear. Misaki put her hands up. Aki just sat down and ignored him. He let out a growl and sat down, suspicious of both of them. Did whatever she did even work? Aki nodded. Yep. So what did you even do? The aura is partially based on your mind, and I have almost perfect control of your mind. Then I'm going to assume because it's you, You showed her something perverted. He felt her grin and saw Aki's cheeks go red again. With a sigh he changed subjects. What was Meth's aura? You saw it, didn't you? She nodded and took out a picnic basket. Meth's aura was surrounding a vineyard. It supposedly caused all alcohol in it to double its strength. I wasn't old enough to drink, so I have no idea if that's true. Mom was the one to find that out. He hummed. So auras can affect the world around you? I guess. Sandwich. She held out a ham sandwich and smiled. Taking it, he thanked her and nibbled on it. Aki. Yeah. Can you help me learn more runes? Swallowing her bit of food, she looked at him and nodded. Sure, what do you want to learn? I want to find a way to make clones. She pulled out a water bottle. It won't work with runes. Your best bet is to level transference and permanently steal a quirk from someone. I can teach you the sprite runes though. His mind started going through all of the villains that had a multiplying quirk, but none came up. Sure, why not? After the small outing, he was back in his warehouse and messing around with the runes Aki gave him. Hey, don't you dare! The ice pixie, dubbed Shiki, was about to use its pick-like ice arm to stab the glass enclosure. It looked at him with a tilted head. It's so stupid. He mentally glared at her. It still needs to learn, it's pretty much a baby. Then babies are stupid. He sighed and held out his hand. The little winged creature flew up and landed on his open palm. It said something in a language he had never heard before and flew off to sit down on the small pieces of furniture he made for it. How much do you think it understands? If it's a baby, then probably not much. He hummed. Maybe I can teach it? A crack of thunder shook the thin metal walls and caused the small creature to fly out of its seat. The yell of surprise it let out sounded like crunching ice. He held out his hand, which it landed on and held on to. It's okay, Shiki. His words had mana infused into them. According to Aki, this was the only way to talk to elementals. It answered in its weird language and looked out the window with squinted eyes. It looks mad. Smiling, he used a finger to pat its head. She'll be fine. Let's get back to school. I'm sure May will be more than happy to watch over her. Lifting the little creature to his shoulder, she grabbed onto his shirt. Misaki gave him a mental thumbs up. Snapping his fingers, he was back at the gym to find everyone waiting. Before he even landed on the floor, his mana shield activated, courtesy of Misaki, and blocked a rubber bullet. Not really fair if you're going to use your quirk. He held up a hand. Let me get this one out of the way at least. He looked at Shiki. Go play with the girl with pink hair. It looked at him and then searched the crowd. When it found May, it screeched something, then zoomed off. May, seeing the tiny bullet flying right at her, pulled something out of her pocket and created some sort of gel barrier. Shiki, not being too bright, ran straight into it and got caught like a fly. He sighed and turned to his trainers. What's the first exercise? Aizawa answered him. Once Mirio gets here, we're going to be doing a 2 versus 2. He pointed to Mrs. Mary, who was talking with Power Loader. Mary and Midnight will be fighting you. After the 2 spars, we'll be doing 1v2s. If you do well, we'll be moving on to 1v3s. He sighed. Awesome. Sir, ma'am? Yeah. Do I really have to? It stinks. No arguing. We need to track the guy. But he went into the sewer. The next thing he knew, a boot smacked against his back and sent him into the city's waste system. Ah! In a panic, he sent a line of tape and stopped himself, only a few centimeters between him and the rancid water. Really? His mentor landed in the 5th, splashing him and laughing. You have to get used to it, Zero. Especially if you want to do urban work. Using her quirk, Glassworks, the hero known as Shatter, cut his tape and dropped him into the filth. Quickly standing up, he started trying to wipe the gunk off himself. Yuck. Sek it up, we can go to the baths afterward. Wiping as much grime as he could, he started following her. So, you gonna finally tell me what happened at USJ? He raised an eyebrow. Don't see why you want to know. You've read the report. Smiling, she used her quirk to make a small glass bridge across a gap. True, but what happened to you is still a mystery. All that's known is that you fought 1 or 2 villains. Is that why you sent me an invite? For gossip? No, she said, sticking up her nose. I'm just curious how my little trainee was able to live through his encounter with no help. He smiled. Nothing but luck and badass friends. That seemed to pep her up a little. So you'll tell me? Fine. We're going to the baths later though. Shatter gave him a toothy grin. You betcha. The attack of you. He hadn't initially fallen through the portal, the villain had opened one directly behind him. Using his quirk, he sent a line out to try and pull himself away, but ended up pulling himself through the portal. When he cleared the black goo, he smacked into the side of a ruined skyscraper. Looking around and not finding anyone, he swung his way through the cityscape and nearly ran into a man the size of 4 guys merged together. With his instincts kicking in and his adrenaline pumping, he quickly threw a line and yanked himself to the right. The villain, not being a blind monk, tried to swipe at him but was easily dodged. Come down here, little pig. The villain took one of his meaty fists and smashed it into the building he was hanging on the side of. Alright, 2 options, capture or run. Jumping to another building, he sent a line at the guy's face and jumped to the floor. His plan had 2 steps, the first, to send a line at some of the rubble and another at the guy. The man took the bait, grabbing the line attached to him and yanked. There was enough force behind the pole that if he was attached to it, he would have been yanked straight into the guy, but he wasn't. He had attached the rubble line to the end of the other and with man's yank, all the rubble attached to the second got slammed into his face. The hit stunned the man long enough for him to wrap the guy and drop him face forward. Quickly following it up, he taped the guy as much as he could against the ground. The villain seemed to come over his daze and started to try and break free, but didn't have enough strength to pull the tape away from the ground. He heard quite a bit of muffled yelling but didn't care enough to try and listen. With a sigh, he shot out a line and pulled himself further into the cityscape. Back off! The feminine yell was followed by a yelp of pain. Flying around the corner, he saw his red-headed classmate defending herself from a villain with a knife. One of her hands had a gouge cut through one of her palms. Sending out 2 lines to nearby buildings, he slingshot himself directly at the guy. Kendo saw him and tried to warn him, but she was too late. A metal spike appeared from the guy's back and he had to make a sacrifice. Pulling a little harder to one side, he took the spike to his ribs, which held up and caused the spike to tear through his skin. Biting through the pain that was spiking through his side, pun intended, he shot out another line and crashed his fist on the guy's face. The hit didn't seem to affect him all that much, but it opened him to a punch by Kendo, who sent the man flying backward. Looking at Kendo, he asked her, "Where's everyone else?" "I don't know, the guy was on top of me the instant I landed." "That wasn't very nice of you." The villain didn't even stumble, Kendo's hit just made the guy slide backward. He talked to Kendo. "You ready?" She nodded and enlarged her hands. "We can try and hold him off, but neither of us are a good match for him." That was true, but he did manage to hold down the big guy. "Let's go." Kendo went first, using the back of her hands which were more armored than the palm, and backhanded the guy. The hit reverberated through the air and shook the little glass left in the windowsills around them. The villain tanked the hit and started laughing. Got a hit harder than Didash. Hit taunt was caught off by the landslide of rubble he had dropped on the guy. Kendo managed to avoid the rubble by pushing off and away with her other hand. They waited for a second but nothing happened. "Did we get him?" asked Kendo. I thin dashed out. His natural instincts kicked in and he pulled himself away. Unluckily for Kendo, she didn't manage to back away. Spikes of metal came out of the rubble and shot at them with blinding speed. His red-headed friend instinctively took the attack with her hands, which was a bad idea. The metal spikes pierced her skin and caused her to let out a scream of pain. Using his quirk, he sent a line at Kendo and pulled her away. When she slid over to him, she went down a knee and started taking deep breaths. "You okay?" She gave a shaky head nod. "Let's finish this then." The villain buried in the rubble seemed to vibrate for a second and then escaped with a slight show. The metal spikes retracted and made a cocoon that expanded. The rubble rolled away along with the cocoon and then shrunk, swirling back into the guy. Alright, he had 2 options. Option 1 was to throw even more rubble and trust in both his and Kendo's dodging instincts. Option 2 was to grab her and run. Rumbling for the top floors of one of the skyscrapers made all of them pause. Another shake and a very familiar guy came flying out of a window, shattering it and showering them in glass. "Get him!" Kendo's yell shook him out of his thoughts and kicked him into gear. Sending out a line, he pulled himself up and into the air. Ojiro was picking up speed and would hit a nearby building if he wasn't fast enough. Sending out a line, he just barely managed to clip his classmate and yank him. Sending another line, he attached Ojiro to it and killed his momentum. Ojiro laughed lightly when they were hanging there. "Thanks for the save. Someone's coming by the way." Looking up, he sighed deeply as a guy made of metal came falling from the sky. That explained the bruises and cuts on Ojiro. Swinging away with his friend, he threw both himself and Ojiro at the liquid metal guy that was attacking Kendo again. Unprepared and not able to see them coming, the guy took both a punch that sent him face forward and a tail that slammed his head into the ground. The guy's head made a loud thunk and downed the guy just long enough for them to get past him and join Kendo. Not far behind them was the metal dude, who dropped like a sack of rocks and caused the ground to shake. "Any ideas?" he asked. His eyes stayed glued to the enemies as his teammates recovered. A very faint yell came from down the street. "Help!" The voice was of a girl and sounded like she was in danger. The metal man looked down at his comrade who was on the ground and then at them before making up his mind. Canceling his quirk for just a second, he winked at them and ran toward the call for help. "I'll go help her, keep him down." As he moved, Kendo grabbed his arm. "You're hurt." She took out a rag from her pouch and handed it to him. He was going to ask where, but a small gust of wind cooled his face. Reaching up, he hissed in pain as his fingers touched a gash on his forehead. Taking the rag, he wiped away the blood and jumped away. Going down the street and rounding the corner, he found two villains surrounding a girl he didn't know. This smelled fishy to him. The villain he trapped initially was free and they weren't just wiping the floor with the girl like they tried to do to them. He was about to land on a protruding outcropping of the building, but something flew from one of the three people on the ground and cut his tape. Falling to the ground, he let his instincts kick in and sent a line up and another at one of his attackers. There was no way he was going to be able to lift either of the big guys, but he could snare and trip them up. Using his quirk, he attached the line he sent up to some rubble and attached both lines to themselves. Right before he hit the ground, he used a shorter line to catch himself. With a quick sigh, he jumped up and started sending out as much tape as he could to the rubble all around him. While he was doing this, the villains made their way toward him and the woman just stood there looking at him. He jumped up and got out of their way but was rocked off course by something slamming into the buildings. The shake sent one of the buildings toppling over and him toward the ground, into the waiting hands of villains. His mind and body were in sync when he thought one thing. Not today. Mid-fall, he attached a line to one of the bigger chunks of rubble and combined that line with all of the lines he had built up. Hitting the ground, he rolled to dampen the impact and shot out a line during his roll. One of the villains tried to grab or punch him, he wasn't entirely sure, but he missed. With all the strength he could muster, he pulled himself forward and out of harm's way. At least he thought he did. While in the air, another one of the sharp objects went right through his tape cutting and caused him to smack into the side of a building. As he hit, the sound of rubble and yells of pain greeted him. Without any grace and pain running up his spine, he slid down the building and fell into a pile of cement. "Not bad, kid." The lady from before started walking toward him and gave him a clear view of her. She was dressed in a nurse's outfit and had scalpels strapped to her arms and legs. "That isn't good." Fighting through the pain, he sent a line to a nearby building and tried to pull himself up but was denied safety thanks to another scalpel that cut the line. Falling down again, he looked up and gritted his teeth. Pulling out another scalpel, he saw a sadistic gleam in her eye as she looked at him. The sound of rocks falling caught both of their attention as the big metal guy, who was lacking on the metal now, stood up from the rubble. Using him as a distraction, he sent out another line and was about to pull himself away when a scalpel cut the line and another went into his left arm. He fell flat on his butt and looked at the woman in hate. For his act of defiance against her, he received a scalpel to the other arm and two in his right leg. The pain was excruciating and felt like severe paper cuts. No, no, no. No running away, little one. He glared at her as the floor shook from the guy stomping his way over. I get to kill the little bee. The woman shrugged and took a step back. Raising his fist, the man layered it in metal and was to pummel him to death, but he had other plans. Quickly taking the scalpels out of his arms, he threw them at the guy's face. The man screamed in pain and stopped his attack, but the woman threw scalpels again into his left arm, but he wasn't going down. With his right arm, he sent out a line and put the big guy between him and the woman. Pulling the little knives out his left arm, he attached them to a line and pulled out all the others, attaching them to a second line. The woman rounded around the guy, throwing another scalpel at him, which he caught with his arm. Holding back from giving up, he sent one of the lines at the woman and another at the guy. The woman dodged behind the guy, but the man, who was blinded by both blood and scalpel in his eye, wasn't so lucky. Knowing that he didn't aim for the man directly, he sent the line to just barely miss. Holding onto it, he turned the tape and pulled it back. The man let out a yell, got down on one knee, which gave the woman a free shot at him. Throwing himself to the side, he rolled and used the improvised weapon to try and attack her. This game of dodge and attack continued for what felt like forever until the whole place shook. The woman, after dodging, looked up and quickly dove for cover. Looking up himself, he saw that the glass dome around the whole building was falling. Quickly making a line, he pulled himself to safety and waited out the chaos. He took a breather and readied himself for another fight. Shooting out a line from his hiding hole, he pulled himself out and screamed in pain at a word. Sever! The woman had somehow made it this close to him without him noticing and attacked him with a single word. He fell nearly 2 stories onto shattered glass and just laid there for a few seconds while his mind tried to cope with the pain. The dead woman had cut off his arm. The whole place was quiet, which was probably the only reason he was able to save himself. He heard a shout and felt the temperatures start to go up. Knowing that there was only one person who had a quirk like that, he tried to get out of the AoE of whatever Midoriya was doing and used his remaining arm to pull himself behind the only obstacle present, the corpse of the big guy. He saw the woman walk through a portal and cursed his luck. Of course she had help. Making it behind the big guy, he felt the full force of Midoriya slam into the body and slide both of them back. When the heat died down, he laid there and just breathed slowly. His head felt light and he blacked out. The next thing I knew, I was up in the hospital. Shatter looked at him for a second before picking him up like he was Twig and hugging him like he was going to die. You are so effing lucky. He managed to croak out, air. She dropped him and let him catch his breath. That explains the arm at least. What happened to the boy and girl you left with the knocked out guy? Kendo said he woke up and used his quirk to try and blindside her, but Ojiro saved her skin. He ended up taking the attack and went unconscious. She apparently held him off long enough for Midoriya to appear and send them to the school for help. They continued their walk and came to a split in the sewer. At least you have a story for your grandkids. She waved for him to follow. What's your plan for the future now? He shrugged. Getting experience is nice enough for now, but I have no idea what I want to do outside of high school. Could join me? She turned to give him a smile. Rolling his eyes, I'll think about it. Uraraka. Hi. The little girl bowed and stood back up with a smile. Hi. Uraraka bowed slightly and tilted her head at the girl. You seem familiar. The girl looked confused for a second, but realization dawned on her. I was at USJ. She blinked as bits and pieces of her memories unlocked themselves. That's right, she healed Mr. Aizawa and Mrs. 13. She bowed deeper this time and thanked her. Thank you so much for saving our teachers. Aki giggled and lifted her up into a hug. No problem. Just don't get into a situation like that again. The next part was whispered. You smell like Mandalay. Achiko's chest and face went a deep red. She started stammering something, but Aki just laughed and pulled away. I'm just teasing you. Are you and Mandalay ready? Glad for the change of topic, she turned to the house and saw Shino talking to Ryuko. I think. Both of them looked at the two older women arguing about something before Ryuko threw her hands onto the side of her head and proceeded to lightly smack Shino. That hurt. Neither of them heard a reply, but they did see Ryuko pout. Fine. See ya later. Mandalay walked over with a smile. Ready? She raised an eyebrow at her girlfriend. She wanted to come. That answered that then. What did you tell her? I told her we can always go on vacation somewhere with a beach. Now that that's out of the way, let's go shopping. A black portal appeared and without saying anything else, Aki walked through. Following close behind, Shino and her found themselves in New York City? The young girl did a small spin and made a pose. I thought it would be better than going to the normal stores. She looked up at Shino and saw a wide smile. I like you, girly. In response, Aki bowed and giggled. She grabbed both of their hands. Let's get shopping. Do I have to? Yes. We'll close the curtain so no one else can see. She heard Aki giggle, which didn't help at all. But it's so tiny. I think that's the point, said Aki, still giggling. She looked at the strings of fabric and sighed. Fine, but I want food before we leave. Fine, whatever, just put it on. You are really thirsty. Shino made a hissing sound. Shut your mouth. Think we'll see any of the good bits? Nothing came from the older woman until Aki started giggling like mad. You should see her face, Uraraka. She whined, not helping. Jay, just get it on, please? She frowned. Not fair. Are you going to put it on? Do you want me to? Yes. I wasn't talking to you. She ran her hands down her face and took in a deep breath. Yes. Aki let out a cheer, which was followed by a smack. Ow. I'll go grab one. Wait for me, okay? Okay. She heard the sound of fabric swishing and just sat there on the bench in silence. Do you mind if I come in? Asked Aki. Sure. She hadn't even taken off any clothes yet, so why not? The girl walked in and sat on the ground across from her. What questions do you have for me? Deja vu much? Who are you? Aki smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. How about we answer that one when we meet with Izuku? I guess. Anything else? Are you into girls? The girl's smile did reach her eyes this time. I like everyone as long as they're nice. I like you two a lot already because of Izuku though. She supposed it was the same way with her and Shino. The day we go to the beach, I'll style my hair and you can see if you like me. She raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Want a picture? The question was asked with a mischievous smile. Maybe. Aki took her hand and messed with something in the air. The next thing she knew, an image of a very attractive blonde filled her mind. That's you? Yep. She gestured to herself. This is my young body. If I wanted, I could age up, but a lot of bad things could happen. You can age yourself? The girl nodded. My sister is able to go between worlds, and some of those worlds run in the opposite direction of this one. That was a revelation. Could quirks even do that? So what's your quirk? I thought you'd never ask. She held out a hand. May I? She held hands with the girl and felt like she was drained slightly. The girl's small hand vibrated for a second and she felt something moving alongside her palm. Aki pulled her hand back and showed her what happened. Small pads had grown on her hand that looked exactly like her own. I can transfer anything I want, that includes quirks, memories, and even genetic DNA. What the f***? Who the f*** was this girl? The girl seemed to read her mind and smiled. Don't worry, I'll explain tomorrow, okay? Alright, I'm back. Shino paused. Where the hell did she go? I'm in here. Better not be trying to get a sneak peek. Aki smiled at her with something she saw in Shino once in a while. It made her heat up a bit. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll see something here soon. With a pop and yelp from Shino, the girl was gone. Please don't tell me that's going to become an everyday thing. Maybe. She heard a groan. Get changed, Uraraka. I'll get changed after you. With a sigh and the string bikini in hand, she started undressing her body, getting redder with every piece she took off. Midoriya, do you think you could make me one? Why? His suspicion was through the roof right now. I need a lab assistant and one of those things would be handy. You mean you want an easy test subject? He put Shiki behind his back. Mei dismissively waved. Same thing. Rolling his eyes, he set the little Pixie, which was now made of water, onto his shoulder. Fortunately, no, I can't make another. I can only make one and they need to be charged every day to make them last longer than 24 hours. He left out the part of him having to copy the memories and transplant them into the new one. She didn't need to know that. Mei sighed. My endless hunt continues. How is the business going? She shrugged. I'm considering finding a new business partner. Why, what happened to the original? Did you blow him up? She made a pout face and huffed. I wish. The little trader wants to start out being tied to a major company so it's not as expensive. What do you need to start out? Closing her eyes, she rubbed her temples in thought. Enough money to buy a building or rent one, and to buy all the equipment I'll need. How much roughly? She sighed as they started walking out of the gym toward the main building. With all the licenses I'll need? Somewhere around 50 million yen. He raised an eyebrow at her. That wasn't a small sum of cash. How much do you have right now? She sighed and drooped. After selling one of my babies? 1 million. What's the process for getting a support license? Standing straight, she started listing off the requirements. 1. You have to meet standard equipment expectations. 2. You need to provide sample equipment to the board for review. And 3. You need to pass the 4 written exams. That's quite a bit. Shrugging, she smiled at him. Maybe to you meatheads and heroics, but to us engineers it's nothing. He smirked at her. Well, this meathead has to get a support license and I need a place to make the equipment. She narrowed her eyes at him. What are you saying? I'm saying. He stuck out his hand. I'll be your partner if you want. I can give you most of the money you need. To Misaki he said, add mine for gold to our schedule, would ya? She gave him a thumbs up. Mei squinted her eyes at him. You're serious? We'll need to hire someone to handle the business side of everything, but yes. She took his hand and, completely unlike her, pulled him into a hug. She smelled of oil and sweat. Thank you. He smiled and hugged her back. You're welcome. Pulling away, he added. I'll look for a building when I have a bit of free time. Any requests on a city? She put one hand on her hip and another on her chin. Tokyo would be nice, but it's expensive and the competition there would be insane. Yokohama wouldn't be much different. Osaka would be cool, but I haven't been there before. Nagoya has decently sized buildings and would be cheaper, but lots of support companies are there. She started rambling from this point on. How about I find 2 places in every major city and we choose one we like? She continued to ramble. Mei. She was still ignoring him. Shiki, splash her. The small Pixie chirped and condensed a ball of mana that turned into water and sent it flying at Mei's head. The cold liquid caused the girl to jump and look at him in shock. Why? You were rambling. She glared at him. Anyway, I was saying I can get 2 viewings in each major city and we can just choose one we like? Wiping the water off her face. Yeah, fine. Being nice, he created a small ball of fire and dried her off. I'll text you when I schedule the time slots, okay? She nodded. After a quick goodbye, they parted ways. Mei went to the power loader's lab and he took a portal back home. His mom greeted him when he walked through and hugged him. Hey Mom. I'm so glad you're okay. He smiled and hugged her tighter. There's no way I would go without saying goodbye. That doesn't make me feel His mom jumped back out of his arms. Shiki had taken it upon herself to join the hug, and accidentally drenched his mom. What is that thing? He was really starting to second-guess the idea of making her out of water now. This. He grabbed the Pixie and put her in his hand. Is Shiki? She's a Pixie I made with my magic. Shiki, apologize for splashing her. It made a sad-sounding chirp and looked down at his hand. His mom's maternal instincts seemed to come over her as she saw the sad-looking Pixie. It's okay. I'm not mad. It looked at her, then up at him and then back at her. She can't exactly understand you. It's okay, Shiki, how about you give her a hug, but no water, okay? Standing, she took off like a bullet and hugged his mom's cheek. It feels like running water from the tap. She patted Shiki, who giggled, at least her version of it. The giggle, when she was in a water body, sounded like water dripping out of a tap. When she was in an ice body, it sounded like ice snapping. He hadn't tested fire or dust yet, mainly because he couldn't imagine trying to contain her, but he'd try it out later. Why'd you make her? He smiled as Shiki ended the hug and started circling her. Mainly because I wanted something that I could take along with me to fight. So instead of asking a friend, you made one? His mom raised an eyebrow and smiled. He opened his mouth to say something but closed it as both she and Misaki started laughing. Yeah, laugh it off. Shiki, seeing his mom laugh, started copying her and joined in on the laughter. With a sigh, he went into his room and changed into fresh clothes. Coming back out, he got to see his mom feeding the water Pixie little bits of carrots and cucumber. His mom noticed him and smiled. What happens to the food? He shrugged. No idea. Her physiology is a complete mystery to me. His mom hummed and handed the little Pixie another carrot. Do you want to go shopping with me? I was thinking of going to Tokyo. She smiled. Sure. Let me get ready. Walking to her room, she handed him the bowl of veggies. Shiki threw half of her remaining carrot into her mouth and flew over to him with her hands open. It said something and looked at him with its version of pleading eyes. Say please. It chirped something which he assumed was its version of please, so he handed her a cucumber. With her in his palm, he sat down on a chair at the dining table. You know, I wonder if she can eat mana. Give her a ball of electricity. He sighed. Of course you'd want that. Condensing some mana into a small ball, he showed it to Shiki. Like something out of a cartoon, she stuffed an almost whole cucumber into her mouth and it practically disintegrated. She looked at the ball of mana and tilted her head at it. Can you eat it? She blinked and poked the ball with one of her fingers. The ball of swirling rainbow energy shifted to a deep blue and back to rainbow when she pulled her finger away. Standing up, she walked closer to it and dunked her head into it. His sweat dropped at the weirdness of it, but it actually seemed to work. Again, the rainbow shifted to deep blue and started to get smaller and smaller. This went on for a few seconds until the ball disappeared into her mouth. With the ball gone, she fell backward onto her and let out her own version of a burp. With the sign of satisfaction, he actually received a notification. The cost to register a summon has been paid. The summon known as Shiki is now registered. Max mana reduced by 5%. That wasn't what he had in mind, but he supposed that worked. He looked at the little Pixie. Shiki? It looked up at him and smiled. Master? He blinked and tilted his head. Can you understand me? Food. He dropped his head and sighed. Bah, I love this thing. Misaki was rolling. Reaching into the bowl, he pulled out a carrot and handed it to her. Do you suppose she will just get summoned as is now? She wiped her tears. How the hell would I know? Dismiss her and find out. Shiki, Midsummer Night. The water Pixie's center of mass turned into a drain until it winked out of existence. Oh, fuck, that hurt. What? Right shoulder. Pulling up his sleeve, he pulled it down just as quick and looked down the small hallway toward his mom's room. Hearing the water running, he could safely assume she was in her bathroom. He pulled his sleeve back up and looked at his new body art. A small blue Pixie, no bigger than his thumb, had appeared on his shoulder. Hopefully she never sees it. She snorted. It's like a tramp stamp. He rolled his eyes. What do you think the summon word is? Try saying her name. Shiki. He watched the tattoo come to life and flutter down to his palm where it just jumped off. In a swirl of energy, she came back into existence and looked at him with a slight glare. What? Food. She swiped her carrot off the table and sat down to eat again. He couldn't help the grin that slowly came onto his face. I feel like she is going to be a handful. Couldn't tell. Izuku, I'm ready. Standing up and pushing his sleeve back down, he picked up Shiki and set her on his shoulder. When his mom walked back into the room, he opened a portal to Tokyo. The next morning, a green portal appeared in his bedroom as he was watching Shiki play around in a tub of water. Aki walked out, dressed in a loose shirt and baggy shorts. "What are you doing?" she said, tilting her head. He looked at her and then back at Shiki. "She's having fun." He patted the spot next to him and explained further when she sat down. "Yesterday, she caused a public disturbance at a sewer drain when we were in Tokyo." "What did you do to her?" He looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Command. Search for an older woman." Shiki looked at her and in response to the order, tossed a ball of water at Aki. He started laughing when she glared at the small thing. "She says meanie." With a snap of her fingers, the water on her and in the tub winked out of existence. This angered the Pixie more than the command. Rising in the air, she pulled her hands back and caused his magic sense to start freaking out. And now she's growling. "Shiki, calm down, we'll go somewhere with a lot more water, okay?" With her glare still pointedly locked on Aki, she fluttered over to him and sat on his shoulder, then harumphed. His future fiancée sighed and opened a small portal. Sticking her hand in and pulling it back out, she produced a cookie the size of Shiki. "Here." Holding out the cookie, the Pixie looked at it for a second before looking at him. He nodded with a smirk. As Shiki started munching away, he asked Aki, "What do you mean, what did I do?" "She has completely free will, that's not normal at all. The most she should be able to do is follow orders, let alone actually speak." "What did you do?" "When I turned her into a summon, she started talking. That actually got her to start giggling." "You are ridiculous." He felt insulted, even if he should be used to it by now. "Why?" "Hopper." In a swirl of mana, a small frog the size of his pinky finger appeared on the backside of her hand. If he remembered correctly, it was a poison dart frog of some sort, but he had no idea what species. "Izuku, this is Hopper. He's a frog I found when we visited the Amazon." It tilted its head at him and hopped onto her forehead where it sat and just looked at him. "He says back off," translated Aki with a smile. Smiling back, he petted his Pixie's head. "So what's weird about Shiki? Normally, you can only make a summon with a living creature, and the Pixies I taught you to make with runes are not alive in any way." He looked at Shiki and just shrugged. "Add that to the weirdness of my life so far." Looking back at her, he asked, "Are you ready?" She nodded and grabbed his hand. "Do you want to stay or go back?" The frog croaked and hopped on top of her head. "Stay it is." Snapping her fingers, she opened a portal below them and dropped them into the front lawn of the pussycat's home. Looking at the house, he smiled. He really liked this place, in the middle of the forest and at complete peace. Walking up to the front door, he knocked and let himself in. "I'm home." Yeah, be there in a second." He heard someone open and slam a door closed downstairs, followed by someone running up the stairs. "Izuku." He caught a flying Achiko and set her on the ground for a hug. "How are you doing?" She held the hug for a second and just stood there in his arms. Pulling her in tighter, he put his chin on top of her head and just held her. The contact only ended when Shino came downstairs. Uraraka pulled away, her eyes red and slightly swollen. He smiled at her. "You ready?" She nodded and walked over to grab her bags. "Where's the rest of the team?" he asked Mandalay. She squinted her eyes at him and tilted her head. "The real question is, what is that thing?" She pointed at Shiki, who reached the halfway point on the cookie. Smiling, he picked her up and set her on his palm. "This is Shiki, she's a water pixie. Let's get to the ocean first though, I'll explain everything once we're set, okay?" Once he got a nod from both of the girls, he nodded to Aki, who smiled and opened a portal to a beach she found the other day. To keep them from having to carry bags, she also opened a portal below each of their bags and dropped them into the storage world. He really wanted to see the amount of stuff in that place. Leading the way through, he was floored by the amount of effort Aki had put into this vacation. A 2-story beach house was sitting half on the sandy beach and half reseated into the jungle. The outside was made out of a reddish wood he'd never seen before and trimmed with a weird light green stone. Somehow, the building had power and would easily be the brightest thing in the whole world at night. "When did you have time to build this?" Aki bounced up to him and held out a hand. Keys jingled in her hand. "I didn't." Smiling, she pushed a button and a blue dome shimmered into being and dissipated. Mom and Dad built this place after they met as a home away from home where they can be alone. Dad hasn't been back since she passed and refuses to come back, so he gave me the key. Misaki snickered. Ask if she was made here. He flashed his mind with an overwhelming calm to annoy her. No, he looked at the other two. Let's get settled. Aki, do you mind leading the way? She nodded and marched into the house. The outside was impressive, but the inside looked like a mix of modern with fantasy. Rune schemes he had never seen before were drawn on almost everything. Completely puzzled by the one closest to him, he tapped on it and watched as a blender came out of solid stone. How does this even work? Aki smiled and smacked her hand against a flat wall that was below a balcony for the second floor. I have no clue. After a pulse of energy, the wall morphed and became a flight of stairs. This magic belongs to Dad. I asked him to teach me once, but he says that it won't work. Says it's magic that belongs to Werg. That raised more questions than it answered. Remind me to ask her about her dad later, hummed Misaki. There's only 2 rooms here, so we have to divide somehow. Each of the girls looked at each other and then at him. He was going to say he'd take the couch, but Mandalay put her 2 cents in. We'll just have to share the master bed. He glared at her and received a cheeky wink from the woman. It'll be fun, don't worry. Seeing the smile on Aki and the red cheeks of Achiko, he conceded and accepted the sleeping arrangement. Fine. Let's put our stuff away and we'll talk. One long explanation later. Shino leaned back inside. Rubbing her temples. I suppose you're part of this now? He raised an eyebrow as Aki smiled and nodded. Part of what? The older woman looked at him with one eye closed and then looked at Uraraka. Said girl was sitting next to him and gapping like a fish. Are you okay? The question seemed to knock her out of her daze. That explains so much. He smiled. Glad you're taking it so well. Smiling back, she took his hand. I was wondering how you could do so much with your quirk. Sorry I couldn't tell you sooner. She shook her head. You're telling me now, so it's okay. Now that that's out of the way, I think we should tell him now, sweetie. Achiko went red in the face, but nodded. Izuku? He raised an eyebrow. I and Ishino. Mandalay groaned mentally, which felt weird beyond belief, and took over the conversation. Achiko and I have decided that we'll share you. When he looked at her in slight shock, she pointed to Aki, who smiled and waved at him. She's part of this now too. Oh my god. Misaki only summed up what was going through half his head. They're not kidding. She started to slowly laugh. They're not kidding. The laughter became harsh and loud. He decided to say what was going on in the other half of his mind. What? Shino shrugged. It's not like we can split you between the 3 of us, so we might as well learn to like each other. When she finished, Aki continued for her. It also helps that we're all bi. He raised an eyebrow at her, then Shino, and then Uraraka, who was a bright cherry tomato red head to toe. Should probably throw her in the water before she overheats. Aki giggled while the red-faced girl started to go into a darker shade. Sighing, he realized that just like the bedroom situation, he probably wouldn't have a say in this. Sounds good, let's swim. Aki and Shino stood with smiles on their faces and lifted up Achiko, who was nearly comatose. We'll be out in a minute. Get the area ready, said Aki with a smile. Walking out the beach, he looked around and tried to focus his mind. Did that really happen? Misaki finally calmed down enough to answer him. Kid, you are either the unluckiest or luckiest person in the universe. He sat down on the sand and just watched the waves roll. I can't believe they actually decided to do this. Why is it so hard to believe? Have you seen us? We have a body most guys would kill for and a personality of gold. He raised an eyebrow with the obvious question. Hey, just because it's my body too doesn't mean I can't look. He sighed and laid back. The feeling of hot sand tingled against his skin. How the hell would a marriage work? Could we even marry Aki? She hummed. That's probably something you should look up. I have no idea what the polygamy laws are like. Sighing, he toggled presence of self and started to undress into his new trunks. Shiki, Come out and play. He had to turn her back into a tattoo after she tried to make a mad scramble for the ocean. Like it did before, she blinked into existence and looked at him with a glare. Mean. I said you can play now, just don't cause a massive tidal wave. She looked out at the ocean and back at him. He nodded and she smiled before shooting off like a bullet. I have a bad feeling about this. Misaki shrugged. Only one way to find out. Putting a foot back, he charged full cowl and jumped as far as he could. When he went beneath the cold waves, he looked around and saw some of the weirdest fish imaginable. One of them had a glowing ring of green around its head and was half the size of him. Using his connection to Shiki, he tried finding her. Swimming further down, he was able to appreciate the beauty of the untouched ocean and see the havoc his little Pixie was causing the fish. Every once in a while, a bigger fish would swim by and try to swallow her, but any time one of them would even get near her, they'd end up being thrown back. The throw was a wild, uncontrolled shove which sent any fish spiraling out of control. Izuku! He blinked and started to swim back toward the girls. He really hoped she didn't PSS off a huge fish. With full cowl still in effect, he swam to the surface and launched himself out of the water. Crouching into a roll, he coated himself in sand and received a mouthful of the stuff. Spitting out as much as he could, he looked up at the girls and started choking again. They're trying to kill me. I love this place. A ball of water appeared in front of him, which he took a swig of to rinse out his mouth. Looking up at the girls, he received a few notifications. Gamer's mind has blocked the following effect. Allure of Aphrodite. Gamer's mind has blocked the following effect. Allure of Aphrodite. Gamer's mind has blocked the following effect. Allure of Aphrodite. That honestly seemed fitting, because the heat would take over his body and instantly cool. This happened several times before Gamer's mind finally won out. Achiko, who had her hands over her face, was wearing a light blue strapless bikini with ruffles on the hem of both top and bottom. Her body was a silky white and fit. In no way though did it mess with her natural curves. Misaki hummed and added her own measurements. I'd say she's a decent C-cup right now, her hips are nice and full. 10-10 would grab. He didn't even scold her for it. He noticed that she was being held down to the ground by a grown Aki. When she caught him staring, she winked. Her skin was a little darker thanks to her dad, and from what he remembered of her, she had the same rectangular shape her mom had. She was wearing a flowery skirt with a string bikini top and her hair was pulled into 2 long pigtails. A cup, small tiny hips. A little lowly for me, but I can enjoy it. 10-10. Shino was almost as red as Achiko but was able to contain her embarrassment. She was wearing by far the most revealing thing he had ever seen on a woman in his presence, and it caused Gamer's mind to kick in again. Hot red triangles, covered in a soft lace, covered her BRSTS and were connected by literal string. Her bottom wasn't much better for his sanity, the barest of material that matched the top covered her privates. The string that connected the bottom hugged her hips and showed off more skin than any hero outfit he'd ever seen before. Speaking of skin, hers was soft and even tan across most of her body, besides where the new swimwear didn't cover like her older set. Easily D's and some nice thick hips on a body fit for a goddess. 12-10. You can stop staring now. Aki's joke broke him from the staring contest with their bodies and forced him to look at their faces. She looked at you, Raraka. If you don't cancel your quirk, I'm taking it. He heard the girl stutter, please just take it. Without any warning, Achiko fell less than a few cm and opened the gap between her fingers to see him looking at her. With an ip, she closed the gap and just stood there. Is there an umbrella anywhere? Aki smiled and grabbed Shino's hand, taking her over to a shed that was not far from the house. With their backs turned to him, Gamer's mind activated several times, fighting back his heightened emotions. Shino's string bottom met at a tied T-junction and went straight down her butt crack. He noticed movement from Aki's side and she lifted her skirt to give him a peek, which caused Gamer's mind to at least activate 8 times. She did whatever she did to their clothes during the date night to happen to her bikini bottom, and he got a perfect unobstructed view of her bare butt. He swore he heard Misaki smoke and pop for a few seconds before it felt like his mind was cleared. When he blinked, the bottom was back and covered by the skirt. Shaking his head, he grabbed Achiko's hand and led her to the edge of the water. You okay? Very faintly she said. I'm embarrassed. Shouldn't be, you look amazing. Can you put your hands down? She shook her head. I'll start kissing you if you don't. She froze in place and peeked an eye between her fingers. You have 3 seconds. 3. He took a step forward. 2. He took the final step behind her. Oh dash dot. Her hands shot down and she spun to push herself away. There. He smiled and offered his hand. She was still a bright red, but she took it and allowed him to walk her to the water. The cool liquid seemed to help ease her mind, but what really kicked her out of the stupor was Shiki. The little pixie popped out of the water and sent a ball of freezing cold water at both of them. He turned to the summon and used his gravity to send back a tidal wave that washed her away. Take that, you little gutter snipe. In his head, he heard her giggle. War. Oh no. Uraraka looked at him in confusion. What? Run. Taking her hand, he ran away from the water but was too late. The small little water pixie might as well be a master water mage with how fast she attacked back. 20 or so ball of water appeared and morphed into spears, which started releasing torrents of water at the both of them. From the immense pressure, they were thrown to the ground. When it finally ended, he looked at Shiki and narrowed his eyes. All right, you want a war, I'll give you a war. Quickly standing, he used his gravity to pick up water and create a shell of it around him. When he was happy with what he saw, he sent out strands of water to attack her and started pummeling her. The pixie wasn't going down without a fight though and started copying him, but with far more mastery. Uraraka. Rolling over, she watched the water fight between the small fairy and its master. The heat of the dual sun shone down on her and warmed her in the cool air. Hearing giggling behind her, she looked back and saw Mandalay carrying an umbrella. Her swimsuit was a style worn by both of them in the New York boutique. The fact that Mandalay only decided to wear it because both Aki and her practically fainted at the sight of her in it was slightly annoying. Aki looked cute beyond all belief too. He really doesn't know how to take it easy, does he? Aki giggled. He fights monsters for fun. She looked at Mandalay. How's the heart? The older woman nearly deflated trying to calm herself down. Do you have any idea how much pink he was letting off? She glared at Aki and then her. Neither of you are helping either. The young girl shrugged. Your own fault for wearing that. Oh, that's rich coming from you, Missy. Shino slapped Aki on butt. I know you did something when we were walking away. He let out such a huge amount of pink I almost fainted. The girl looked at her and smirked. Looking back at the water fight, which had devolved into a wave fight of increasing size, she asked them. So what's the plan? Stabbing the umbrella into the ground a little ways away from the massive wet patch, she sat down and opened it. I need to work on these tan lines. Have fun. Aki grabbed her hand. Wanna go swimming? I can make us breathe underwater. She looked at Izuku then Mandalay. Sure. She was amazingly calm right now, considering that she was about to go on a mini date with another girl. Being pulled up by her, she followed the girl out into the water and saw both of their hands glow with a rainbow energy. Come on. With that she followed Aki into the depths of an unknown ocean. Midoriya. He fought Shiki for quite a while and had only stopped because his mana hit the double digits. The small pixie accepted his defeat and dived back into the ocean. Looking back at the beach, he only saw Shino laying down on her stomach under an umbrella. From the distance between them, she looked practically naked. Go offer to put sunblock on her. Dredging his way up the beach and out of the water, he finally noticed the amount of damage Shiki and him had caused. Large swathes of sand were washed away and the small critters that lived in it were being carried out to sea. They'd have to fight further out in the sea if they got into another fight. Finally making it out of the water, he heated up a bit to dry off and walked over to sit next to Mandalay. Hey! He smiled. Hey! Have fun. Laughing a bit, he ran a finger down her arm. Misaki confirmed the transfer, which he thanked her for. I did, she's going to be a handful when she becomes stronger. Mandalay shivered under his touch, which did give him a slight bit of pleasure. That's her weak. He laid down next to her and held hands with her. She's practically a baby, that was just a fun water fight to her. She hummed. This is nice. Do you have sunscreen? Asked Misaki. He froze where he was and nearly had a heart attack when she turned to raise an eyebrow at him. The feeling of panic vanished when Gamer's mind kicked in. We dash. She smiled. I know, and yes I do. Wanna put it on? Again his perk had to save him, but he nodded. His throat felt a little dry. Sure. Handing him the bottle from her other side, she got comfortable and pulled the 2 strings to her bra apart. Closing his eyes, he forced himself to calm and willed Gamer's mind to activate. Opening them back up, he saw her look at him and smile. Don't be afraid to get on top. You won't hurt me. Jesus, she's good. He couldn't even deny that. The only thing he could do was dumbly nod and slowly straddle her lower back. The feeling of the woman below him was a completely new sensation and not something he wasn't expecting at all today. You okay? Why yeah. Putting some sunscreen on his hands, he slowly started to work it into her back. As he continued working, she actually started purring like a cat. Are you purring? He asked with a smile. He felt a huge amount of yellow. Embarrassment, he thought. He never did figure out all the different colors. Something I picked up by accident. Haven't done it in a while. Leaning forward at the insistence of Misaki, he whispered into her ear. I like it. He was flooded with the intoxicating feeling of pink and started working on her back again. As he finished, she was still purring when she asked, Mind going lower? I don't want to burn my legs or butt. By now the transfer had elapsed, so he agreed. Sure. Getting off her, he went to her side and started working the sunscreen into her skin. For the second time today, Misaki seemed to malfunction when he touched her butt cheek and started rubbing it in. Going down her leg, he felt her shiver and loosen up. When he was done, he repeated the same process to the other leg and received a notification for his efforts. New skill, Chirapsia LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Through trial and error, you have learned an ancient relaxation technique. Mastering this skill can cause the affected persons to bend to your will. Smack her butt? I want to see it wiggle. No. Come on. Mandalay interrupted their fight. You okay? Yeah, Misaki is being inappropriate. She hummed as she asked. What does she want? She wants me to spank you. Mandalay giggled. Go ahead. She wiggled her but a tiny bit. This caused Misaki to let out an ear-piercing screech that caused him to slightly wince. Well, he had no idea what he was doing. How much pressure did he put behind the hit? Who cares, just spank her. Swallowing the lump in his throat, he pulled a hand back and smacked her but lightly. Come on, lion, you can do better than that. Leave your handprint behind. Biting his lip, he pulled his hand back and smacked a lot harder and received an eep from the woman. You okay? She purred, better than okay. He saw her yawn. I'm tired now though, I'm gonna take a cat nap. He smiled. Sleep well. Standing, he walked to the edge of the water and looked out toward the water. Where did the other 2 go? He knew they went under the water in the middle of his fight, but they've been down there for a while. Uraraka. Are we lost? It felt so weird talking underwater. When they dived beneath the waves, a bubble of air wrapped around her head and after another spell from the girl, she was swimming like a hero with a water quirk. Aki smiled and pulled her further down until they reached a massive underwater arch. Going through it, she was greeted by an amazingly beautiful sight. Hundreds of corals that looked completely unnatural were gently swaying with the current. The area was filled with thousands of weird but colorful fish. She nodded and smiled. Squeezing the other girl's hand, she allowed the girl to pull her further into the reef. It's pretty. Even she could tell her voice was awestruck. Her new girlfriend thought, I used to come here by myself a lot when I got mad at mom or Say. She got pulled to a rocky outcropping that overlooked the whole reef. She's my sister. Achiko could tell it was a small sore spot, so she tried her best to make a joke. She doesn't like Izuku too, does she? Her plan worked. Aki giggled. She's pretty much immortal and refuses to like people like that. The girl cuddled into her arm and laid her head down on her shoulder. It felt weird to be on this end of the affection. Resting her own head on the girl, they just looked at the fish milling about and the coral swaying. Do you want to try and make out? The sudden question actually made her mind fizzle for a second. When it rebooted, her head snapped to the girl and she could feel her cheeks heat up. Do you want to? Aki shrugged. Only if you want to, it'd be nice to make a new memory here. She pursed her lips and started to clench her hand. Did she want to? So far she'd only given quick pecks to Shino and even Izuku only got a few kisses here and there. I don't mind being the training partner. A wave of calmness washed over her. Taking in a breath, she nodded. Let's do it. The younger girl started laughing as she straddled her lap. Relax, this is supposed to be fun, not a mission. Izuku, not having much to do, found a fishing pole in the shed where the umbrella was taken from and decided to try and gain a new skill. His first attempt ended in failure because of a particularly curious Pixie. When the line went taut, he started reeling it in and ended up pulling out Shiki. The Pixie was holding on to the fish hook and the small critter he used as bait was gone. Looking at her, he raised an eyebrow at her frown. Nasty. He smiled while Misaki started laughing. Don't eat what I put on this, okay? Go find some fish to terrorize. Letting go, she dropped back into the water and left him alone. Both second and third attempts ended in the fish getting away. It was on the fourth that he succeeded and earned the fishing skill. All it allowed him to do was pull large fish and lower the chance of breakage. Considering that he wasn't planning on becoming a master fisherman, he was content to just let it slowly level as he caught stuff. Letting the fish go, he recast and continued this for some time before Mandalay woke up and decided to sit next to him. How's it going? Hearing her voice was strange. It always sounded like she was straining herself to talk. But I got a new skill. She hummed and stared out at the water. Any idea what happened to the other two? He shook his head. I didn't bother trying to find them either though. If they were in trouble, Aki could just message me. That seemed to solidify an idea for the woman. What? How about we go make something to eat? Sure. Give me a second. The line was tugged on and he started reeling it in. He got maybe 10 meters before the line snapped and the rod whipped back, smacking him in the face. Shino started laughing, Misaki cussed, and he just rubbed the feeling of it off his skin. Not what I had in mind. Continuing to snicker, she grabbed his hand and started leading him back to the house. Put the pole away and meet me in the kitchen. Tito. Walking on the seafloor up to the beach, she led Achiko by the hand. Their make-out session was just that, but after gaining the skill from making out with Izuku, she practiced on body doubles she made of him. The skill had reached level 36 yesterday and the effects of it were fairly obvious. Achiko was sporting a stupid smile and was perfectly content. She couldn't wait to see if the skill would work on Izuku. Walking around a boulder, they saw the slope that led up to the beach. Her connection to water only barely saved her from smacking into said boulder. That Dmed Pixie was controlling the current and trying to send them out to sea. Pulling her girlfriend behind her back, she put her hands up and started counter-casting the Dmed thing. White whale strike. Like a massive whale surfacing and slamming its tail back into the water, a current of water smashed into the small creature. Shiki was sent flying backward, but didn't go too far, unfortunately. Seemingly copying her, the small thing copied her shout in its own language. The water didn't do anything for half a second, which made her think the casting failed, but the ambient magic was just building. She turned her head slightly so Achiko could hear her. Hold on tight. As if on cue, the water started to violently spin. Cascade of glacial melt. At her command, the water around them lifted into the air and after going up by at least 10 meters, froze into ice and fell right over the Pixie. The hit caused the vortex to end and for the Pixie to be swept out to sea. Quickly commanding the water to pull them out and to the beach, she spun in Achiko's grip and held onto the girl. The ocean obeyed her, but with her only commanding it to get them to the shore, they were sent flying by the tidal wave that picked them up. Rolling onto the sand, she let go of the other and quickly got to her feet. Deep freeze. The ocean in front of her turned to solid ice, no doubt killing anything caught in the attack, but she didn't care right now. When the Pixie didn't come back up for a while, she looked at Uraraka and noticed the girl was snickering. What? She smiled at her. Two things. First, you got into a water fight with something only barely bigger than my hand. 2. Izuku will like the view. She pointed at her and giggled again. Looking down, she noticed the DM and Pixie had washed away her bikini top out into the middle of the ocean. With a sigh, she snapped her fingers, creating a replacement with mana, and helped the girl up. Let's go find that boyfriend of ours and teach him a lesson. Turning to the beach, she didn't see anyone, but that didn't stop her. Sight of the hunter. The world went gray and several spots of color appeared in the forest. She saw the almost invisible life force of Hopper, who had wanted to go exploring, and not seeing either of them there, she looked up at the house. 2 bright lights of mana were in the kitchen. The next day, Izuku. He released Shiki back out into the ocean, but not until after he forced her to find Aki's top and to apologize for attacking them. She apologized with her head down and a sad-sounding noise, which his girlfriend accepted with a sigh. Now the only thing left for them to do was to find something to occupy them while they were around here. How about we go explore the ocean floor? I can show you all the reef and we can go even further than that. There's more to that place, asked Ochiko. Aki nodded with a smile. There's this huge underwater canyon that was dug out by some ancient fish and now it's used as some sort of hatchery. There's so many fish there that if you threaten them, they won't even run, they'll team up and fight ya. What's in the jungle? She shrugged. No clue. We've never explored it. At Shino's raised eyebrow, Aki sighed and explained. Mom had some sort of attachment to the ocean. She never explained why, just that she preferred exploring the seafloor versus the jungle. Shino yawned and stretched across his lap. How about we explore the jungle then? Izuku has told me about some of the creatures here. If you all want to, I don't really care. Misaki gave him an idea. Aki. Yeah. Is there a place to surf here? That seemed to make her remember something. Snapping her fingers, she made a portal to somewhere and jumped through. He looked down at Mandalay, signaling to get up, but she just smiled and snuggled into his lap. Sighing, he picked her up with his quirk and threw her into the portal. For his effort, he earned a few choice cuss words and a yelp of annoyance from the woman. He offered Ochiko his hand, which she took with a reddened face and led the other two through. When they landed, it was on another beach, but nothing like they had ever seen before. Mountains that went beyond the clouds, made a half circle across their backs and off in the distance. A massive floating rock was bobbing just above the waterline. When it hit, it created massive waves that crashed further down the beach. Hearing a whistle, they turned to see Aki at a small shed waving them over. Making it over, she answered the question that was on his mind. Behind the clouds over there. She pointed to the bobbing island that was indeed surrounded by clouds. There's a collection of floating islands with these weird goat-looking things. That island that's bobbing is one of 2 that does that. Where's the second? At Ochiko's question, they heard something that sounded like someone was dumping rocks. All of them looked out toward the island and saw another island appear just behind it and then watched it drop. When it hit, a massive wave built up and created a menacing-looking wave that pulled all of the water away from the beach. When it made landfall, he felt the ground shake from it. He saw Ochiko go white as a ghost and take a step back. No. Aki nodded. Fair enough, I think only Izuku and I could survive the landing anyway. That wave only happens once every hour. What causes it? He asked. Handing him a surfboard, she pulled out another for Mandalay, who had a crazed look on her face. The islands absorb some sort of magic from the water and fill up enough to float for a PRD of time and then fall when they run out. That one is different from the rest because it seems to drain its magic instantly. How high does it go? She shrugged. You ready? With a smile, he nodded. Ready. They spent the day learning to surf from Aki, and after a bit of coaxing, she was able to get Ochiko onto her board and ride along with her. He managed to gain the skill, which increased nearly everything to do with a surfboard, and leveled it enough to the point where Aki said he could try the mega wave with only 2 more chances before nightfall. His first attempt ended with him being slammed into the beach, but on his second he managed to stay on his board, but had no idea how to actually stop, so he had to wait for the wave to subside. When they got back to the beach house, he decided to go see how Shiki was doing with what little daylight was left. Shiki! It took a minute before the pixie showed back up and happily hopped into his hand. She started talking rapid fire in her language out loud but not through their link, which made the gibberish just that to him. Nonetheless, he smiled and asked her, "Did you have fun?" She nodded and was about to jump off again, but he stopped her. Food. That stopped her in her tracks and she made out like a speeding bullet toward the house. Laughing, he followed her in and was pleasantly surprised to find a cute scene of Achiko and Aki cooking together. "Do you mind helping me find the movies? I have no idea how this magic stuff works." With his newly leveled scent skill, if he was familiar with a person, he was able to track them via their unique scent. Not based on their hair products and stuff, but their pheromones and sweat. The first time it happened was with ectoplasm during their training. His clones didn't give off the unique smell at all and allowed him to not waste his complete attention on them. Following her scent, he found Shino in a side room next to the living room. Walking in, he saw her touching the walls like Aki and he had done, but having no luck. "It requires you to channel some mana into it." "How do I do that?" He didn't even know if she could. Filling his hand with mana, he tapped the strange rune scheme, causing it to open the drawer and show all the movies the Hales had stored here. "I don't know if a normal person can." She grumbled, "So I can't do anything without either of you two?" He smiled. "You can get naked and take a shower perfectly fine." Raising an eyebrow, she leaned forward and whispered to him, "Maybe later." She gave him a quick peck and turned back to the movies. "Which sounds good." Standing back up, with her cheeks dusted with pink, she peered over the movies. "Ever watch Say Sevenin?" He shook his head. "It's a little dark, but it's a pretty good movie." Finding the movie in question, he looked the case over and looked at her with an unimpressed stare. "It's also over 50 years old." Shino smiled. "Is a little age a problem?" Squinting his eyes, he literally swept her off her feet with a wave of gravity and held her bridal style. "Do I have to punish you?" She smiled after the shock of the maneuver passed. When she opened her mouth to say something, they heard Aki clearing her throat. "Food's nearly done. Find a movie?" He let her down and smiled at Aki, who looked like a mother. She did. "Then put it in and sit down, we'll eat on the couch." With her piece said, she walked out and back to the kitchen. He looked at Shino and both of them shared a small laugh. Hat was in the box? The scene continued and like a revelation hit her, Aki jumped from where she was laying. "I forgot the chest." Opening a portal, she jumped through and left the three of them there, confused as to what she meant. Pressing pause on the movie, he got up to get the four of them fresh drinks, but was stopped midway from Aki falling through the sky and landing in his arms. Not far behind her, a chest came through that he had to dodge. "What is it?" She slapped her hands onto his cheeks and smiled. "It's the box Dad was going to give to you. He forgot about it with everything that happened and then I kept forgetting because of stuff." Honestly? He had forgotten about that completely. "What's in it?" She shrugged, but gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Find out. Only you can open it." Setting her down, he turned the chest so the front was facing him and found a simple lock with no key slot. "Observe. Locked object. Please solve the puzzle." Tapping the window brought up a window that took most of his sight. Misaki and him started to instantly analyze the window and quickly figured out that it was a massive timeline of every single hero born in Japan. Swiping at the window revealed even more names and dates, which didn't help the situation. "Solve the puzzle." He looked at Aki, minimizing the window. "None of you could open this?" Aki sighed. "Trust me, we spent nearly a week trying to crack this thing, but we never figured out what was wrong with it." He sighed and looked at the girls. "Looks like I'm not sleeping tonight. We'll finish the movie and then I'll work on it." Shino groaned. "And tonight was my cuddle night." "Sorry, hun. I'll make it up to you." He walked over and sat back down between Achiko and Mandalay. With a pillow on Achiko's lap, Aki laid down across the three of them. He pressed play and they finished the last bit of the movie. They had just finished going through a quarter of the timeline and didn't find any irregularities. Misaki was getting impatient. "There has to be a simple way to solve this." She must have left a solution somewhere. Go through my memories and search for anything you can find, start at our earliest memories of her and go forward. She sighed, but did as he asked. In the meantime, he continued to look through the timeline. An hour went by before Misaki shoved a memory into the front of his memory. Izuku, your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to get into UA as the #1 student and to become able to wield my power in your own name. It was his first mission. He opened his mission window. It wasn't. The first mission he ever received was technically from Kat herself, the first of her line. He hummed as he looked at the timeline. Should I spell it out? Misaki shrugged. Sighing, he scrolled back to the start of the timeline and started finding the heroes with a middle initial. The middle names were all capitalized and stood out like a sore thumb. The Japanese didn't have middle names, officially, so all the heroes who did were foreigners. Tapping out the letters he found, he only found a single middle name with the letter Catherine Hale. He wondered what her middle name was as he tapped it. With a flash of green, the window disappeared and was replaced by a new much smaller box. Puzzle solved. With a click, the lock opened. He did it. He smiled for a second, but it faltered. She really believed in me, didn't she? Misaki nodded. Out of everyone in this world, she chose you. Calming himself down, he reached out and undid the lock. Nothing happened when he did that, which was a good sign. Here it goes. Flipping the latch, he lifted the top and got bombarded with notification windows. Holy shit! Closing all the windows, he picked up the first object. It was some sort of hourglass made of blue-tinged glass and framed in a ridiculously light white wood. The borders of the object were embossed in gold. Observe. Hourglass of found time single use. Item rank S. Use. When shattered, time will reverse by 1 hour. An item created by an ancient time wizard from the kingdom of %#. The wizard has put the following condition on this item. Condition. Only a being of pure good may use this item. Breaking this rule will result in a leap forward. Holy shit. This thing was like a do-over for any major catastrophe. He honestly couldn't believe he had this power at his fingertips now. Sure, it was only one use, but it was a freaking rewind button. Eager to see the other items, he gently placed the hourglass on the coffee table and pulled out another. A bottle that shook and rattled in his hand. Storm in a bottle single use. Item rank, C. This is a standard item used on the continent of $. Use. When shattered or uncorked, a hurricane-force storm will appear and ravage the area around the detonation point. Huh. Not too useful, but I'm sure we'll need it someday. The next item was a scroll of some sort. He tried using Observe on it, but nothing came up. With his curiosity building, he unrolled the heavy scroll and found coins. Observe. Coin of Arcing Fury single use. Item rank, D. Coins gifted by $, and enchanted by both the gifter and Catherine Hale. Used. When thrown, the coin will release their stored energy onto whatever is struck. Taking a coin from one of the slots, he inspected it with eyes versus the window. The coin wasn't worth anything, as stated on the thing. It read, no monetary value, and had the image of some sort of chibied mascot. It took a second, considering he hadn't been to one ever, but it was an arcade token. He almost flicked it into the air, but stopped himself when he realized that may be considered thrown. Not wanting to be hit by whatever energy was in the thing, he put it back and looked at the last few things in the chest. 3 books were stacked on one side. Skill book, Ritual Magic LVL, 1. Skill book, Batajutsu LVL, 1. Obviously Ritual Magic was the skill that Sei displayed for him, and he was more than happy to select yes, consuming the book. Batajutsu was the art of the sword draw. He had read quite a few ancient military books and even watched videos on current masters of the skill. Selecting yes on the prompt, it turned into particles and disappeared. The next book had a question on it and the answer was just the date of the day she died. When it unlocked, a smile slowly split his face. You have found a lost skill tree book. This book contains the skills associated with the lost class, Spartan. Do you wish to unlock this skill tree? Selecting yes, it dissolved and granted him a new skill. New skill. Bronze-plated skin LVL, From a young age, Spartan males were taught to take pride in the pain and strife they endured. Your skin now reflects this and reduces all incoming damage. The last master of this skill died during the fall of Sparta. Reduces all incoming damage by 1%. This skill is the first step in a skill tree. Reach level 10 to unlock the next skill. And that settled it. The next chance he got, he was going to the Shadow's Cape and leveling the hell out of this skill and the Berserker skill. With his mind made up, he was about to start putting all the items away, but he caught a glimpse of a paper that had got caught between the corners. Pulling it out, he was surprised to find a list of the items and where each was found. Hourglass, won in a bet against the wizard while on vacation. The condition was added before he gave it to me. Storm in a bottle, bought while on vacation, thought it was cool. Coins, met a woman while I was dimension hopping and became quick friends with her. Spent a week hanging out with her and we worked together on the coins. Maybe I should go back someday? Ritual book, already had the skill and got the book from a drop. Sword book, already developed my own style. Skill tree sexist book, wouldn't let me use it. Izuku. He hummed. Look at our hand. Focusing on the appendage, his eyes widened as his skin had turned a few shades darker than his normal skin tone. I wonder how dark we'll get when we max it? Sighing, he put the items away and looked out the window. It was almost morning time, and since he was awake, he decided to pop over to Earth and pick up breakfast. There was no way he was cooking by himself. The next day, apparently when he had gone to get breakfast for everyone, a massive wave swept across the house. The magic embedded into the place saved it and the occupants from a watery doom, but it did flood the land around it. What caused it? He asked. Aki shrugged as she flipped an egg. The food he had gone to get was destroyed when he opened a portal in the middle of the flood. Not even a mini-sun could save the soggy bread and salty eggs. Probably just a current. Mom and Dad did make it so the place could survive during the floods, so I assume it happens a lot. So what do we do for the last day then? We can't explore the jungle and I'm still sore from surfing yesterday. He did offer to heal her, as did Aki, but she said she was fine. Achiko yawned into shoulder and curled further into him. She had been woken up by the girls when they jumped out of bed at the sound of the wave crashing against the magic barrier. Why don't we explore the ocean then? He heard Mandalay's groan in his head. Luckily Akito came to her rescue. We probably shouldn't, we have no idea what state the ocean is in. Aki plated one serving of food. I personally don't feel like trying to fight the ocean currents. So what then? The youngest of them smiled. We can go to a zoo. Mandalay raised an eyebrow. A zoo? Yeah. Have you ever been to the Berlin Zoo or the one in the US? No. Aki finished plating the food and ran over to Mandalay, jumping onto her lap. A few silent seconds passed before Aki got back up with a smile. Zoo it is then. A quiet whisper reached his ear. What time is it on Earth? It had just reached noon when he went back. Looking down at Achiko, he answered her. Noon, why? She shrugged. Just wanted to know, spending days here has been off-putting. He smiled at her. Not any more weird than spending a week jumping dimensions and being gone for 6 months. Still mad about that. The sentiment was repeated by Aki. Achiko looked at him with confusion. What? I'll tell you while we eat. The rest of the day went pretty well. They locked up the house and went back to Earth through a portal that sent them to Omaha, Nebraska Dead Center in the middle of the USA. At first he was internally freaking out about the implications of teleporting so close to a major airfield in the US, but Aki said she had dual citizenship thanks to her mom. What that meant for him and the girls he had no idea, and luckily they didn't seem to notice his presence because they left a few hours later and got a hotel room in Tokyo. The attendant did give Shino a weird look when she requested just one room, but he just shrugged and handed her the keycard. Closing the door and locking it, he turned to see Aki dropping their bags on the ground. I think I'll head home for tonight. Giving the other two a hug, she walked over to him and wrapped her small arms around his neck, forcing him to lift her. She whispered into his ear. Try to have a bit of fun tonight. Both of them got a bit jealous when I told them about our makeout session. He gave her an annoyed sigh, which she smiled at, and dropped her into a portal back home. Turning back to the other two, he watched the both of them walk into the bathroom. We're taking a shower, you can go right after. K. Laying back on the bed, he closed his eyes and talked to Misaki while he waited. Are we really going to? Shino smirked at her. Nervous. She wasn't actually. She felt light, excited even. Absent-mindedly tapping her fingers together, she shook her head and smiled. I'm happy actually. Her older girlfriend gave her a raised eyebrow but shrugged with a small shake of her head. Well, let's get clean and we can go get ready. Nodding, she started undressing. Something is wrong with her. She thought this as Achiko undressed without a problem and walked into the bath area, waiting for her. Taking off her shirt and undoing her bra, she focused in on the girl's emotions. She normally hated doing this, but she practiced whenever she was close to Izuku. His normal emotions of calmness and slight lust when he was near her made him the perfect test dummy. Opening up her third eye, she allowed the many small emotions a person had to fill her eyes and mind. Lots of pink, love and lust, oranges, energy and potential. There was a lot of blue, and that would have confused her if she was still a student, but she knew blue not only meant calm and sadness, but also trust. There was also the color green, which for Achiko meant joy and not torment. It was looking through all the colors and separating them that she saw the weirdness. Her girlfriend had a huge amount of gray that was being washed out by the colors around it. If the girl was a psychopath, this wouldn't have concerned her. The problem was that she wasn't. Part of her training at UA was to sort through the emotions of killers and RPSTS. Those people had different shades of gray and lots of black. She figured that meant the emotions were being cancelled by the person's mind. Apparently that was the case though. Making a mental note to mention it to Izuku, she finished undressing and joined Achiko in the bathroom. Midoriya. When the girls finally finished and he went in to clean up, he was assaulted by so many notifications, it actually started to give him a headache. Thanking Misaki when she cleared the UI of all of them, he looked at the sole survivor of the wipe. Gamer's mind has blocked the following. Allure of Aphrodite. He wasn't even in front of a girl. He internally growled. He was seriously getting annoyed by this pop-up. Venting his annoyance through a sigh, he undressed and started to clean himself. Misaki? Can you message Aki and ask her if there's a way to hide from a goddess? She snorted. Sure, why not? A reply didn't come back before he finished, so he assumed she was talking with her father. Pulling a fresh clean shirt over his head and a fresh pair of underwear and shorts, he walked out of the bathroom. Gamer's mind has blocked the following effect. Allure of Aphrodite. A heat rushed through his entire body and was almost instantly evaporated by Gamer's mind. Misaki let out a whistle in his head as he blinked like an owl. Fade to black, too lazy to write smut. The next day. As soon as he made it home, his phone, which he left in his room, had gone off and told him it was time to welcome his classmates back. That task and other various things he needed to do, namely bringing Momo back, was a fairly quick set of chores. Racing his way over to the train station, he was greeted by Aizawa. Hope your vacation was fun, because tomorrow it's time to start working. He nodded with a smile. It was, I look forward to working with Class 1B. That reminds me. Aizawa reached into his back pocket and pulled out a folded packet, holding out to him. For you. Taking it, he nodded. Thank you. His teacher nodded and stood there as he read through the rough dossier on 1B. There's going to be some interesting ones in here. He could see it. He had met and talked with Shinso plenty of times during the meetups with the Class 1B reps. He was interested to see what Vlad had in store for his class. A small chime, the sound of a small bell, rang from Aizawa's phone. Midoriya. Folding the paper back up, he stuffed it into his pocket and snapped his fingers when Misaki gave the go-ahead. A second later, Momo came walking through, a small red wagon being pulled behind her. Izuku. Dropping the handle, she rushed him and pulled him into a giggly hug. Hey Momo. He hugged her back and let her go when she pulled away and bowed to Aizawa. The teacher gave her an angry hum and held out his hand, which caused the girl to blush. Going to her wagon, he watched as she went through the 40 or so notebooks in it. A second of searching later, she pulled out a folder an inch thick. She hesitated to hand it to Aizawa, but after his foot started tapping, she relented. Not waiting to hear what he had to say, she grabbed the wagon handle, pulled out her phone and waved it at him. He got the signal, "I'll message you." When she was out of sight, Aizawa sighed and tucked the folder under his arm. He raised an eyebrow. "What's in it?" 33 accident reports. His eyes widened and he quickly sent a text to the girl in question. The message was simple, 33. Pressing send, he looked up to see Ida's group. Waving with a smile, he, alongside with a bored Aizawa, greeted his classmates as they funneled in. Nearly an hour later, because of some sort of delay due to a villain attack, the last of his classmates showed up. The last person to hand in their paper was Hagakure. He couldn't be sure, but she seemed angry? Said more like it. He gave the girl a small smile, but received an angry huff of air as she walked away. Did she seem angry? Yes. No, I don't know why, and yes, you can go home. Prepare for your class tomorrow. Stay safe, and if you run into a villain, run toward your nearest hero, please. He sweat dropped as Aizawa walked away. Have a good night, sir. Said teacher waved behind him and walked out of the station. When the teacher disappeared, he opened a portal and went back home. His mom and Katsuki's mom went out to dinner to celebrate their last day freedom, which left him free to do what he wanted. You ready? He picked up his sword from the bedside and a shield that he had borrowed from Aki. We're doing the ravine, right? He smiled. We'll be repeating the Battle of Thermopylae without the dying part. Let's do this. Snapping his fingers, he opened a portal and dropped into the Shadow's Cape. The entrance to the ravine was at a comparatively small crack on the side of a massive cliff face. Letting himself in, he took a breath and did something he saw in movies. Smacking his blade against the shield, he psyched himself up. The entire run today was going to be nothing but sword and board unless he was in danger and at the boss. There was no way he was going to fight the Dmed worm with these things. Taking a step forward, he passed the threshold for the armies to start. When the first enemy crawled out of one of the holes, he held up his shield. He didn't have the shield skill yet, and needed to level it quickly if he was going to finish this. He had watched a video on the basics of using a shield during combat, and copying it was his source of practice so far. The weird shadowy creature didn't quite seem to be intelligent and just charged his shield. With a clang it bounced back, allowing him to take a gliding step forward and counter. After the first one died, he saw the small army making its way toward him. Stepping back and getting back into his starting position, he used his sword to mark the ground with line in the sand. The first wave hit and stopped at his shield. Let's do this. Skill level up. Shield Combat LVL, 10 to 11. From the humble wooden shield to the Roman scutum, generations of warriors and armies have used the shield for combat. The best users of the defensive weapon are able to withstand the impact of a charging horse. Damage, 5.5% of strength plus 7.5% of constitution and res. Shield threshold, base shield stat x 5.5%. Slashing damage, reduced to 0 if below shield threshold. Otherwise, reduce by 45.5%. Piercing damage, reduced to 0 if below 1/3 of shield threshold. Otherwise, reduce by 15.5%. Bludgeoning damage, reduced to 0 if below 1/5 of shield threshold. Otherwise, reduce by 5.5%. He'd managed to level the skill quite a bit and was happy with the way the skill worked. His borrowed shield was fairly decent, which allowed him to not have to worry about huge amounts of damage. Having to lug the thing around and hold it up for an hour straight had been considered worthy training and given him a few stat increases. Your training has netted you the following stat increases. Strength plus 4. Constitution plus 7. Resistance plus 5. It wasn't much, but they were gains, so who gave a crap? He'd also managed to level bronze-plated skin to level 8 after taking so many hits from the army that surrounded him. Casting the last of the healing spells on himself, he stood and holstered his weapons. He was starting to wonder if he could keep them on him in public. Misaki, add that to the list. She gave him a thumbs up and started listening to music again. She had gotten bored with how long it had taken them to fight and was keeping both of them entertained during the seemingly endless army. Walking over to the jeweled door of the boss room, He tapped the door and proceeded to pummel the worm with fireball after fireball. He sighed as the boss wailed with the last of its strength. We need to find new dungeons. The next day. Midoriya? He looked up and saw a floating set of clothes. Hey Hagakure, what's up? You're really tan. Did you spend the week at the beach? He sighed. Luckily, leveling bronze-plated skin didn't actually make him darker than when he initially gained the skill. Nope, my quirk acted up and changed my skin color. Does it look bad? She giggled. No, but I am curious now. About? She giggled some more and walked away. Did she just flirt with me? Misaki sighed, but luckily it seemed the invisible girl's mood shifted from the other day. Everyone in their seats. Mr. Aizawa walked through the door and stood at the podium, a stack of papers under his arm. Now that your internships are over, it's time to train. Midoriya, hand these out. Following orders, he took the stack of paper and gave everyone theirs. The only one without one was him. Now, there will be 2 versions of this schedule. One for boys and another for girls. Pushing a button on the remote in his hand, the 2 versions appeared on the board. On Monday, the boys will have physical enhancement, while the girls have aquatics. On Tuesday, the boys will have quirk improvement and the girls will have sparring practice. On Wednesday, the boys have aquatics and the girls have physical enhancement. On Thursday, the boys have sparring practice and the girls have quirk improvement. On Friday, both will have technique improvement. This will be in either a team or one-on-one training. You will find out on Friday. On Saturday, we will have team tactics with 1B. Any questions? He called on Achiko. Why are the boys and girls being separated? In 1 month 1B will be joining the same schedule as this. If we keep everyone in the same group, it will not only make it harder on the teachers, but you will get less personal instruction. Sato, what's team tactics going to be like? Aizawa seemed to have anticipated the question, because with another click the screen changed to show a list of all their names. This is a list of all the students in the Heroics first-year classes. If you can, I'd like you to take 1 student from Class A and Class B. The requirements for whatever pairing you make is that they must work well together and make a good team. The only exception is you can't use Midoriya. He saw several of his classmates start erasing a name on a paper. He inwardly snickered with Misaki. After giving them a second, he called on Aoyama. I believe the magnific Momo and Mr. Aways would provide a good set of options for both defense and offense. As for teamwork, Momo is able to get along with almost everyone and I've heard Aways is quite friendly. Aizawa nodded. Good now. He clicked the button again and a new screen appeared with the names of almost every single hero in the top 100, minus the top. Make a team of 4 that will work together. When no one immediately wrote anything down, he turned off the projector. That is what you will be learning in team tactics. During a crisis situation, you must be able to quickly work together with anyone on your team and be able to account for their weaknesses. Any more questions? When no one else raised their hand, he continued homeroom like normal. Do you think we'll meet another future wife in 1B? He verbally sighed and slumped into his chair. Mr. Vlad. He bowed to the teacher who bowed back, but only slightly. How are they? The teacher smiled, his teeth poking out slightly. Excited and scared shitless after the pep talk I gave them. What did you tell them? That they'd be pushed beyond their limits and probably go home each day wishing to die. He smiled and followed the man toward the waiting class. Who did you find to help train them? I called in a few favors and asked a couple of past students to come back and teach them. Not bad. Who'd you get? See for yourself. Following him into the gym, he sighed when he saw Mariko. The 3 others were Xless, Burnin, a sidekick of Endeavor, and someone he had never heard of or met before. Hearing the door close behind them, the 4 heroes stopped chatting and looked at him. Mariko's stare was of impassive boredom, while Burnin was smiling wickedly. Xless looked less than happy and the guy standing next to him was matching Mariko. Mr. Vlad pushed him forward slightly. He smiled as he bowed to the heroes. My name is Midoriya Izuku, hero name Izuku. It's nice to meet some of you for the first and another for the second time. Mariko smirked when he stood back up. How'd your vacation go? He tilted his head at the question for a second before he realized Aki must have told her. Pretty good, though my quirk did mess up somewhere and make me dark. Burnin stepped up to him, much closer than he expected. How's your flame? Misaki snorted and said something, which he repeated with a smile. You wish you knew. She smiled, took a step back and looked at Mariko. You're right, I like him. Mariko smiled. The next person up was the mystery man. He stuck out his hand, which immediately made him think of a foreigner. Name's Silver Ghost. Izuku shook the guy's hand and took in his appearance. The name certainly fit the outfit, a silver bodysuit with a ruined set of white clothes. You can call me Ghost. Nice to meet you, sir. Next person was Xless. The man seemed a little annoyed when they exchanged bows. Name's Xless. Nothing more was said. Mr. Vlad took charge of the group. I've already told the students who they'll be training with. He handed a paper to each of them. Each of us will be handling a set of 4 students. I leave it up to your discretion with what you want to teach them. Today I believe it will be better for introductions and evaluating them with your own eyes. His training team consisted of Aways, Komori, Pony and Rin. Misaki already gave them the nicknames Screwy, Mushy, Horny, and Scaly. He tried to get her to either change the names or drop them, but she refused. Aways was a unique one. His quirk slightly confused him on its capabilities, so he decided to steal a few levels of it and test. Quirk: subatomic merging. Utilizing their touch, the user is able to force atoms together. Higher levels allow the user to weld together greater quantities. Any ideas? She hummed. Could teach him how to fight with a shield. Watch. Closing his eyes, he focused on her. In his mind's eye, he saw a hastily made rendition of a fight. It wasn't a bad idea and no doubt would be an amazing thing to witness. He nodded. We'll try that then. We'll need to train his strength and constitution. Next was Komori. The girl seemed to be skittish at first, but she was just nervous around him. That didn't bother him at all though. What did bother him was when she used her quirk. His magic sense had gone crazy and actually made him think the school was being attacked before Misaki located the source. He'd have to see if she could cast spells. He had no idea how a normal magic user learned spells, but he'd ask Aki and give it his best shot. If she couldn't learn how to do it, he'd work on her dodging and see if she can learn new types of mushrooms. He had no idea if she could. Pony was ridiculously nice and spoke with the most American accent he had ever heard. To try and make what he was saying make sense to her, he decided to use English with her, which she thanked him for. She did request that he teach her the words in Japanese at a later time though. His plan for her was to train her in gymnastics and dual-wielding combat. The girl's quirk was pretty much a constant set of daggers that could support her weight and carry her wherever she wanted. During a fight, she could take a swing and sidestep into another attack all in the same fluid motion. He had asked Rin what his quirk was capable of, and after a small exhibition, he handed the guy a stick and asked if he could code it in scales. The test failed, but not without a little bit of success. He'd have to get Mei involved with creating support gear for them and see if he could get in contact with the guy who made Togata's batons and knuckle dusters. The guy pretty much had a full set of scale armor at his beck and call, but it had no offense capabilities. So his solution? Teach the guy how to use a longsword. Even if the sword infused with his DNA couldn't be covered in scales, it would still allow him to use the armor while attacking. Mr. Vlad called the class together after an hour and a half, telling them they'd actually get started tomorrow. Letting them go, and he asked to speak to all of the trainers. After each of them gave their plan for his students, they walked out to their normal duties. When it came down to him, he handed a paper to the homeroom teacher and explained his own plans. I can understand Aways, Pony and Rin, but is that all you're planning to teach Komori? He shook his head. There's something I need to figure out. I don't think her quirk is just mushrooms, so I have to develop a test for her. Vlad hummed and added his list to the pile. What do you think her quirk is? How did he explain this? I think she might have some semblance of control over plants or water. The teacher squinted his eyes at him. How do you figure that? He shrugged, doing his best to let the question slide. Just a feeling. I'll figure it out for tomorrow, and if not, I'll figure something out. Fine. I'll see you tomorrow. Making his way out, he walked to Power Loader's workshop. Knocking on the door and letting himself in, he was met by an extremely happy May. "What's up?" "I did some searching and found an old man who's selling his old workshop." "How?" She walked over to her laptop, which was surrounded by junk with various uses. "He was a friend of my uncle's. Come look." Following behind her, he looked at the pictures and was honestly happy with what he saw. A massive 2-story building that had an already established test field out the back. "Looks nice. How much and where?" "Saitama Prefecture, and he wants 20 million. He raised an eyebrow. "Just 20 million? She nodded, still smiling. "He's giving us all his old equipment too. He says there's some type of underground to the building and is asking us if we want to come see it before we buy. That's a lot of land and stuff for only 20 million yen. Are you sure this is legitimate?" She pet her head at him. "Yen? Did I not say dollars?" He closed his eyes and sighed. "Makes sense now. When are we going?" "I was going to ask you. I'm free whenever." "Tomorrow after 6, meet me at Gym Gamma. Get the set of coordinates from the man." He almost forgot why he came here in the first place. "May." "Yeah." She was typing his request to the guy. "Do you mind fulfilling a couple of orders for me?" "Why don't you make them?" "Because I don't have time." He stood back up and laid out a paper over her workbench. "They're pretty easy, all things considered. The only one that will be hard will be the sword. We need to get an order from the DNA guy." She tapped something on her laptop and walked over to the diagrams and hummed. Scratching her head, she nodded. "If you help, we can finish them before your training class tomorrow. For the sword, we'll have to make it then send it to him. I'll ask Power Loader for a request form when he shows up later." "Thanks, May. Anything else I can help you with?" She shook her head and started to make a list of supplies she'd need. "By the way, the books you'll need for the license exam are below Baby 12AR7. He looked where said experiment was sitting. "And yes, they're yours to keep." He smiled. Tapping each book, he selected yes and devoured each of them. Misaki sighed when the data entered his head. "Give me a week and I'll have all the data sorted." "Thanks, Misaki. We'll find a new dungeon later this week, okay?" She hummed. "Thanks, May. I'll see you at lunch tomorrow." She dismissed him with a wave and started drawing out her own blueprints. Closing the door behind him, he opened a portal to his room and sent a message to Aki. "I mind coming over to my room for a minute?" Her reply was almost instant. Sure, give me a second to finish up this homework." Walking through, he sat down at his cleared-off desk and started practicing his ritual magic until she showed up. His technique was poor and he was barely able to perform the beginner ritual that was planted in his head. Turning off the lights and closing the blinds, he lit a candle and placed it into the center of the circle. Placing both hands on either side of the candle, he channeled his mana until it reached the cap. With a flash of light, the mana dissipated and plunged him back into darkness. After waiting for a second, little lights started to appear all around him. Unfortunately, a corner of his room was still dark, meaning the ritual was only a partial success. A notification informed him that his skill did level but only a single time. Ritual Magic LVL 4. Ritual magic is a skill born from the shamans of old and by far the most versatile of all magic schools. Employing several different schools at once, ritual magic is capable of performing great feats. Efficiency: 4% reduces mana cost of rituals. Chance of failure: 46% complete, 96% partial. Max size level: beginner. Rituals known: flux. Letting the ritual run out on its own, he sat back and just looked at the floating ball of mana. Unlike natural fire, this light source was the same shape the entire time and didn't waver in the draft that went through his room from a portal. A swirl of magic appeared at his door and with his gravity, he swept Aki off her feet and brought him to his lap. She giggled as she landed and hugged him. "Did you miss me?" He smiled as he hugged her back. "Always." Kissing her forehead, he let her go and asked, "How does magic work for a normal person?" "Why do you care?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. "There's a girl in 1B that set off my magic sense and I was wondering if she can actually use magic." She made a no sound and snapped her fingers. The small inventory portal opened and she reached in. A normal person has to have something normal wizards call the spark. Pulling her hand out, she produced a small orb the size of his balled-up fist. Put a hand on it. Doing so, she grabbed his other hand. Repeat this setup and channel a bit of mana to her. He saw the rainbow energy of her mana course through their hands into him. A second later, he felt his own mana run through his other hand into the orb. The orb started glowing and then died off when Aki cut her mana. Just repeat that, you'll see if she can cast spells. Putting the orb on his desk, he asked her. And if she can? What's her quirk? Mushroom. She's able to sprout mushrooms from her body and can produce almost any mushroom she wants. She hummed. Sounds like she's a specialized plant mage. At his look of confusion, she explained. There's the 4 elements: fire, water, air, and earth. A step above that is light, dark, mind, and body. Above those are spirit, life, and death. What about plant? I was getting to that. Adjusting herself on his lap, she crossed her legs. Any of the schools of magic are able to be combined if the caster is talented enough or they are a natural at it. Water and earth normally make plant, but I've never read about mushroom spells, so I'd have to guess. Leaning forward, she placed her head on his chest and hummed. A second later, she sat straight. It'd probably be a combination of death or dark mixed with water and earth, but that's just a guess. I have no real idea. How do I figure it out? You'll have to figure out which type of spells she's able to cast. How would I teach someone a spell? She opened her mouth to answer, but closed it. A second of thought later, I have no idea. Teleporting off his lap, she opened another portal and grabbed his hand. Field trip time. Where are we going? To Nepal. He raised an eyebrow, but followed her through. After passing through the second portal, he saw an amazing sight. A monastery had been built around the very top of a mountain and seemed to defy the laws of gravity as it hung nearly 10 meters over the edge and with no support. What is it? She smiled and wiggled her way under his arm. It's the Napoleon School for Magic. She proceeded to say the name of the school in what he guessed was the Napoleon language, but he didn't understand a word of it. Telling her that he didn't speak the language, she shrugged. It's not important, the guy we're going to meet speaks Japanese. Who are we meeting? Instead of answering him, she led him through the portal to the front entrance of a school. Saying something to the guards at the gate, they were let through with a bow. Walking through the now open door, he was greeted to the sight of real mages. There was a girl standing in front of a bowl and speaking to it, but nothing happened. A small group of the students were playing soccer with a ball made of rock, and another group was playing badminton with what looked like a ball of fire. This way. She pulled him through the first right before they entered the pavilion and walked through the narrow alleyway. She continued until they stopped at a house that looked like a bomb had gone off in it. Knocking on the door, they waited for a minute after a call could be heard from within. The person who answered was a short, stout man and had a smile that was 100% genuine as far as he could tell. Hi, Mr. Guha. Little Hale. How have you been? Aki smiled. Good. I actually have a few questions for you, if you don't mind. The man held the door open for them. Not at all, come in. Entering the front door, he copied Aki. Slipping off his shoe, he put his hands together and did a small prayer at an altar they walked by. Following her, he sat down on a couch in the ransacked living room. Their host trailed behind them and sat in the chair opposite of them. How can I help the Hale family today? Aki pulled a small token out of her pocket. Using Observe on it confirmed it was a pure gold coin. I need to learn how to teach spells to a normal person. My usual method won't work for this student. She flicked the coin over to the man, who snatched it and shoved it into his shirt pocket. Normally students will have to learn the verbal, somatic, and material components of a spell before even attempting the spell. However, you may have the ability to skip this step. Aki tilted her head. How? Your quirk allows you to implant memories, does it not? She nodded. Then you may be able to translate your style of spell casting into nothing but a verbal and chi cost. Aki seemed to understand. And if it doesn't work? The man shrugged. They'd have to learn the old-fashioned way. Standing, he walked over to a pile of books and picked one out of the pile. Here's a beginner's book for elemental magic. Walking back over, he handed it to Aki, who passed it on to him. Was there anything else? She nodded. I need to find a way to trace a rune to its caster. The man squinted his eyes. Hosu, was it not? At her nod, he cussed and sighed. I'll see if we have an item that can be useful, but I can't guarantee anything. She shrugged. If you don't, feel free to keep the coin. The man smiled and bowed his head. As generous as ever, little Ms. For the first time, he looked at Izuku. Who's this one? He opened his mouth to answer but was stopped by Aki. Servant that I'm trying to teach magic to. The man nodded eagerly. A servant with magic is worth quite a pretty penny. Are you selling? She shook her head. Sorry, no. When she stood, he followed suit. May I? The man stood with a smile. You may. Come along. Following her, they put their shoes back on and slipped in through a portal at his front door. As soon as they were through the first, she closed it and sighed, slumping into his arms. What was that? She spoke into his stomach. Most mages of the world deal with slaves. They aren't treated poorly like slaves are in the normal world, but they're still slaves. My family and the ones in the US are the only ones who banned it in their territory. He decided to try and cheer her up with a joke. So no putting you in a collar? Looking straight up at him, she smirked and meowed. Only if you want. He laughed, which got her to start laughing. Maybe one day. They walked through the second portal and arrived back at his now completely dark room. How's the ritual magic coming along? Still at 4. I'm going to be heading to the Shadowscape later and trying to find a new dungeon. Try the 3rd level and follow the cliff wall south from the ravine until you hit the desert. From there, go southeast. You'll see a line of black obelisks. Follow that until you hit the small ruined building and go to the back of it. The entrance is the weird ankh on the altar. What type of dungeon is it? She hugged him. It's pretty much a haunted pyramid. The enemies there use actual weapons, so you should be able to level your sword skills there. The boss is always a spell-casting pharaoh dude. Our spell-casting is better, so you should be able to outpace him. Be careful of the ads that appear when he hits 75% and 50%. Letting him go, she jumped and kissed him on the cheek. See ya, hun. He kissed her forehead and waited for her to fall through the portal before putting the leather book on his desk along with the orb. Wanna go? Misaki shrugged. Better than looking at a ritual circle. Laughing, he grabbed his sword and shield. I'll let you fight the boss. That lit a fire under her. Chords are a go. The first enemy they faced was a zombie of some sort and was easily taken down with the strength he had on hand. The next couple of rooms all the way down to the 3rd floor were the same generic enemies. It wasn't until the mini-boss that he was able to fight a new enemy, and it was much stronger than the zombies. Trusting in his shield and skills, he flourished his sword and charged with a roar. The massive hulking monster of a man lifted up its massive blunted sword and batted him away like he was a ragdoll. All right, no taking hits. Getting back on his feet, he put the shield behind his back. Odin's blessing. He was still going to use just a sword to beat it, but he wasn't willing to die to defeat the thing. With his stats buffed, he made quick work of the slow hulking man. With a yell, he performed a mid-air spin and decapitated the monster. Congratulations, gamer. You have reached level 27. You have gained the following. 5 bonus stat points. XP to next level, 12,327 254,005. Skill level up. Bronze-plated skin LVL, 9 to 10 max. From a young age, Spartan males were taught to take pride in the pain and strife they endured. Your skin now reflects this and reduces all incoming damage. The last master of this skill died during the fall of Sparta. Reduces all incoming damage by 15%. New skill. Phalanx wall LV. Shoulder to shoulder, spears forward and souls strengthened. You've learned how to fight in a phalanx, but unlike other users of this skill, you are your own battalion. Fighting in this style provides various bonuses to offense and defense. Level 1 bonuses. All charging enemies that hit your shield deal 50% less damage. Frontal attacks from you are able double the speed, but deal 25% less damage. Reach level 5 to unlock the next skill. His head was filled with memories not of his own. Hundreds of men fighting shoulder to shoulder, taking the brunt of the enemy forces and standing firm. He saw men fall and instantly get replaced by others, who took the position with their hearts steeled. Opening his eyes, another notification appeared that set his nerves on edge. $$ has given you the following. Blessing of Ares. Fight my children, for tonight, we feast on their bread and sleep with their sisters. With a slightly shaky hand he tapped the notification. Blessing of Ares. Those blessed by the god of war gain the following during combat. Plus 5% Assur. Plus 5% Con. Plus 5% Dex. Plus 5% Agi. Plus 5% Res. Like, he didn't mind the bonuses, but why did he get it in the first place? Did this make him a follower? What was happening? Quickly making his way back to the entrance, he opened a portal to the beach house and asked Aki to come to him. A couple of minutes later she appeared with a smile. Miss me already? She must have seen that his normal calm demeanor was slightly shaken. Are you okay? Aki, I think the gods are watching me. She tilted her head. What do you mean? Miss Aki. Got it. Here. He held out a hand. Take the memory. Doing as he asked, she closed her eyes and reviewed it. When she opened her eyes, she didn't quite look at him and started muttering to herself. Aki, have you had anything else like this? Sitting down in the sand, he started to look over memories with Misaki. The only thing that came up was their first day at the beach together. Don't forget, when we saw our pussycat in her swimwear the first time. He nodded and explained what they found. Sitting down next to him, she put her head on her knees. More unintelligible muttering came stuttering from her mouth before it stopped and she shot up. We need to see Meth, she could probably tell us why. The goddess? Aki nodded. Only a god can understand a god. She held out a hand. Come on. After pulling him through a portal, he found himself in the middle of a large vineyard during the middle of the day. She's this way. Still pulling him along, she led him to a house. The house was picturesque and looked to be in top shape. A swing was installed on the front porch and vines grew along its walls and railings. When they approached the front door, they both felt and heard a thrum of energy. Stopping them in their tracks, they watched as a woman, who looked like a goddess, burst through the door with a shattered bottle in one hand. Pi Omicron Iota Omicron Eta Lambda Theta Iota Omicron Epsilon Pi Sigma Tau Rho Epsilon Psi Epsilon. Seeing them, she pointed the bottle at him. Pi Omicron Iota Omicron Theta Epsilon Upsilon Pi Eta Rho Epsilon Tau. He looked at Aki to clarify and noticed she wasn't moving at all. Aki. Gamma Epsilon Ot Alpha. He looked back up at the woman. Sorry, I don't understand. It felt weird to be on this side of the language barrier. In almost perfect Japanese, the woman asked. Who the F are you? What do you want? That helps. My friend here says you can help us. For the first time, she looked down at Aki and squinted her eyes. With his hearing, he heard her whisper under her breath. Tau Eta Nu Gamma Nu Omega Rho Zeta Omega? With a snap of her fingers, Aki was moving again and started talking instantly. Meth, do you remember me? My mom got into a drinking contest with you 3 years ago. The woman blinked a few times and shook her head. Come. Turning around, she waved them in. Aki pulled his arm slightly. Did you not feel that? He asked her. She raised an eyebrow, but didn't answer the question as they walked in. They found Meth at a bar she had set up in her living room. What do you want? Now that he was closer and not at glass point, he was able to take in her appearance. Perfectly flawless olive skin with dark curly hair done in some type of crown braid. Her outfit was a pair of skinny jeans and a white button-up. When she turned to look at them, he saw eyes filled with a power he'd never seen before. Ma'am. Started off Aki. I'd like you to take a look at my friend. Meth looked him up and down. If he kept his hair back and was shirtless, he'd make a good lay. Aki groaned while he raised an eyebrow. Not like that, ma'am. We need to figure out why the gods have an eye on him. Meth grabbed a new bottle of wine and drank straight from it. Why? Because we know Ares and Aphrodite have their eyes on him and his girlfriends. Taking a huge swig from the bottle. Lucky you. Meth please. With a sigh and another drink, the goddess called him over with her finger. Aki pushed him forward and shook him out of his awe. When he was next to her, she took a cup and filled it with wine. When it was brimming, she picked it up and threw its contents at him. Sighing, he went to try and clean his face off, but felt her grab his arms and keep them there. Nu Alpha Sigma Pi Rho Omicron. A seed? Letting him go, she let him clear his face and began to drink again. Your friend here is a new Godling. She burped and took another drink. You also have a tracker from Aphrodite on you. Can you take it off? Asked Aki. Meth laughed quickly before taking another drink. And PSS off Little Miss Pink? Omicron Keota. Aki sighed. Can you at least tell us what a Godling is? Taking another drink. He has the potential to become a new god, a new pantheon, the new ruler of man. But I don't want to rule anyone, he said. He dried the rest of the wine with his aura. She smiled. Then you'll be better than any of the sorry Mu Omicron Upsilon Nu on Olympus. Taking another big swig, anything else? Aki bit her lip. How does he become a god? Meth smiled. Sleep with a goddess. His cheeks went a bright red which got cut short by Gamer's mind. Unluckily for Aki, she didn't have it and went red as a cherry tomato up to her ears. The goddess let out a roaring laugh before taking another drink. Aki's shock morphed into annoyance. Real funny. Still giggling at her own joke, she put the bottle down and looked at him. You have to do something worthy of being a god. Be it kill another god or rise above all other humans and put them in awe of you. New mission. To make a god. You have been tasked with completing a godly deed. Do you accept? He blinked at the window. Looking over at Aki, who was staring at her feet in concentration, he almost nearly clicked yes, just to give himself some type of advantage when he had to fight the god who owned her. But surprisingly, Misaki stopped him. There's no going back if you accept. Do you want to do this? He paused. I'm the only person in the world who can defend her. She shrugged. That may be true, but you do have to remember, if you become a god there's no way to go back to a normal life. He smiled and pressed accept. When has my life ever been normal? To make a god. Rank, divine. The goddess Meth has explained the rite of passage to become a full-fledged god. Active. Complete a different mission of divine rank. Okay. Aki turned to him with a look of shock. Izuku, you can't, you'd be in charge of so much and responsible for so much if you did. He raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Meth answered for her. Your new pantheon would be responsible for the new afterlife and the incarnation of souls. As the king, you'd be responsible for making sure every single inch of your new world is working as intended. You'd also be responsible for all the people that fight your new dominance. You'd also be responsible for all the bad and good in the world. There's also the fact you live in an era of heroes, so more than likely, your pantheon will rise alongside an evil pantheon of gods. A new era of villainy like nothing ever seen before. Stain. Looking over at Aki, he asked her to explain. You know that perk I made you take? He nodded. I think only a godling can have that perk. As the realization hit him, Meth asked. You mean your field of influence? Aki nodded for him. My mom figured out about it and I tried her experiment on Izuku. The goddess snapped her fingers to get his attention. Show me. Nodding, he toggled the perk. She seemed slightly impressed. A new god of universes and a new god of heroes. You'd be popular in almost any pantheon. New god of universes? He asked. The old one died off long before the gods ever showed up. She hummed and put a hand to her chin. I don't think there's ever been a myth about him in human mythology. Shrugging, she picked up the bottle and raised it into the sky. To the great separator. With a chant, she downed half the bottle and set it back down. Aki sighed while he asked, What will happen when I become a god? She shrugged. Your mortal shell will be shed and your new body will be reborn as an immortal god. That's it? No. She took a drink. You'll also be above the necessities of daily life and have to watch your family and friends die around you. Under her breath, which smelled like a brewery, he heard her mutter, Eta lambda theta iota alpha. Mu alpha mu. How would you make another person immortal? Asked Aki. Sighing, the lady ran her hand through her hair and he actually felt her presence for the first time as it condensed in front him. Both of them watched as a purple haze started to circle around her and then fade into nothing. First, a purple man appeared in front of her. A mortal must have both earned and to be able to accept the process of becoming immortal. Second, monsters and other beings started appearing around the man. They must either complete a deed worthy of godhood, or they have to die and be taken in by a god. It happened to Leucothea and her son. After a second, she started laughing. It also happened to that beach of a wife that Dad married. Knowing he couldn't watch Shino or Achiko die, he asked her about the other way, which she just shrugged at. Psyche and Heracles are the only ones to achieve godhood that way. Hey! Aki crossed her arms. There's another way though. Plenty of gods have married mortals and made them immortal. Meth took another drink. Sure, that used to happen a lot. Minor deities would fall in love and marry a mortal, but that wasn't their strength doing it. Aki motioned for her to continue. There was a woman on Olympus who controlled the immortality of the gods. When us minors wanted to marry a mortal, we'd have to go to her and take a part of our immortality and give it to that person. The contract you sign stipulates that it will last as long as you remain married. Used to be. She nodded. When Tithonus died, Eos was depressed for like 20 eons, until she just snapped. Using her power, she killed poor Charalampos in cold blood, and ended that for everyone. Charalampos? She's not in any of the myths. The goddess snorted. Your myths may be partially true, but they're only bits and pieces of our lives. Charalampos was the daughter of Zeus and Hera. After she died, Zeus tried to kill Eos, but was stopped by and pleaded to by Apollo and several of the other gods. They said some bullshit about how it was their fault for not helping her sooner and pleaded to take part of the punishment for her. So for her crimes, all the gods that pleaded to him were sentenced to centuries of wandering earth as a mortal, and Eos was imprisoned in the dungeons. Aki sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose. FNG gods. The remark got a genuine laugh from Meth. I'll drink to that. She did just that. His girlfriend sighed. Let's get going. She turned to Meth. Can we come back if we have more questions? Meth shrugged. I'll probably threaten you again, but sure, on one condition. Both of them raised an eyebrow. When you start throwing parties, I want to be invited. Both of them walked out of her house to the sound of her laughter. Opening a portal for them, Aki grabbed his hand and they walked back into his room. He collapsed into bed the instant he was in front of it. He laid there for a second in silence and turned to look at Aki, who seemed nervous. What? She hesitated and bit her lip. He could smell the fear coming off her. I have something to confess. He rolled in his bed and patted the empty next to him. She took the offered space as he covered his eyes with an arm. We knew you were a godling before Siren went into a coma. He hummed in thought. We didn't want to tell you, mainly for your own sanity, and you didn't have the greatest control over your power. So before I even existed, mused Misaki, it seems like your whole life has been predetermined. Letting out the breath he was holding, he waved away the apology. It's okay, I should probably thank you honestly. If I had learned sooner, I would have freaked out, even with Gamer's mind. She laid down in the crook of his arm. I'm sorry so much has been dumped on you. Wrapping an arm around her, he sighed. It's okay. The only thing I really need to figure out right now is how to keep the three of you from dying. Mom too. There was no way in any universe he was going to spend eternity alone. What about the reverse worlds? Couldn't we just take them there? That was a good point. Shifting so he can look at Aki, he asked her. Sadly, she shook her head. Yes and no. It would work one, maybe two times, but their bodies can't handle the strain. They'll wither away into nothing if we do anything more than that. What about you? We share the same type of body. Gamer's body makes us immortal already. Then what's with the qualities to extend my life? Mom put it best. Gamer's body makes you ageless. but you will die eventually without a way to reverse the effects of time. So you, Sei and me are only immortal because Sei has access to Dimensional Traveler. It wasn't a question, but she nodded. Flipping back, he sighed and started willing his headache to go away. Well, I have to get back before Dad freaks out. She kissed his cheek and portaled away. Later that night. Okay, let's go over it again. Misaki whined. Can't we just kill something? We can, but we'll need to find one and actually kill it. He would honestly prefer having to do that versus find a side quest that's divine rank. The only one he knew of was Aki's mission, but there was no way in hell he'd survive as it was. Then train. You've been lazing about and taking it easy since we've been in school. He was irritated now. What do you call leveling everything I've been working on for the last few weeks? Beach training. Opening his mouth to argue, she cut him off. The only thing you've been working on is training your weapon skills. That's not who you are, you're a mage with the greatest potential in the world. Cat's note said to not become a one-trick pony. You aren't a one-trick pony. You're a jack of all trades, master of none. While that would be good in most scenarios, you're going to be fighting gods and divine beings. You need to stop pussyfooting around and dive headfirst into magic, learning everything you can. Sitting down on a rock looking over the dark landscape around him, he sighed and asked her, "What do you suggest?" "I suggest trying to max out your current spells and gain the spellcrafting perk to start working on your own." Sighing, he stood up and snapped his fingers, opening a portal. "Fine, let's get started." He messaged the girls while he was getting dressed for a night in the Shadowscape. Aki says she's going to try and convince her dad to let her train with you. Tell her to let me know. Oh, I wish I could help you. It's fine, I'll tell you more when I see you, okay? Oh, okay. Switching to Mandalay. Rolled his eyes at her message. That's fine. It's not like I see you every week either way. The message was followed by an eye roll emoji. I'll visit this coming weekend. All he got back was a cheering emoji. Strapping his armor and weapons in place, he took a steady breath. Ready? She nodded and calculated what he was thinking. You're good to go. I suggest casting Sylph's Blessing before we go through though. Following her advice, he snapped his fingers and opened a portal. Taking a step through, he immediately began falling as the portal led to open air above a giant black cavern. They had found this place by sheer luck a couple of weeks ago, and it was exactly what he needed to train and not back out. Angling himself into a swan dive, he began to build up fire and gravity as he fell. Falling into the black, he exited out the other side and into the second floor. The multi-biomed floor was, according to Aki, the most diverse in terms of dungeons. He had fought fish people, giant bugs, and plenty of shadow monsters. Continuing to build fire and gravity, he careened through the sky and fell into the second layer of black separating the floors. Clearing the layer, he was again in a free fall heading toward the next floor. The third floor of the Shadowscape was nothing but desert and rock. Plenty of dungeons could be found here, but most of them were desert-themed. He opened the notification. Your body is currently under an extreme amount of stress. That was new. Maybe me casting momentum bomb on us wasn't a good idea. He mentally sighed and prepared himself. Entering the next layer of black, he emptied out into a gray sky. With a tad bit of confusion, he took in his surroundings. Massive buildings that would put the Burj Khalifa to shame stood proudly in the cityscape. Besides the size of the buildings and how far the city stretched out, it looked like a completely normal city. There weren't any billboards or bright colors, which was kind of weird for a city this size. Then time froze around him. Nothing in the city moved, nor did he. Just a perfect freeze frame of the world. You are about to enter a dungeon. Fallen World, Apocalypse of Shadow. Note: this dungeon may take a significant amount of time. Do you wish to enter? His eyes widened at the notification, but he selected yes. He was here to train. When time resumed, it was like hundreds of bombs went off at once. Every single glass pane in a 100 kilometers radius exploded outward and unleashed millions of black monsters that began to flood the side of buildings and streets below. What made it even worse was the fact that at least 1,000,000 of the black shadows unfurled their wings and took to the skies after him. Misaki, Starfall. For the first time in a long time, he felt her excitement start buzzing. On it. It wasn't noticeable at first, but when it really started to pick up steam, he could literally see the wind. Starfall was a move designed by May when she got bored one day. He only knew it worked in theory because he got bored and tried it out one day after school. The longer he managed to hold on to the channel, the more explosive the end result would be. Misaki began by channeling the gravity into a spiral behind him, feeding the fire wicking off his body. The first winged shadows to get near him were pulled into the fiery vortex and died with shrill screeches. Get ready to throw. She gave him a thumbs up, not willing to talk, lest it break her concentration. Obviously, he couldn't just slam into the ground going Mach 5. May had figured out he could just throw the energy forward, controlling it like a robot. The main problem was, the more he built up, the harder it was to turn. So it was almost useless against an enemy that could move quickly. Less than a few hundred meters from a building covered in a layer of shadow monsters, he threw all the energy forward, along with a single punch. He felt his arm break, the bone turning to near dust as the spell, his quirk, and One for All pushed every ounce of energy forward. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see the destruction that it caused because of the blowback. His vision was filled by fire and debris, his ears rang like a bell, and his skin felt like he was thrown into a fire. We're blinded and deaf currently. I've recast Sylph's blessing. It seemed to be an afterthought when she added. We also got a few pings. Thanking her, he cast emergency aid, and rolled to the side as something tried to get him. He only managed to see it because of blindsight. Little by little, as his vision came back, he began to fight back, casting spells at full force. His hearing came back on its own, and he sort of wished it didn't. Millions of voices gave off a shrill wail that threatened to burst his eardrums. Odin's Rage. The spell turned the shadows into dust. Having a second of reprieve, he started the spell to heal his arm and pointed his one good arm toward the top of a building. Solar Crust. Kicking off an air step, he followed the liquid flame toward the rooftop and rolled into it, creating a safe spot for himself. Hard Light Shelter. The light around him, sapped from both the sky and flame, hardened and molded into a solid shell around him. Nice, good timing too. How so? HP hit low yellow. That wasn't good. As soon as the realization hit him, the shelter was slammed into by a shadow creature, which skewered itself on one of the long spikes he created. Keep funneling mana into the shell, I'm going to meditate so we can heal. Yep. Sitting down, he crossed his legs and began to meditate. Yue High School the next day. You look like sheet, said Kirishima. He said something, but with his face trying to become one with a desk, it came out as a mumble. What? Lifting his head up, he looked at the spiky red head. Headache. My pool is low. Want a drink? Shaking his head, he leaned against his arm. I'll be fine, just need a few minutes. Kirishima smiled. No problem, see you later. With that, he walked off, leaving him to try and fight off the headache that was Misaki. Hey, I heard that. I'm just asking if we're going back. We will. Can I have a break from non-stop fighting? She threw up her hands. Fine. Hey Izuku. He opened his eyes to Achiko and Tsuyu looking at him. Hey you two. What's up? Achiko smiled. I wanted to know if you wanted to eat with us? Sure. Standing up, he followed them, holding hands with Achiko. Midoriya? Tsuyu stopped them before they could continue through the door. Turning to her. Yeah. Clothes don't fit anymore. He raised an eyebrow and looked down. They did feel a bit tight, but most of his clothes were a bit on the tight side. Achiko looked him up and down, tilting her head. She's right, did you gain muscle overnight? I shouldn't have. Your shirt is tad too short and it looks like if you were to flex your shirt would burst. Tsuyu said something but being completely distracted, he didn't quite pick up on it. What was that? Tsuyu went red in the face. Nothing, Ribbit. Tsuyu, don't flirt with him. Sorry. She sighed and put her head down. Achiko let out a growl of air, finishing with a sigh. Izuku, Go find a new pair of clothes. Letting out his own sigh of resignation, yes ma'am. Snapping his fingers, he walked through a portal to the nearby shopping district. Okay, what happened? How should I know? Did you hide a notification? There wasn't an answer, Misaki? What was it? Her answer was vague and short. We unlocked a new quality. He nodded. Okay, that doesn't explain what's happening to my body. She didn't answer him. Just tell me. It was also a perk. What? The thing we unlocked required a perk point and quality point. The hell did we unlock? Instead of answering him, she opened the perk menu, showing him. Army of 1. Against the odds, back against the wall, and outnumbered 100 to 1, you bring armies to their knees. When the following conditions are met, gain the following. Conditions. No ally with 10 kilometers. At least 100 enemies within a 50-meter radius. Benefits. All stat gains are improved by 25%. Max HP, mana, and stamina raised by 25%. Boost damage by 20%. Wow. I thought it would help, sorry. No, it's fine. Just let me know in the future. That begs the question, what were his stats at? Reading his mind, Misaki opened the window. New stat page is below. I haven't done one in a while and he has quite a bit of stuff now. Let me know if you want me to update it every chapter. Closing the window, he walked through the open door of the uniform store and started shopping. It took a few minutes, and he needed assistance from the store employee, but he managed to find a uniform that fit. Teleporting back to the school, near the lunchroom, he sat down between Kendo and Achiko. Good. Achiko smiled, wrapping her arm with his. She purred. Mandalay. She smiled as she tilted her head. What? There's no way she didn't notice. Nothing. She shrugged and started to eat again. Momo, who had apparently finished eating, turned to him, handing him a notebook. So, Mr. President, any ideas? Taking it, he raised an eyebrow at the title, Illogical Proposals. The first page was completely filled with random ideas. Most were crossed out, but all of them were written by 2 different people. Who helped you with this? A lady I met on island. She clapped her hands together. That reminds me. She looked at the girls who sat around them, all of whom were looking at her. After finals, does everyone want to go on a vacation before training camp? The girls immediately started asking questions, but got shushed by the de facto leader. I'll tell you all later, I was just wondering if everyone was interested. Once they got quiet, she looked at him. It's not like I have to book a plane to fly all of us there. He gave her a deadpan stare and turned back to the book. Oh, I got an idea. What? Let me take control for a second. Mentally shrugging, he retreated into his mind and let her write what she wanted. Don't look. Rolling his eyes, he turned off his sight and waited, keeping the ball of anger from bubbling. He could only do this when they weren't fighting and she didn't use any ability. The instant she did, the small ball that was her anger exploded and fought against his control. Done. She switched them and he looked at the page, a grin coming onto his lips. He closed the book and handed it back to Momo. The bell rang before she could look at it, and not willing to be near her to be yelled at, he quickly exited with Achiko. The rest of the day until training with Class 1B was relatively peaceful, excluding being tasked by Momo for what Misaki wrote. Ritka database. They only knew about her obsession because Misaki reviewed the memory of wiping the USJ from her mind. Momo had a massive collection of suggestive novels on display in her room. During the last PRD of the school day, he was allowed to go to Power Loader's workshop, who was waiting for him outside his office. Hey kid, grab a bucket of alloy and we'll get started. I didn't know you were helping. He reached into the doorway and grabbed said bucket. The teacher shrugged. I don't have much to do. Leaning forward, he whispered. And if you think I'm crazy enough to leave her alone with my smithy, you're as nuts as her. He smiled and called out to May, who just finished gathering the schematics. May, everything ready for this afternoon? She nodded, rolling up the last piece of paper. I've already called him and he's expecting us. She walked past him, following Power Loader into the smithy. How about the first payment? He set the bucket next to the crucible. Yeah, I got it. We'll have to pick up the check at the bank before we meet up with him. Agreeing, she rolled out the paper. Now, I was thinking we should go for a Pixie sword. Power Loader hummed, hand on his chin. Not a bad choice. Can be two-handed or single-handed. Allows the kid to block with his off-arm. He agreed on the sword. And the shield? That's a little more tricky. Your request is a bit hard to bring into fruition on my own, so I had to go to Yaoyorozu for the weird compounds we needed. I'll compensate her next time I see her. Let's get started then. After giving Rin the sword, he showed him some simple katas to follow and repeated the process with the other two. Komori, do you mind following me to the waiting room? The girl got really nervous. You are sure? He mentally sighed as he started walking. Am I that scary looking? Misaki snickered. Maybe she likes you. Sighing again, he opened the door and held it open for her. Taking a seat, she started to fidget with the edge of the seat. Sitting across from her, he opened a portal and pulled out the orb Aki gave him yesterday. Letting the portal close, he held out the orb. Put your hand on this, please. She did as asked and shakily set her hand down on the top of the orb. And now what? He held his other hand. Take my hand and we'll perform a test. It took a minute, but she finally gave in. And gently placed her hand in his. Now. He smiled. Watch. Taking a breath, he started channeling his mana into her hand and kept the flow going. A second later, the orb lit up and made the girl smile for once. It's pretty. It is, but it also means you can use magic. The girl's smile faded and was replaced by a frown. Magic? He nodded and pulled his hands away. In the world, there are a handful of people who can use magic. For example, he held up his free hand and cast. Mana dagger. In his hand, a dagger of glowing multicolored energy appeared. Cool. Smiling, he handed the dagger to her. From this point on, I'll teach you all the magic I can. If you manage to be a quick learner, I'll let you meet the person who taught me. Sound good? She picked up the dagger and looked into the glowing energy. Taking the tip, she poked her finger and held up to him. Good. He raised an eyebrow. Why'd you do that? She looked bewildered. Is that not how it's done? He started laughing alongside Misaki, much to the embarrassment of the girl. When he finally settled down, he took the dagger from her and pricked his own finger. Sure. The girl slowly smiled as he tapped their fingertips together. What's first? While they were still touching, he cast Medic's respite on her and pulled his hand back. Now I need to figure out if I can easily teach you spells. Standing up, he rounded the table and placed a hand on her head. Misaki. On it. It took a second, but she pulled up the new spell Aki had taught him. Memory transfer. The window popped up and was immediately filled with the spell he was trying to give her. Tapping accept, he waited for the timer to expire and watched her slump onto the table. With a sigh, he picked her up and laid her down on the cushioned bench. It wasn't comfortable by any means, but it was better than the chair. Reopening the inventory portal, he found a piece of paper and a pencil. Writing on it, he put the paper in her hand and walked out back to the gym. When he got back to his students, Rin stopped his practice and asked, What happened to Komori? She fell asleep after I finished the test. She'll join us when she wakes up. He clapped his hands. Now, who needs help? 3 hands raised. Amazing! An hour later, a very disheveled Komori walked out into the gym, a wacky grin on her face. He smiled and waved her over. Think you can cast it? She nodded quickly. I tried in the locker room. It feels like it's just a part of me. Stomping his foot, he shouted and activated a rune scheme he had drawn. Target practice. At his call, a block of earth rose from the ground. He pointed to it and looked at the new mage. Hit it. Still smiling, she held her hands up and shouted. Water slice. The mana built into her hands and blasted out, sending the girl flying backward, but the spell worked. An arc of water went flying out of her hand and cut a deep gouge into the rock. He smiled and held out a hand. You're going to be working on that until you can either cut completely through the rock or you don't get launched backward anymore, got it? She smiled and took his hand. Yes, sir. As soon as she was up, her friends from 1B stopped practicing and started crowding around her. Vlad didn't seem to care and walked over with a smile. I assume it worked? He matched the smile. It did indeed. He slowly swung his sword into her right guard, which she blocked and went into the next step. Utilizing the guard of the dagger, she kept his sword down and lunged forward. The horn stabbed into his gut, but didn't leave any mark. His defense was high enough that the slow pierce did almost nothing. Good. Think you can go faster? Same rotation. Pony nodded and got back into her starting stance. Repeating the process, he doubled the speed and watched her repeat the same counter and jab. This went on until the speed was to a normal fight and they switched to the left guard. She was a little wobbly, but after a few tries, she was just as fast as the right guard. Good. Now let's practice the middle guard. He walked her through the steps with his own daggers and after she understood, he switched back to his sword. Ready? Yeah. At her word, he proceeded to slowly swing his sword in the crush position. Using her horns, she caught the sword in the guard of both improvised daggers and pushed the blade away with one and lunged forward with the other. Resetting, they started again with a bit more speed. After getting decently quick at the middle guard, he smiled. Head over to a ways. Send Rin over, okay? She smiled and nodded. Sure thing, boss. Walking over, she waited until Rin reset and called his name. A minute later, the guy walked over and smiled. You are a weird one. Sticking up his chin and lifting his sword, he smirked. You've insulted my honor, prepare thyself, heathen. Having already instructed Rin, he didn't need to walk the guy through the stances and immediately attacked. This small bout lasted for 5 minutes before Rin got tired and called the fight. Breathing heavily, he sat on the ground and dropped the sword with a thump. I'm done. He smiled. No, you're not. Crouching down, he cast healing spells and stood up to wait for them to finish. Testing his newly invigorated muscles, Rin stood back up and picked up his sword. I hate you. Izuku laughed. Join the club. Repeating this process 3 more times, he walked Rin over to the other 2. Casting healing spells on the 3 of them, he congratulated them on a job well done and told them they were done for today. Tomorrow he'd work with all 3 of them again on simple rotations and spare against aways. As they walked off, he turned to his new apprentice and smiled. She was still going strong, but she kept getting thrown off her feet. Vlad had pulled out a mat for her so she wasn't constantly falling on her butt. How's it going? Komori cast another spell, falling backward and laid there another second, out of breath. Tired, my head hurts and my legs feel wobbly. It's because the mana in your body is limited. Using his gravity, he lifted her up and carried her bridal style. I'll take you to the locker room. Thanks. The small part of her face he could see went ruby red. You trying to grow your harem? Nope. Walking to the girls' locker room, he knocked on the door with his foot and waited for someone to answer. The girl to answer was Yui, the quietest person in the class. Mind helping her? Yui nodded and took the girl from his arm. Walking back to the gym, walked over to the mat and started rolling it up. As he hefted it over his shoulder, his phone went off. Oh, you busy tonight? I was gonna go train after a meeting. Why? Oh, massage. Smirking, he put the mat away and waved goodbye to Mariko and Vlad, who were talking. Both of them gave him a nod and continued to talk as he walked out of the gym. Mei was waiting for him at the front of school, her outfit covered in a layer of grease. Don't you know what a shower is? He asked with a smile as he texted Ochiko. I'll pick you up after I get done. Do you know when to shut up? He looked up with a smile. Let's get going. Snapping his fingers, he opened a portal in front of his bank and waited for Mei to walk through. She whistled when she saw the building. How much money do you have exactly? I'm not actually sure. Not after he lent the girls his card. Guess. Running a hand through his hair, he gave her his best guess. Maybe 26 million? I have more gold to sell, but I'm trying to not flood the market. He saw the gears turning in her head. Izuku. No, I'm already paying for a building. You don't even know what I'm going to say. I'm not funding your dream robot project. She glared at him and brushed past him in a huff. Let's get this done with. Following her through, the man behind the front desk quickly got up from his chair, his eyes wide. Mr. Midoriya. He finished it with a bow. Bowing back, he greeted the man. Mr. Sano. Your accountant is waiting for you. I can lead you there if you'd like. He smiled and waved the man off. I'll be fine, thank you though. May gave him a confused look, but dropped it when he mouthed, later. Very well then, sir. If you need anything, I'll be ready to answer. Smiling and giving the man a nod, he walked over the elevator with May and rode it up to the 17th floor. Explain. I have a bit of a reputation here. Good or bad? Shrugging, a bit of both? Explain. I gave a few people a couple $1,000 the first few times I visited. I think 1 or 2 quid afterward. So that guy was expecting some money? He shrugged. I give him 1,000 every time I visit. His son is sick and the money helps him. May sighed. Heroes. The elevator dinged and opened on the 13th floor. A woman with rich red hair froze when she saw him in the elevator. She didn't move until May snapped her fingers. You okay? Izuku, you broke her. Giving her a deadpan glare, he turned back to the woman with a smile. Heading up. She gave a stiff nod and knelt down to pick up her papers, getting onto the elevator. The ride up the 4 floors was deathly quiet. The only reason he heard her speak was because of how quiet it was. My Peters' name. Smiling, he stuck a hand out. Nice to meet you, Ms. Peters. She went red in the face, probably realizing what she said, and took his hand shakily. If you don't mind me asking, where are you from? Belgium. What branch are Japan? Her eyes widened, but she easily switched to Dutch. Ik ben overgeplaatst vanuit het Nederlandse filial. Nodding, he discreetly grabbed a decent chunk of gold and handed it to her, much to her confusion as to what it was. Geniet van Japan. With that, the elevator dinged and May groaned as they got off, leaving the lady in a stupor as the elevator closed. You're ridiculous. He shrugged. What the hell else am I supposed to do with my money? You could make a small $1 million donation to the Hatsum Project Fund? Raising an eyebrow, he asked. Am I not paying for a whole workshop on my own? Mr. Midoriya. Both of them looked down the hall at a well-suited man approaching them. Mr. Takei. How are you doing today? Mr. Takei bowed as they approached. Quite all right. Bringing his attention to May, he bowed with a smile. Mr. Takei, ma'am. Hatsum May, I'm his friend. Any friend of Mr. Midoriya is welcome here. Turning back to him, Takei's smile was still present. If you follow me into my office, we can finish the last bit of paperwork. Nodding, they followed the man, May trailing behind, looking at all the officer workers staring at him. They look like they'll riot, she whispered. I'll deal with it in a second. Misaki snorted. How much this time? Probably just 250. Taking the offered chair, he filled out the paperwork and was handed a briefcase that contained the check and a stack of paperwork for the workshop owner to sign. Will there be anything else? Just one more thing. You remember what I did last time? He saw the man's eye twitch slightly. Yes. Do it again, but for 250,000 yen this time. With barely contained annoyance, the man nodded. Yes, sir. Making their way out of the bank, he handed Sano a chunk of gold discreetly and walked out the front door, briefcase in hand. What's the latitude and longitude? Pulling out a piece of paper, she handed it over to him. Where a go? Snapping his fingers, he opened a portal with the coordinates given and they started the tour. The owner, an old wrinkled man named Hayashi, opened the next door. We used to use this room as chemical testing. Forgive the mess, I had a couple of kids break in and blow up the room. That was an apt description, if not slightly understated. The massive room was covered in debris that went up to his knee. He was assuming the room was filled with tables and hundreds of vials of glass, but with the destruction covering the whole room, it was nearly impossible to tell. Do break-ins happen often? Hayashi shook his head. It hasn't started until recently. I've been losing control of my quirk and unable to keep the guards up. What's your quirk? The old man smiled. Electric lock. As long as something is able to have electricity run through it, I can keep it from opening. At least I used to be able to. I've been losing my grip on it lately. May spoke up. So all the doors have electric support? Correct. If you follow me, I can lead you to the underground lab. Now, the lab is a tad empty, considering most of the researchers took their equipment with them, but all of my wife and I's equipment is still here along with 3 other researchers. If you don't mind me asking, why did this facility close? Asked May. After a sigh. There was an accident with an experiment and several researchers perished. The remaining scientists decided to leave, and we weren't able to hire anyone else. All too scared of there possibly being ghosts here. May made a sound of disgust. What type of scientist believes in ghosts? Stamping his cane against the cement ground, the old man breathed out through his nose. Especially in this day and age. There's 2 of them. He smiled as he followed. The trek down the stairs was rather short, but he grew immensely confused when the stairs didn't end and they got off the first floor they came to. How many floors are down here? Including this and the floor above? 9. Hayashi tapped his cane against a door and opened it. This and the floor below are the safe floors. The more you go down, the better the reinforcement and security. With a sigh, he added, Floors 9 and 8 are currently unusable as the structural integrity is being held together with braces and supports. Mind if I take a look? He asked. The old man shrugged. I would suggest hiring a contractor, but go for it. Nodding, he continued walking down the stairs until he hit a barrier, which was just some caution tape. I wonder what happened. Lifting up the tape, he took a step forward, and the world froze. You are about to enter an incomplete dungeon. Do you wish to claim this dungeon as your own? Confused beyond all belief, he tapped yes and the world unfroze. Before his eyes, the seemingly normal stairwell transformed and started to morph until it changed into a solid metal stairwell. His hearing allowed him to detect the slight hum of electricity. Cool. He could feel the excitement. Glad you think so. Opening a portal into the inventory world, he pulled out rubber-soled shoes and gloves. Slipping them on and throwing in his current pair, he walked down the stairs cautiously, ready for anything. It wasn't until actually reaching the 8th floor that a monster did appear. A metal pyramid with cables as arms and feet. It was no bigger than his head and only went up to his shin. A singular red eye looked up at him, seemingly sizing him up, and turned around, lumbering down the hallway. Huh, that's weird. Maybe they won't attack since you own this place? Maybe. Observe. Short serve level, strength 3, constitution 12, dexterity 1, agility 1, intelligence 26, wisdom 4, charisma 1, resistance 12. Owner, Midoriya Izuku. A base monster of unnamed dungeon. Humming, he took a shot in the dark. Dungeon. A new page appeared, listing a lot of new information. Dungeon, unnamed. Level, current XP, 0%. XP gain, monster kills. Force. Elements, steel and electricity. Monster aggression, high. Boss, Electrobug swarm. Mini-bosses, 1. Upgraded servo. Common monsters. Short servo. Battery bat. Steel volt. Clicking on the dungeon's name, a new box appeared asking him for a name. Any ideas? What's the name of the company? He was about to answer, but nothing came to him. Let's go ask May. Exiting the dungeon, he walked back upstairs and found the 2 of them looking over some equipment. Hey May. Yeah. What's the name of the company? I was thinking Midsum? Why? Huh, not bad. I like it. Thanks. She raised an eyebrow and looked at him as he walked off again. Going back into the dungeon, he clicked on the name and entered Midsum Vault. The window updated with the name and he selected XP gain. XP gain options. Monster kills. Challenger kills. Custom. Selecting custom, he received a box with a red X and a small message. To set a custom XP gain, an action must be performed inside the dungeon. That makes sense, he supposed. Selecting entry, it gave him the option to set it to free and allow people to enter whenever they want, to set up a whitelist, or just block everyone. He kept it locked for now. The next option was the elements. Clicking on it, he wasn't given any other options, but it did give him some direction. To select a new element, a new source of power must be added to the dungeon. He was assuming that meant he needed to add a source for the dungeon to draw off of. Water would be easy, but he'd have to contract someone to put in water lines. He'd have to think more about it later, if he even wanted to change it. He set monster aggression to passive and didn't bother changing any of the monsters. The only thing left was the floors, and it went how he expected it. A floor below has not been detected. A floor above has been detected. Adjacent rooms have not been detected. Do you wish to add the floor above to Midsum Vault? Selecting no, he walked back upstairs. I say yes. Mei smiled. Agreed. Hayashi smiled. I'm glad. I'm happy to help a budding company. Not many young folk are willing to start a business that will just be a money drain. She shrugged. Midoriya has a bit of money to waste. Shall we go back up and sign the paperwork? Knocking on the door of her apartment, he waited for Achiko to answer, not willing to barge in. Coming. A few seconds later, a very cute and very attractive Achiko answered the door in nothing but an oversized shirt. She smiled upon seeing him. Hey babe. She accepted his kiss and pulled him into the apartment, shutting the door behind him. How'd the tour go? Good, I put the down payment on it already. As soon as Mei gets her license, I'm going to finish paying it off. I also found something pretty cool in the basement. When does she plan on getting it? What did you find? Picking her and throwing her onto her bed, she let out a yelp and a giggle. Probably later in the year, depends on whether or not she can convince the school to let her take the test early. I found a dungeon, it's filled with robot monsters. He twirled his finger, asking her to flip around. Following his directions, she asked, should you have left it alone? Straddling her back, he started massaging her, activating the skill he had leveled up on her. He had no idea when or why she got the idea to ask him for a massage every day, but he was more than willing to oblige. I changed the settings on the dungeon, the monsters won't attack anyone, and it's not able to be entered by anyone but me. Sighing, she sank further in the bed. That's good. How'd training go? We had to do underwater weight training. So you had it pretty rough today. How come you're the one getting a massage then? She smacked his leg. 'Cause you're my boyfriend and I don't want you flirting with another girl that isn't already a girlfriend of mine. Fair enough. Any requests? Shoulders. No problem. Later that night in the shadowscape. You ready? Yeah, think we'll get another break? He shrugged. Maybe? The first one was an unexpected surprise. After 24 hours of non-stop fighting and naps, the world froze and asked if he wished to pause the dungeon and continue later. Let's get going. Jumping into the black abyss again, he restarted the fall, wanting to clear as many of the shadows as possible. As he fell, he double-checked the counter. The only reason he found it was because Misaki got bored and started to rummage around the different windows available to them. Fallen World. Dungeon Quest. 78,482 out of 10,935,224,182 defeated. Even after 24 hours of fighting, he was in no way close to finishing. If she was still alive, he would have loved to see Kat going full out to finish this level off. Come up with any ideas? We can probably just start destroying the buildings, collapse the whole place on top of the things. Better than nothing, just need to be faster than a collapsing building. I'd start building up now, we're going faster than before. On it. Mind handling the gravity again. No prob. As they careened downward, he started making patterns out of the fire he unleashed. Runes of Amplify X2 connected to repeats and shaping runes. Misaki, using his natural gravity, picked up the pillars of fire and started spinning them as fast as she could manage. This buildup of speed, fire and runes kept up until they entered the 4th floor and time froze. Do you wish to continue this dungeon? Mentally selecting yes, the world resumed and they sent the pillars flying. The force of throwing all 12 of them sent him flying backward, canceling his own momentum, and left him to slowly start falling downward. Watching as the pillars sailed through the air and into the unsuspecting buildings, he took in his destructive power with a small smirk. For a second, nothing but the massive explosion of fire happened, And then he heard the sound of rocks snapping, a sound he was very familiar with. Scree! Trained instinct forced him to kick off an air step and jump up. Mana blade! The rainbow dagger appeared in his hand and he dropped on top of the flying shadow, driving the blade into head. Riding the now disintegrating corpse down to the city, he faced backward and started unleashing spells. Odin's Rage, Water Slice, Lightning Clap. The first spell to go off was Water Slice, which carved through the shadows as far as it could, trying to reach its max range, but failing. Odin's Rage went off next, blasting anything unlucky enough to be caught in it to dust. Lightning Clap was a new spell he got from Aki, and much to her annoyance, he was able to manipulate the spell into different elements. He had access to fire, ice, lightning, stone, and water. The main issue with the spell was the fact that if the element wasn't readily available, it took a few seconds to go off. A blue energy built up on his left and right sides, until it shot out and formed two giant hands. Still falling, he fought against the wind and clapped his hands as hard as he could. The two hands swung out and clapped, letting off an electrical storm that lashed out at him and everything around it. You are now paralyzed. Timer, 6 seconds. Misaki. Switching out as fast they could, he started preparing to fight back for control. As Gamer's mind switched to Berserker's mind, Misaki began channeling their quirk at its full potential. Heaven meets hell. His life force wilted down to 1 and his mana drained to half as his body erupted in golden flames. His mental body felt like it was thrown into a pool of lava and his mind took such a hit everything went black. This was their copy of Pixie's final resort super move. In its current state, only Misaki going full berserker could use it because of the massive boost to their HP with her gaining control. As they began to fall, the golden fire spread out into a massive 1-kilometer-sized disc that slowly shifted into a solid. Even with the fire becoming like a rock, he could still see through it and saw thousands of shadows clambering on top of themselves, trying to get closer to him. When the super move finished casting, he began the fight. Through sheer will he grabbed the ball that was her anger and channel every bit of his gravity quirk. Collapse! The ball flared out, fighting against his control, unwilling to be contained. With a final exhausting push, he condensed the ball into a marble and felt his consciousness return. Riding the disc of hard fire down, he waited out the stun timer and jumped just in time to dodge out of the way of the explosion. Jumping off an air step, he jumped as hard as he could, finding a building still intact. Finally making it to the edge of the blast range, he rolled onto a rooftop and created the spiky shell. He laid there, drained mentally and physically. His body felt exhausted and all he wanted to do was to sleep. You okay? She answered, voice strained. Why the F did we get stunned by our own spell? I don't know, let's just not do it again and focus on healing up. She didn't answer and started complaining again. My body feels like it's had a peeler taken to it. Ignoring her, he focused on keeping the shell intact against the shadows that started beating on it. 47 hours and 56 minutes later. Ping. Effing finally. Without even asking, she selected yes and teleported them back home. He collapsed onto his bed, stark naked and smoking like embers from a fire camp. Looks like the timer doubles every time we stop. He grumbled into the bed. You okay? Using all the energy he could, he flipped over so he didn't have to talk. I had a building fall on top of me and had an arm pulled off by a shadow. How do you think I feel? How do you think I feel? I actually felt it. He groaned and just laid there. Summoning as much strength as he could, he looked over at the bedside clock, 1 a.m. Sighing, he reached for his phone with his good left hand and prepared a scheduled text to Aizawa for 6:30 a.m. I apologize, sir, I'm going to be late to school today. With that, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. The next morning, he woke up to 3 missed phone calls, 12 text messages and 3 messages from Aki. Forcing himself into a sitting position, he looked at his newly formed right arm. It looked like it had been there the whole time. Misaki opened the message chain with Aki for him. Hey, I got a question. Misaki here, boss man is asleep. It's 7, he's going to be late for school. We've been fighting for the last 48 hours in the Shadow's Cape. Our arm got bitten off by a shadowy crocodile. Well, I'm glad you two made it out. Tell him to check his messages when he wakes up. Will do. Call or message me when you get a chance. Obviously don't call me if I'm at school. Can you tell her I'm up? Sighing. He slipped on his uniform and teleported to school. Young Midoriya. Blinking, he looked around seeing All Might, in his skinny form, waiting underneath a tree for him. Sir? The principal asked me to check up on you. What for? All Might stood up and beckoned for him to follow. Principal Nizu got a call earlier this morning from your mom. He raised his eyebrow. About what? She says she found you in a unique position this morning. Care to explain? Why didn't you tell me? He was slightly peeved with her. I was training and got caught off guard during a fight, lost my arm. He held out his arm. It came back, no harm, I swear. All Might stopped, turned to face him and put both hands on his shoulders. My boy, it's not about you getting hurt, healing, or even surviving. What would have happened if you didn't escape? Your mom isn't worried about you being able to defend yourself or getting hurt. She's worried about you biting more than you can chew. More to himself, All Might added. I want you to live and thrive, not die trying to get stronger faster. But he had to. Maybe we should just tell him? Sighing, he looked at All Might eye to eye. Sir, I have something to tell you. All Might sat in complete silence for a moment, taking in the bombshell. Any guesses? He'll probably give us some advice and offer to help train us. Misaki became quiet, thinking for a second. Maybe he'll offer to find someone to train with us? Who the hell would be able to keep up with us and we wouldn't have to explain everything to? Okay. He looked up at All Might. I think I got a plan. All Might stood and pulled out his phone, going over to the window looking at it with an intense expression. He sat there, his curiosity beginning to turn into confusion when the line was picked up by someone. Hello. Yeah, I have a request and you get your request sooner than planned. Yes, the kid needs help training. That's fine, he'll talk to you after training today. All right then, see you soon, Ms. Usajiyama. All Might turned to him with a smile. That should deal with that. Now he was immensely confused. What did she request? Motioning for him to stand, All Might led him out of the room. The morning after you saved your classmates from the abductor, I received a call from Ms. Usajiyama. She requested that during your next work study, you be placed with her. I was a tad skeptical of it, considering she's never taken on a student before, but I think this will be good for you. Getting to the door for 1A, All Might gave him a bit of advice. Try to keep up with her, she's a tad ridiculous when it comes to sheer combat. Hey, so I got a question, do you want to help me with a crafting project? I have no idea how to forge metal. Mom never taught me and Dad can't risk getting hurt. I'll try, sir, thanks for helping. All Might smiled. Anytime, just try not to get hurt too badly. Sure when? All Might walked off, leaving him alone. Taking in a breath, he walked into the room to the questioning glances of every single person in the room. Achiko looked worried, which worried him. Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to talk to Uraraka, so during his support class with Power Loader, he sent her a message saying he was okay, he just had to deal with something. She threatened to sick the other two on him if he didn't tell her. So he relented and told her he'd tell her tomorrow when he got a chance. Okay, try again. Awaze nodded and dropped the shield. It fell like a rock and bounced off the ground after sticking to it for just a fraction of a second. Close, in your free time if you want, try it with smaller stuff. I'll only be training you with the shield, so if you want to try it with other things, you're on your own, got it? Got it, thanks for figuring this out by the way. I never actually thought about trying this out. Smiling, he nodded. No problem. Go practice with Rin for the last bit of time. After a salute, Awaze walked off toward the little sparring ring Izuku had set up for them. His fledgling vanguard was starting to become a menace with the shield. Even after only a week training it, he was gaining a bit of speed and almost never took a hit when fighting his classmates. Teaching him to perform a decent shield bash was a chore. The guy wasn't much of a hand-to-hand fighter, so he needed to get him into some weight training. After training today, Rin was set to go to Recovery Girl and have samples of his blood taken. Along with the samples, May schematics would be sent to the DNA man, and in 2 weeks, they'd have definitive proof on whether his theory worked. The only reason the school was allowing it to happen was because he was footing the bill personally. He personally didn't mind paying for it, he just wished it didn't take so long, but whatever, there was no reason to rush. Swordsmanship-wise, Rin was already starting to get used to the extra weight and was able to pick up any kata after only a few tries. He wasn't that amazing speed-wise, but that came with time. Komori was still falling flat on her but with every spell, but he could see that the rock was almost cut in half by the end of the few hours. Currently she was on her back, clutching her head with another headache. She was only able to keep the spells up for a half hour before she needed a 30-minute break. Luckily, she wasn't knocking herself out with every round of spells. He had no idea how long it would take her to get used to throwing water slice, but he already had a few options for new spells to teach her. As for Pony, he had to ask Cementos for a bit of help, which the teacher gladly offered. Per his request, the teacher made a full set of gymnastics equipment, and even included a set of mats and cushions from another gym. Cementos had gone above and beyond what he had asked, so he wanted to do something for the guy, but he had no idea what. After thanking the teacher, he showed Pony how to do most of the events, but told her to focus on the balance beam and floor exercises. The first was to improve her balance, and the second was for flexibility and reflexes. The girl didn't have a ton of strength, and he wasn't going to force her to build muscle so she could damage someone in a single swing. His plan for her was to teach her to dodge and weave through enemies. He'd have to ask Ectoplasm for help, but he was sure the man would gladly help if he had time. Midoriya. He blinked and looked up to find Burnin approaching him. Hey, what's up? I think one of my girls would do. Well, learning to be a little more flexible. Do you mind if I send her over to you? He shook his head. I'll get her started. What do you want her to learn? Who is it? The quiet one. I think a little bit of everything. Kodayui. Quirk was the ability to change the size and weight of an object. Her hero outfit was fairly simple, but effective, a pouch filled to the brim with shrunken objects. Each was at least the size of an oil barrel, and there were so many objects that if she dumped the bag upside down, she could probably bury someone alive. That'd probably be a good idea. Increase her mobility and flexibility to dodge while pummeling opponents with trash. Burnin smirked. Good eye. She turned to Kodai. Girly, get over here. Walking over, Kodai gave him an impassive stare. Follow Midoriya, he's going to teach you gymnastics. The girl nodded and started walking toward the equipment. Have fun with her, I can't get a peep out of her. With her request filled, she walked over to her other three who were practicing some sort of martial arts. Think we could convince both of them to wear those leotard things? He shook his head and walked over to his new student. During his PRD with Power Loader, he asked for the day off and trained his butt off for an hour at gymnastics until he reached level he was by no means proficient. But if he was still in decent condition tonight after training with Mariko, he'd practice until he had to go to school in the morning. What started Misaki wanting to see girls in leotards was a single video of a professional doing a ridiculous split. He had to admit though, it would be quite nice to see one of his girlfriends in the outfit. He spent 20 minutes showing her a basic exercise on each event and told her to do what she wanted. The girl nodded and started copying Pony, who seemed to appreciate the quiet company. With that done, he walked back and forth between the three groups and offered advice where he could. An hour and a half later, every single one of his students was exhausted and ready to pass out. Kodai was actually perfectly fine and seemed ready to keep going, so she helped him get the girls into the locker room. The guys, not wanting to be manhandled, got up on their own 2 feet and clambered into the locker room, their weapons dragging behind them. Walking over to the gymnastics set, he started rolling up mats when the bunny hero came over. I hear you need help. Tying the buckle down, he picked it up and started walking to the storage room. Yeah, I got super hurt last night and scared a few people. Where? You know about the Shadows Cape, right? The woman's smile turned wicked. Kat and I explored quite a bit of that place. What floor gave you trouble? 3rd, the massive city. She nodded, seemingly understanding his problem. It took Kat and I nearly 4 months on that floor to clear it. This one hasn't changed, has it? Bunch of shadow monsters, half can fly, a quarter of them look like people, The other half look like a bunch of animals? He set the rolled-up mat down and started walking back to the gym. Sounds about right. How far did you get? After 3 days, I hit 350k. I had to start dropping buildings to kill a bunch at once. Letting out a hearty laugh, she slapped his shoulder. At least you learned the trick. Stopping himself from falling forward, he stood back up and asked, "Did you guys just level the place?" "Yeah, fighting the world population for a week straight isn't as fun as it sounds. Eventually you just kind of get bored and start trying new things." "Did you ever take the offered breaks?" She nodded, a smile still on her face. Kat might have been my friend, but there was no way I was spending a month around her. The smile slowly faded and became a hard line. "We'll try to get this done as soon as possible, so no more breaks. I'll get all the food I'll need and have Pipsqueak put it in the inventory before we set off." "Aki." A nod. "She's at my place right now working on some sort of project. She came over when I said you'd show up." "It's a gun." "A gun?" Her right eyebrow went up. Why the hell would she need a gun? He shrugged and started rolling up another mat. "It's some sort of magic gun. She wants to make it able to shoot different elemental bullets. I'm helping her forge the parts for it after she gets done inscribing the metal." "You're a gunsmith?" Buckling the mat, he picked it up and smiled. "Not yet. I'm going to spend some time tomorrow afternoon and learn how to do it though." Mariko sighed and put 2 fingers to the bridge of her nose. "FNG carbon copy." Getting over whatever annoyed her, she asked him, "What's your fighting style?" "I doubt the Pipsqueak taught you her mom's style." "They have a special style?" Mariko smirked. Kat had 2. One was her monster fighting style, sweeping edge. The second was the one she used on people, Idol's dream. He felt the massive rise in Misaki's curiosity, so he asked for her. "Come again." The smirk turned into a grin. "I see they didn't tell you." "Tell me what?" Kat wanted to be an idol for her day job when she first came to Japan. When that didn't work, she gave up and started mining the Shadow's cape. That was a new one. "So what's Idol's dream style?" "Hard to explain, you'll have to ask Pipsqueak for a performance." Misaki instantly started playing her favorite fantasy. Aged up Aki doing an old K-pop dance from a song he didn't know. That by itself wouldn't have been bad, but when the image did skirt lift up to her panty line, he had enough and cleared it from his mind. "Maybe I'll ask." Letting out a cheer, she left him alone. Smiling to the woman who matched it, "I'll be sure to ask. When do you want me to come over?" "Get everything you need done before going. If it takes us a month, we'll be there for roughly 3 hours. Sighing, he set down the mat and nodded. "I'll be there at 9. Nodding, she walked off and started to clean up her area. "Tonight is going to be hell." "You mean it's going to be fun?" "Being near the buns of steel is amazingly satisfactory to me." Perv. That's what. With Mariko telling him to show up later, he had time and brought Achiko over to the Pussycat's place and told his girlfriends what had been happening over the last few days. There was no way he was going to tell just All Might. The confusion came from Achiko, who became lost in thought like Mandalay had been the entire time. "Yeah." He paused for a second, considering his next words. "Aki and I are going to go on an expedition next month. We're going to try and find a different way to deal with the immortality problem." Mandalay looked up with just her eyes, her head not moving at all. She didn't say anything, just seemed to take everything in. It took a few seconds before she actually spoke. "I don't know about living forever." Coda. The name actually made him want to facepalm. "I wouldn't mind becoming young again, but living forever? I don't know if I could do that, Lion. I don't know how to feel about it either." He looked over at Achiko. He completely understood. How could he not? There was no way he could imagine doing anything like this before he had a quirk. Nodding, he stood. "I'm not expecting either of you to take the offer, I just want it to be an actual option instead of it not being one." A tick later, he added, "I'm sorry for pushing this on to you, but I really didn't want to keep it a secret." He looked over at Achiko. "Do you want me to take you home?" "No, I kind of want to talk to Shino for a bit. Pick me up after you get back from training?" Nodding, he walked to each of them and hugged them briefly before teleporting away. "Well, that went horribly." Really? He couldn't tell. Hey, don't be a D-dash. It's not my fault your life is a shit show. Sighing, he walked through the massive forest in the dark, giving himself time to think. I know, sorry. I don't know why, but I feel, what's the right word? Sad. Not sad, just, he trailed off and flung a few pebbles into the darkness. Melancholy. That wasn't it either. Anxious. That's it. Why don't we go do something fun? We can go play at an arcade and see if we can raise your luck stat. There's no way that would work. Would it? Only one way to find out. Your luck stat has increased by it took playing until 8:45, but he actually did increase it. He had no idea how much it would affect the world, but it was something. At the end of his session, he had nearly 260k tickets. He had no idea how much that could actually get him, but he didn't have time to check. Okay, let's get over to Miriko's place. But I wanted the magazine. Trust me, it didn't have scantily clad women. Hearing her thoughts, he added. Or men. Ah, fine. You're good to good. Opening the portal to coordinates Aki gave him, he walked through and caught a flying pink-haired girl. Hey Aki. Giving her a hug, which she returned, he set her down and asked. What quirk is that? Smiling, she clapped her hands together. Cherry. Pulling her hands apart, a wad of sticky gum appeared in her hands, which she tossed into her mouth. A girl in class has a bubblegum quirk. Want a piece? What does it cost to use? Shrugging, she clapped her hands together. Flavor. Sighing, blueberry. Saying the word, she opened her hands and held it out for him to take. Say, fa. Really? Sighing again, he crouched and opened his mouth. Literally hand feeding him the glob of gum, he stood back up and was actually surprised by the intense flavor. Very faintly, he heard a whisper. Whipped. Looking over, he raised an eyebrow at Miriko. You've tried telling her no, how has that gone for you? Her right eyebrow twitched slightly, but she didn't take the bait. Well, hurry up, I'll be waiting in the kitchen. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Aki go very red. As Miriko walked off laughing, he turned to look at her. What? Andy said you wanted to see Mom's fighting style. I actually forgot about that. Why are you red though? It's embarrassing. I've seen you in a bikini, how much more embarrassed can you be? Letting out a loud groan, she pointed at a chair. Sit. Don't enjoy this too much. As he sat down, she took out her phone and started playing some random K-pop instrumental. I'm not that great at it, say is better, but I'm at least novice. As the music started, she got into an odd relaxed stance and went for a roundhouse, which got cut short as she dropped to the ground in a roll and spun into another half roundhouse. This time when she cut it short, she spun midair into a drop kick that ended with her balancing on her hands. That's the first kata. It would normally lead into the second, but I don't feel like upskirting myself. Setting herself back down, she stood up. I don't understand why it's so embarrassing, it's sort of like break dancing. Her face went slightly red when she held up a finger and opened the inventory portal. She grabbed a duffel bag, held up a finger again and walked away. By the time she came back, she was aged up and in a pleated checkered skirt and a dainty white crop top. Stand and defend, don't hit back for now, okay? Nodding, he did as asked. When the next song started, she took a deep breath, trying to fight off the red forming on her chest and began her attack. Going for an axe kick, he blocked it but felt her drop along with himself as he picked up some added weight. The next thing he knew, he felt a blow to the back of the head and was dropped, trapped between her thigh and foot. His face itself was stuck between her legs. He couldn't see her because of the skirt, but he did see black lace before she dropped him. Okay, effective, but there's no way your mom used that to fight people, right? Smoothing down her skirt, she nodded. Mom just didn't wear a skirt. How many more moves are there? Punch me. Not really thinking about it, he sent a lazy punch forward and received a face full of carpet. She had grabbed his arm, pulling herself onto it, bringing both of them down to the floor and twisted so only he took the impact. The back of his head was being used as a seat and his arm was twisted back behind him in a weird angle, with her crotch rubbing his arm. Letting him go, she got up and fixed his now broken arm. Sorry. Shaking his head, he waved away the apology. All good, but are you just doing it this way because it's you and me? Not looking at him, she shrugged. Maybe. I like this fighting style, but I don't think we can pull it off. He smiled, earning a confused look from Aki. Miss Aki? Nodding, he asked her. Anything else fun? The red came back in a rage and went from her chest to her neck and face. Holding up a finger, she grabbed his hand and brought him to a large room with a few sets of workout equipment. Closing the door behind him, she cast a spell on it and told him to stand in the middle of the room. Following orders, he did just that as his arm repaired itself. You can block if you want, and just so you know, Mom would land on your chest. Wadash! Before his mind could finish, thinking she was running at him and jumped. Bringing up his hands, he grabbed her slender foot and prepared for the next foot, only to have it smash into his chest, pushing him back. The hit threw him off balance, but he didn't let go. The free foot impacted into his chin as quick as a bullet and he fell backward, earning himself 2 legs to the throat, cutting off his oxygen supply. The next thing he felt when he slammed into the ground was the feeling of lace pushed up against face. NSFW beyond. Do you mind? She let go of his throat, allowing him to choke for air against her womanhood. The smell was intoxicating, and he really didn't mind, but there was only one, no 2 problems. Didn't the other 2 say no funny business between anyone until everyone was ready? But we aren't going all the way, and they still don't know about our date. Come on, amuse the poor girl. Can't you see the damn patch? With their dark senses kicking in, he could in fact see what she was talking about. Sure, but no more. Letting go of her foot, she rearranged herself so she was more comfortable and he had access to his hands. Reaching up and with very little effort, he tore apart the lace panties exposing her. Grabbing both of her thighs, he forced her downward and started licking and prodding at her with his tongue. This went on for a minute before she started grinding slowly and started working on his pants. Bringing out his own member, she bent forward and started playing with it using her tongue and hands. After a little while, he brought his own hands down to help him. Pushing a finger in down to the knuckle, she clenched her legs and shivered. Her voice was husky when she asked him, "Want to make this a little bit more fun? What do you have in mind?" Fire and water. Before he could ask her to elaborate, he felt his pee-pee become encompassed in a quick flow of lukewarm water. Alongside that, he felt tiny ripples bubbling up and down his, earning a of pleasure from Misaki. Do you really want me to use fire? Please. Misaki, condense and focus on this. I'm not hurting her. You got it, boss. As she finished that, he felt her lust build up and a fire sprouted from his tongue. Little tongues of fire licked up and lightly seared her soft skin, earning from the girl on top of him. Taking a gentle lick, her legs attempted to crush his head as he went on. This went on for a little before the water started to go faster, causing Misaki's control to lapse and the fire go a little wild. Aki let out a very high-pitched whimper, but buried him further, wanting more. Doing the same for him, she did something unexpected and buried her face, shoving him down her throat. Even through the BLWJB and the fire going wild on her, she kept the bubbles going and started twirling her tongue. Faster. Indulging her, he started going faster with his fingers and became more aggressive with her CLT. He felt her chest start speeding up, rubbing against his stomach. With a sharp push, she shoved him further and into him. He kept going and eventually, with a quiver, she slumped against him, popping him out of her mouth. NSFW end. Using his gravity, he turned her around and placed her on his chest. She was still calming down and just cuddled into his arms as he held her. Have fun. She nodded, snuggling further into his chest. Did you plan this? Her voice was soft. Not until Auntie told me about your talk with her. What do you mean? She shrugged. I thought I'd give you a reason to make sure you come back. Well, you can count on it. Also, I got a request. Do you mind going over to Shino's house and being there for them? I may have not thought about leaving them alone. So, can you? Letting out a content sigh, she leaned up and kissed him. Sure, what did you tell them? Everything that happened in the last 2 days. Letting out a whine, She slumped back into his chest. Really? Why didn't you have me there to begin with? Sliding off of him, she stood up. I'll go fix your girl problem. Come to the house when you get back. Got it. Fixing her clothing, she opened the door to the room, breaking the enchantment and teleported away. Fixing his own clothing, he walked out and almost ran into Miriko. You done playing rabbit with my niece? He swore he felt the presence of a god for a second, but eventually she relented. Let's get this done with, open the portal and get us there. She rubbed her eyes and yawned, finally done setting the last of the sensors up around her family's house. She'd never admit it, but spending a week around Mr. Ray and helping him do so much made her a bit paranoid. Even if she couldn't be seen, there was easily accessible equipment that could detect her walking around, such as heat sensors. Plugging in the final cord, she went over to the 2 monitors and switched the power on. Slowly but surely, the cameras came to life and every inch around her family home was now working and recording everything they saw. She had set up a camera system similar to this one in an underground nightclub for Mr. Ray. The difference was, she didn't have to put up with getting drinks spilled on her or the smell of smoke. Her stomach churned at the thought of having to go back. When the last camera turned on, she did a preliminary sweep of the views and was liking what she saw, no problems from what she could see. She groaned and slumped into her chair. One of the cameras had a giant white spot, flooding the camera. Stupid cheap products. Getting up, she memorized which camera it was and walked outside, preparing to take it down. When she walked outside though, she could actually see outside nearly perfectly. She looked up and saw the horizon was brilliantly lit like it was daytime. Sighing, she pulled out her phone. Ring ring. After a few seconds, Achiko answered the phone. Hello. Hey girl, tell your man it's nighttime. What are you talking about? Look outside. It's daylight at 10 p.m. I'm not in the city right now. I am visiting a friend in a different city right now. On a school night? I have Izuku. She nodded. He was a walking taxi. Fair enough, but can you message him to turn it off? Toru, Izuku isn't even in Japan right now. It has to be Endeavor then, but isn't his fire red? Talking to someone she was with, Achiko called out. Aki, can you turn on the TV to the news? That wasn't a bad idea. Her exhaustion must be getting to her. Walking over to the TV, she clicked it on and switched it from the game shows. Her dad watched over to the news. What she saw actually stunned her. Lane is currently walking through Mustafu and shouting demands in ancient Japanese. All attempts at communication have ended in the villain attacking the people. All civilians in the city of Mustafu are being asked to stay calm and stay indoors. Top heroes are currently being deployed in an attempt to capture the villain. The news anchor repeated the warning and she finally managed to speak up. Where is Izuku? Get Izuku back now. Was that Mandalay? We're trying to get a hold on him now. I'll keep you posted. Sure. With that, the line was cut and she was left standing there looking at the TV screen which showed very little. The main reasoning for this was the fact that the villain left off so much light, he blew out the camera lenses. Picking up her phone again, she decided to make a call. On the 3rd ring, he answered. Mr. Ray. Hey kid, you and your family okay? I'm about to wake them up. I was wondering if you were okay? Cleo is on her way there right now to help. That wasn't good. Are all heroes being called in? He sighed, clearly exhausted. Any hero who can withstand high heat. You probably can't see it, but whatever the guy touches melts instantly. He's like a more pumped up version of your friend. Definitely not good. Tell her I told her she's not allowed to do anything stupid. Letting out a laugh, he told her to keep safe and hung up. Chewing her lip for half a second, she put her phone away and walked upstairs and knocked on her parents' door. I really hope this doesn't end too badly. Izuku, how'd you meet Kat? He looked over at Miriko with a raised eyebrow. It was the first time she talked in the last 6 hours after explaining the plan. When I was young, she offered me the gamer power and wiped my mind. I woke up at my house later with no memory of her. It wasn't until I saw the news about her death that I remembered our meeting. Why? She shrugged and continued to follow behind him as he torched the army in front of him. She was to act as his bodyguard and just kept stuff from flanking him. Just curious, I've been trying to find everything I could about her. After Pipsqueak told me about what happened in Kat's younger years, I've been trying to track everything that happened before that. How'd that go? She spent a decent amount of time wiping official records when she moved to Japan. Not sure how she did it, but I wouldn't doubt she broke into their system somehow. He could see it, if Aki was any indication. We have a wave coming in from the west. Pointing his other hand toward the west, he started channeling. Helio wall. After a moment of build-up, fire erupted from his hand and flew forward, creating 1/4 of a sphere. This part met with the quarter he already made and covered the entire area in front of him. Unlike his normal wall of fire, he learned something new, thanks Mariko. She had asked him a fairly simple question when they first started, and it turned out to be something he could do. When the fire left his hand, it erupted into the wall, but slowly died out, leaving only the intense heat. The first shadows to run into the shield were vaporized the instant they touched the shield. This defense system had its own flaws though. The first was it drained him quickly, but not quickly enough. He couldn't focus on healing while channeling, so if he wanted to, he could defend himself permanently. It was also too dangerous to use anywhere but here. Looking up, he watched as the buildings around them fell on top of them, turning to ash as they fell. So, if he was in a city, he would completely destroy a city. If he was in it, not good. The third problem with this technique was that he could only create a half sphere, leaving the other side completely undefended. Whenever you're ready, we'll drop the barrier and start our ramage. Try not to get buried. I'll keep an eye on you, but if you take a nasty hit, I won't be there instantly. Nodding, he took a calming breath and started the fight. Pushing as hard as he could, he forced the half-sphere outward, vaporizing everything it touched until it quickly disappeared, no longer having his life force as fuel. All buffs are cast go. Like a bullet, he flung himself into combat, spells arcing of his hands. Mariko wasn't far behind him, but opted to go up instead of forward, wanting to deal with the flying enemies. Mana Storm, Pillars of Hell. After she ended the call with Toru, Aki started furiously tapping at the air. The rest of the pussycats had woken up at Mandalay's shout and walked into the living room, confusion which turned into shock as they watched the TV. "Are we getting called in?" asked Tiger. Shino shook her head. "I haven't got a message, they must only be requesting certain heroes." They watched as Endeavor appeared on the scene and started shouting at the villain. Ragdoll and Pixie sat next to her on the couch. Very faintly, they could hear Endeavor shouting to the man, wearing a set of heavy-duty sunglasses. "Come quietly and we won't have to put you down." Even more faintly, they heard the answer. "My lady requests the seedling's head be present upon a platter." Wait. They all looked at Aki. He must be talking about Amaterasu. Minus Shino, the rest of them looked at her in confusion. That was the sun goddess if she remembered correctly. "What do you mean?" Shino answered for Aki. During Izuku's escapade before school started, he made enemies with a woman calling herself Amaterasu. He ran away from her and made it back here, but we have no idea how or when she tried to get back at him. "So where is he?" asked Ragdoll. "He isn't one to leave something like this to other people. It wouldn't matter if he was here or not. He isn't allowed to use his quirk in public, and it's not like the other heroes can't deal with this idiot." Pixie crossed her arms and sat back, staring at the TV. She's right, they already got in trouble once this year. If he was here, we'd have to stop him from leaving. Ragdoll nodded and curled into Achiko's side, watching TV. She could tell the green-haired woman was struggling to stay up. Sitting back into the couch, she let Ragdoll adjust and watched the TV with everyone. Endeavor. Trusting the support company, he strapped the goggles to his head and approached the villain. So far, no one has been killed, luckily, but the man did injure everyone who attempted to approach him. "Come quietly and we have to put you down. My lady requests the seedling's head be present upon a platter." So, he had a superior. That wouldn't have been a bad thing, but apparently he was sent to kill. "Put your hands on your head and lay down. Do not think a commoner has any right to order me." A burst of light was sent right at him, forcing him into a roll. Flying over him, the attack careened into a nearby building and melted the concrete. Growling, he stood back up and pointed his left hand at the man, pulling his right back. Ignited arrow net. As soon as he launched, his backup came out hiding, throwing everything they had at the man. His net of flame rushed forward, various reds and gold followed behind it, being empowered by the others. Using both his hand and mind, he guided the net and wrapped it around the man. Unluckily, however, he wasn't getting any sleep soon. Once the net wrapped around him, along with 15 other quirks, 2 which actually caused him to struggle a bit, he snapped his fingers. With a burst of light, his net and most of the quirks were simply erased. He narrowed his eyes and signaled for the other to attack. There were 4 teams of heroes, one led by him, the second led by a hero named Firelink. He watched as dozens of chains flared out from an alleyway and descended upon the man. Quickly following him up, his team unleashed their own abilities and aided the fiery chains in various ways. The man tried to dodge, but to his trained eye, he could tell the man wasn't trained in any combat, or even hardened by being roughed up. Was this guy not expecting a fight? The first of the chains grabbed a foot, and kept him in place as the rest wrapped around his other body parts. Signaling for the other team, he watched as a gold snake radiating multiple colors came flying out of nowhere and proceeded to swallow the man. With that, the sky darkened instantly and allowed them to see the man's destruction firsthand. Wherever he walked, whatever he touched just melted. Signaling for a support team, he began ordering them. Follow his trail, call for backup if you need it. The leader of the group nodded and ran off with his 4 people. Walking over, he got to see the snake start heating up until it started glowing then died down. Does he have a chance to escape? A dark-skinned woman approached. Not unless he can physically break it. Emitter quirks don't work on it. Nodding, he tapped his earpiece. He's cap dash dot. He grabbed the snake woman and dived, unleashing everything he was made of. Uraraka. She let out an internal cheer watching the heroes finally capture the villain. At least no one was hurt. She listened to a reporter drone on about the capture, then the screen went white. The video never came back and the station switched back to studio. There seems to have been some sort of explosive in Mustafu. We have no word from the heroes or reporters on scene. Please bear with us as we get in contact again. Mandalay's phone went off, which she answered instantly. Hello. Her eyes widened. We'll be there. She paused for a second. No. Hanging up the phone, she stood. Get dressed, we're being called in to help deal with the explosion. As she said that, Aki looked at her phone and jumped through a portal. Not knowing how to respond to that, the team rushed to their rooms and got dressed. She followed Mandalay into her room and waited to hear what she should do. Do you mind keeping an eye on Koda? He's off at his camp tonight, so he should be fine. If he comes home, tell him a bomb went off in the city. Nodding, she kissed Mandalay on the cheek as her and her team rushed out the door to their car. She watched as Mandalay put the pedal to the floor and sped off like they were being chased. Sighing, she sat down on the couch and started watching TV. The only thing she could think of was how much Izuku was going to blame himself. Want more? Please. She smiled and scooped more of the soup into Shiki's bowl. The little fairy was pretty much her granddaughter now. She was unashamed to admit that. Izuku originally left Shiki with her as a bodyguard, but it soon became a babysitting job for her. Luckily, the little fairy could keep herself entertained and required only so much food and didn't need anything else. Sitting down to watch TV as Shiki ate, she watched as the heroes captured the villain. She was a little worried at the start with how close the villain was to her house, but she let out a sigh of relief once the problem was dealt with. She jumped as Shiki's small bowl went flying and she fluttered about frantically. Shiki, are you okay? What's wrong? Danger. This word was repeated until she lifted her hands. A glowing blue bubble of energy surrounded them and Shiki started glowing. As the light poured out of her eyes and mouth, the bubble became more and more solid until she finally saw it. Like a lightning bolt, the world outside the bubble turned white. Just as fast as it happened, it disappeared, leaving them to slowly float in the air where their apartment had once been. She looked up at Shiki, who was still glowing and nearly started crying when she saw the fairy start fading away as they reached the now ruined ground. With both of them safely on the ground, The bubble faded and Shiki dropped into her hands, dead still. She held the Pixie as she looked around her. The only things left standing were a few buildings further away from the blast zone. Looking around her immediate surroundings, she saw that only a few things of her family's possessions survived. It was all the boxes that Izuku drew his little symbols on. Looking down at Shiki, she watched as the last of her energy disappeared and the fairy vanished. Holding back her tears, she pulled out her phone. Izuku didn't answer, but she didn't expect that. He was off training and warned her ahead of time. Her next call went to Hale. "Hello? Inko? Are you okay?" She nodded, not that he couldn't see it. "Yeah, I need your daughter's help. Do you mind sending her to my apartment?" "Sure, I'll tell her to meet you." "How did you escape the blast?" "Shiki protected me." "I'll call you back, I have to check on my friend." "Sure. I'll talk to you after Aki helps you." Ending the call, she called Mitsuki. The phone was answered, but she already heard the strain in her friend's voice. "Are you okay?" "Why yeah, Bakugo protected us. He's really hurt Inko. I'll bring over someone who can help soon, I promise. Less than a minute." Thank you, thank you." She let her friend cry alongside her husband and sat there on the phone in the middle of her ruined apartment. Keeping her eyes closed to ignore the charred remains around her, she could hear the faint sirens off in the distance. "Mom." She opened her eyes at Akito's voice. Ignoring the aged-up body, she ordered the girl. "We need to get to my friend's house. Their son is hurt." Credit to the girl, she was only shocked for half a second before nodding and picking her up. "Which way?" Giving her directions, they arrived at the destroyed remains of the Bakugo household. Dropping her onto the ground, Akito rushed inside. Following her, she cleared the ruined barrier that was once a wall and watched as a yellow energy circled around the charred body of Katsuki. Walking over, she hugged Mitsuki as the three of them watched. 3 minutes later, her friend let out tears of joy as Katsuki's body fully repaired itself. Not long after that, they heard a siren appear not far from the house. "Is anyone there? Can you respond? Use your quirk if you can." Giving Mitsuki over to her husband, she ran outside and started shouting, "Over here!" With Bakugo not being seriously hurt anymore, they were asked if they could make it to the hospital on their own. Akito had offered them transport and taken the 4 of them to a very busy hospital. A nurse had rushed over upon seeing the unconscious Bakugo and got them a room while he recovered. They were sitting around the bed when Akito walked off to the bathroom, only to come back out as her normal self. A little bit after that, Katsuki stirred, causing both of his parents to jump from their chairs. "Katsuki!" He let out a groan and pushed himself up. His mom proceeded to try and hug him back into unconsciousness, earning a smile from herself and Akito. "Let go of me, woman." "Thank you so much, thank you." Her friend was reduced to tears as she latched onto her son. Her husband hugged both of them, his own eyes tearing up. She saw his normal glare softened until it was replaced by an unusual look of thankfulness. "Yeah." His voice was soft. Letting them hold on for a minute, his mother finally relented and let go. "How did you know?" He looked over at Akito, who looked back with an impassive stare. "Izuku gave each of us a coin that would go off if something big was about to happen near us. He warned us that it would only give us 3 seconds to act." Akito nodded. "I helped make them, they aren't the strongest, but I'm glad they could help you." Katsuki harumphed, but nodded. "Where is the idiot anyway?" He looked over at her for the first time. "Did he go off to save a bunch of people?" Before she could answer, Akito answered. "He's off training somewhere far away. If he was here, he would have probably been at the explosion site." Rolling his eyes, he laid back down. "How's the house?" His dad answered. "Gone." There was silence for a few seconds before Akito spoke up. "While we can't help with personal possessions, I'm fairly sure Izuku is willing to pay for a new house." The matriarch started to refuse, but she spoke up. "It really is fine. Izuku really won't mind. He probably won't even notice if we pay for it." After talking about it for a few hours and with Katsuki being cleared by the doctors, Akito teleported them to another city. Going a short distance, they got rooms at a hotel. When she was finally in her room by herself, She let herself cry. All Might. He sat in his apartment in stunned silence when the TV went blank. Taking everything in, he finally stirred when he got a phone call. Hello. All Might, we need your help. Taking in a breath, he nodded to himself. I'll be there. How's Endeavor and the rest of them? He's pretty hurt. He managed to save the people closest to him by causing an explosion behind him that fought back against the worst of it, but he was still overpowered. Out of the 4 teams, we lost 2 full teams. He sighed as he stood, so much wasted life. Civilians? Putting on his costume, the agent answered him. Nearly every house in a 5 kilometers radius was destroyed. Several reports are saying it was a small localized nuke. We're still getting reports on the number of casualties. Where am I headed first? We'd like it if you could go to the outer edge of the blast site and bring people toward one of 3 medical stations. I'll be there soon. All Might out. Hanging up the phone, he started his clock. 2 hours and 5 minutes, starting now. Izuku. Ping. Selecting no, he resumed the dungeon. Next one is in 4 weeks' time. Got it. He looked over at Mariko. 1 month now. Raising a thumb, she threw a shadow at others and created a clear path for him to collapse a building. Rushing forward, he held out a hand in front of him and aimed. Quasar bomb. A ball of bright energy flew out of his hand in a straight line, hitting the building. Using the 1-second detonation timer, both Mariko and him jumped away toward safety. The screech of both monsters and the collapsing space behind them rang out. Turning back around just in time, he watched his move go off. The exact opposite of a bomb happened, and instead of throwing everything outward, the bomb imploded and condensed everything in a 50-meter radius into a ball the size of a marble. The sound of cracking concrete followed and urged the both of them to run further. It was during this run that he got a ping. You familiar has been defeated. 24 hours until Shiki can be summoned again. His eyes widened, but he couldn't stop running. What the hell happened back home? He really hoped his mom was okay. It was during a rest PRD the next day that he was able to bring Shiki back out. Come on out, Shiki. The small fairy tattoo flew down to his hand and jumped off, causing a small blue portal to appear. When she emerged, she started frantically flying around. Danger! Shiki, calm down. Tell me what happened. Flying onto open palm, she looked at him, fear on her face. White light. Big boom. Is Grandma safe? A small nod. Shiki used big spell. Bringing her up to his face, he held her against his cheek. Thank you, Shiki. We'll go see Grandma after we get done, okay? After a decently long hug, she nodded and let go. Do you want to stay out or go to sleep? Out. Smiling, he tossed her into the air, earning a giggle. Cats never acted like that. It's because she's my familiar. Like that annoying frog Pipsqueak has? Nodding, he stood back up. We should hurry. Taking the last bite of food, she nodded and threw the paper plate in the ruins around them. How many of Endeavor's moves do you know? Uraraka. She got a call not long after Mandalay and her team left. Hello. Honey, are you okay? We just saw the news. I'm fine, Dad. I wasn't at home when it happened. I'm probably going to stay at a friend's house for a little while though. Oh, thank goodness. Do you still have school tomorrow? That was a good question. I'll have to make a call and find out. I'll call you back, okay? Okay, stay safe. Mom says she loves you. Tell her I love her too. Love you, Dad. Bye. Hanging up the phone, she rang Momo first. Achiko? Are you okay? Yeah, I wasn't at home. That's good. What's up? Any news from the school? Mom sighed. I've been trying to get a hold of every teacher, but none of them have answered. They're probably out helping. I'm sure they'll let us know later tonight. Hopefully. I'm gonna have to let you go. I'm about to eat dinner. She looked at the time and raised an eyebrow. It's almost 11 at night. Sighing, Momo admitted. I forgot to eat earlier. Smiling, she let it go. Well, enjoy your food. Good night. Hanging up, she curled further into the couch. That was when she heard the doorknob turn. She started panically slightly, but was calmed instantly when she heard a key be inserted and turned to unlock the deadbolt. In walked Koda, his usual outfit and hat. They locked eyes and she waved. You auntie had to go into the city. His voice was quiet but she did hear him. Figured. Walking over to the fridge, he started rummaging around until he pulled out stuff to make a sandwich. Do you want me to cook something for you? I'm a decent cook. He shrugged. Whatever. Smiling, she stood up and started putting a meal together for him. What sounds good? Sitting down at the table he shrugged. I don't know. How about some soba? He shrugged. Sure. As she cooked he just sat at the table and stared at her. Anyone else would have made this uncomfortable, but she knew Koda and knew almost everything about him. Mandalay loved to talk about him. Are you dating Izuku? She froze for a second, but nodded. Yes. Then why do you kiss auntie? Isn't that bad? Leaving the water to boil, she turned and sat down across the table. Why do you say that? He shrugged. Something I heard at school. Nodding, she folded her arms. Well, it depends on the relationship. Have you seen Auntie and Izuku kiss? He nodded. They think they're being sneaky, but I see them. With a smile, she said. It's only bad if you hide it. I know that Auntie and Izuku kiss. Your auntie knows that Izuku and I kiss. Izuku knows that Auntie and I kiss. So it's not bad if everyone knows? She shrugged. Not everyone needs to know, just the people kissing. If you kiss one person and don't tell another person you kiss, then it's really bad. You'll hurt their feelings and they won't like you anymore. He sat there and thought for a second. Relationships are confusing. I don't want a girlfriend. Smiling, she stood and walked over to the stove. You're young, you'll change your mind when you get older. He shook his head. Not happening. Still smiling, she tossed in the noodles and stirred them. Will Auntie be okay? She nodded. I'm sure she will. Your auntie is a strong person. She'll come back as soon as she's done. I don't like her leaving all the time. Do you want to spend more time with her? She saw him shrug out of the corner of her eye. Why don't you ask her to do something together? I'm sure she'd be happy to take you anywhere. When he didn't answer, she asked him, Did you have somewhere you want to go? His face got dusted with a bit of red, more than likely embarrassment. I want to go to America. Oh, for what? Amusement park. She smiled. That sounds fun. Why don't you ask her when she gets back? She saw him nod to himself, but not say anything. A few minutes later, when she was flipping the chicken, she heard him ask, Do you want to go? It took all her self-control to not smile and hug the kid to death. I'd love to. Do you want Izuku to go? Maybe. You can ask him the next time you see him. I'm sure he'd love to go with you. The silence that followed was comfortable and happy. Finishing the food she gave him, he thanked her and walked to his room, closing the door. She had no idea if she did good or bad just now, but she was confident that something would change soon. 2 Earth hours later. Izuku. Opening a portal back home, he proceeded to fall 60 feet to the ground. His eyes widened at the destruction. If he didn't just walk through the in-between world, he would have swore he was back in the dungeon. Tucking a strand of hair behind his ear, he looked around and spotted the boxes of family stuff. Picking them up, he stuffed them into the storage world and ran toward Bakugo's house. Getting there, he didn't see anything. Their whole house was destroyed, bar a single comet-shaped patch of floor. Hunter's sight. The dark black of the world around him turned gray and a few faint lights appeared around him. Let's get these people to safety. We'll find Mom come morning. Sounds good. As he ran toward the nearest person, his mind was still lost in thought. 3 months. When they hit the 1-month timer, he wanted to leave, but Mariko convinced him to stay and finish the job. You know your mom is safe. There's nothing you can do for now. You might as well finish training. Reluctantly, he agreed. The last wave was easy to handle, but the final bosses were something else. After defeating them, he thought he would have a moment of peace. Coming home to a still smoking husk wasn't peaceful though, and it was only thanks to Shiki he knew his mom was alive. Medic's respite, emergency aid. As the person healed, he cleared the debris around them and put them over his shoulder. He could see the skin slowly start coming back as he rushed over to the next person. Repeating the spells, he cast Eye of the Lost. Find me the closest group of medics. 1 second. She had his destination the instant the person was on his shoulder. You're good. Jumping through a portal, he emptied out into a massive medical center with people everywhere. A roaming doctor approached him, frantic. They'll be alright, there's still more people out there, I'll be dropping people through this portal. Can you get people here to collect them? The doctor, even confused, nodded and called for people to gather. Handing off the 2 people, a woman and a man probably married, he jumped up through the portal and started running to all the faint lights around him. 2 days after Shiki came back. Warning! A boss has appeared among the horde. Be wary. Gamer, the shadow priest hunts you. Boss! He shouted over the sound of battle. East. Called back Miriko. Blade of the Heavens. He had picked up spellcrafting when he realized several of his spells would be useless against the hordes. There was also the fact that several of the new spells Aki gave started blowing up on him. He loved Aki, but her specialty wasn't crafting spells. The only reason they were successfully created for her was because of her connection to a water god. That was the only reason he was able to create the different variations, like he did with Waterclap. Blade of the Heavens LVL. 5 XP, 65.75%. Channeling your godly might, summon a blade of divine energy. All enemies beneath a threshold are instantly killed. Wield the blade with caution. Minimum survival level, 12. Cooldown, 21 hours and 30 minutes. Cost, 20% of maximum HP and mana. The golden claymore appeared in his hands, lighter than any sword of this size should be. With a few wide arcing swings, he cleared the immediate vicinity and pointed an open hand at the east. Pulsar. Taking 20% of each of all 3 gauges, 2 balls of light flew out, spinning around each other, getting faster and faster. The waves of enemies ignored the 2 balls and continued to run at him, falling victim to his blade. Signaling to Miriko, she disengaged with him. As they ran, the air around them started pulsing. He could feel the gravity start going wonky and formed a bubble around the both of them, preventing his own quirk from working on them. The first sign it started working was when a monster went for a jumping bite and got yanked out of the air. Knowing they were a safe distance away, they slowed and turned as the pulsar started slamming the creature it captured into each other, causing a small debris field of dust to start forming. Taking in a breath, he forced the air out of his mouth and ignited it. Sun Dragon's Roar. The fire was instantly picked up by the pulsar and created a spinning vortex centered on itself. Soon, the cleansing fire disintegrated everything that it caught, including the boss, which failed to escape the star. Boss defeated. 60,000 XP gained. Creatures until next boss. 1 million. The numbers started shooting down rapidly. Less than 900k. Miriko nodded. We'll go collect your drops as soon as the pulsar dies down. Sitting on top of some rubble, she smiled. Looks like your spell worked. Matching her smile, he sat across from her. I'm hoping I can finish a few more in the next few weeks. She nodded and stretched her arms and legs. They'd been fighting for a while. Their next break would be in 2 hours, even he could admit he needed it. The pulsar should die out in 20 or so minutes. I'm gonna start healing myself. She waved him off, letting him do what he wanted. Shiki, protect us. Okay, meanie. The blue pixie flew from under his messed up shirt and sat on his head, keeping watch over the area. He watched Miriko lean back and start napping. 127 people. All pulled out of rubble and healed on the spot. Tossing them into the portal, he finally stepped through himself and sat on the ground, his head ringing. Mana is low red. The first doctor he talked to earlier approached him with a smile. Thank you, young man, you've saved many lives, but I have a question for you. Smiling back, he nodded. What can I help with? We have several patients who need healing immediately. Closing his eyes, he quickly calculated the time he would need. Give me 5 minutes and I'll go through the different tents. Sorry I can't do it sooner, just try to keep them alive while I recharge. The doctor nodded and turned to a nurse giving her some orders. The 2 of them walked off in a hurry. Crossing his legs, he closed his eyes. Let me know when mana is full, I'm going to focus on crafting a new spell. Giving him a thumbs up, She put on some low music and sat there with him in silence. To create this spell, the following are needed. Essence of new life. Essence of broken life. Essence of lost life. Any ideas? She hummed, "We have that pendant from the ranger we fought, see if it will take it." Mindlessly opening a portal, he reached in and brought out the small pendant. Holding it in his palm, the prompt changed. To create this spell, the following are needed. Essence of new life. Essence of broken life X. Essence of lost life. That's good. What represents new life? Babies. I'm not grabbing a diaper. Not as bad as what I was actually thinking. He almost didn't want to know. What? PLCNT. No. That did give him an idea though. Reaching into the portal, he pulled out a chicken egg. Checking the spell again, he was pleasantly surprised by the update. To create this spell, the following are needed. Essence of new life. Essence of broken life X. Essence of lost life X. One more. Couldn't we follow the same idea and grab a fertilized egg? Wow, a good idea for once. She stuck her tongue out at him as he dropped through a portal into the in-between world. Being in the giant tree forest, it took almost no time to find a bird with a nest. "I'm sorry, little one, but I need to save a bunch of people." The small bird pecked and shrieked at him the entire time. It wasn't strong enough to pierce his skin, but it did make him feel sad. Grabbing an egg, he dropped back through the portal and stood. To create this spell, the following are needed. Essence of new life X. Essence of broken life X. Essence of lost life X. Do you wish to create this spell? Selecting yes, it asked him to name the spell. Any ideas? Healing light. He liked it. Entering the name, he was greeted with a new prompt. New spell. Healing light LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Opening the skies, you call upon the divines to save their followers. All beings that are touched by the light are healed of all debuffs and healed for a portion of their max HP. Healing, 5%. Area of effect, 75-meter radius. Range, 15 meters. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Cost, 50% max of all gauges. His eyes bugged out of his head, but he sighed and hung his head. Let's do this. Weaving his fingers through the air, he called upon the gravity around him to lift all the tents up and away. He could hear the various doctors and nurses start freaking out, thinking they were under attack. Raising his other hand, he cast his new spell. Healing light. Like a truck hitting him, the spell took its cost and the sky broke daylight. At first the doctors were panicking, which turned into confusion and then horror. He had no idea why, but it soon calmed down when the light started to give off a soft glow to whatever it touched. All around him, he could see hundreds of people glowing with a soft yellow light that faded if it touched the ground. Ping, the god known as and has smiled down upon your casting. New blessing. Blessing of and, bone to bone, vein to vein, bomb to bomb, sap to sap, skin to skin, tissue to tissue, blood to blood, flesh to flesh, sinew to sinew, marrow to marrow, pith to pith, fat to fat, membrane to membrane, fiber to fiber, moisture to moisture. All healing spells now cost 20% less. New blessing. And as disciple. New skill tree unlocked. New skill. Alchemy LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Ancient shamans would use the land around them to create elixirs and potions that could heal a dying man. Doctors of today still follow this tradition. Max exchange amount, 10 milligrams. His eyes widened at the prompt. Just how many gods were watching him? Remind me to look up that chant. He wasn't complaining about this though, both blessings were a literal godsend. By the time he finished reading, his spell had run its course and the sky once again darkened. Lowering the tent to where they were before, he jumped through a portal outside another medical center. We'll cast again once I've healed up a bit. Don't know if we have time. For a clock coming in fast. Sphere of the water Pixie. As the blue bubble appeared around him, it started draining his mana. Luckily for him and the people below the rubble, it was a friendly face. All Might. Midoriya? How'd you sense I was here? He dropped the bubble. All Might sat down next to him, going into his skeleton form. His costume was too big, making him look like a bad cosplayer. I felt a pressure appear next to camp. I feared the worst and rushed here as fast as I could. What are you doing here? Getting into his meditation stance, he answered. I've been helping since I got back. I just healed the SE center. As more of an afterthought, he added. I also have another god watching me. All Might let out a sigh. Any idea which one? Some sort of healing god. I got the notification when I cast my spell. So that was you with the scare at the center? He nodded sheepishly. Yeah, sorry about that. Why did they freak anyway? The man who did this was lighting up like the sun. For a split second I thought it was you, but you'd never walk around like that and you were off training. There's that mystery solved. Do you mind helping me then? What do you need? After I've healed somewhat, I need all the tents moved and for everyone to stay calm so I don't cause another panic. His mentor nodded. I can do that. Fair warning though, I have half an hour left, so we better hurry. Nodding, he closed his eyes and began meditating as Misaki cast spells on him. It was her, wasn't it? He mentally nodded. We'll have to deal with the next one by ourselves. We'll teleport them somewhere far away and kill them there. He had no idea what caused the explosion, but he wasn't willing to risk anyone. He could probably survive the explosion if it was solar-powered. A few minutes later, he followed All Might into the camp and helped the doctors move the tents covering the patients. His teacher got quite a few odd looks for asking such a thing, but everyone relented when it came to him. Once the last patient was exposed to the sky, he raised his hand and cast the spell. Again the soft light broke the sky and a yellow energy infused into everyone around him. This time, however, he only received one prompt. The debuff of Toshinori Y agility is permanent and unable to be cleansed. That actually made him sad he couldn't heal his hero, sad he couldn't do more for the man. Shaking his head, he waited until the spell was finalized and started moving the tents back into place. Opening another portal where no one would see them, All Might let him rest while he took a break of his own. 10 minutes later, they finished at the third camp and All Might brought him to a nearby hospital. He was stunned when he learned that Endeavor actually survived a mini-nuke at such close range. That man is a monster. I like him. Obviously we can't take them outside, so we're stuck visiting them one by one. Misaki shrugged. We have all night. Thus the rest of his night was spent going through the various hospitals and healing everyone affected by the blast. One of the main reasons he was willing to do this wasn't just because he could and wanted to, but because it was his fault for causing that Demed goddess to attack his city. Entering the room by himself, he was greeted by the tear-filled eyes of a white red-haired woman. Also in the room was his classmate, Midoriya. Hey Shoto. I'm here to heal your old man. Shoto's eyes widened, but he pulled the lady away. Give him some space. Stifling some sniffles, the woman named Fuyumi took a step back. Walking over to the mummy that was Enji Todoroki, he pulled open a bit of the wrap and touched his raw skin. Emergency aid, medic's respite. As the spells took effect, he started unwrapping the delicate work of the doctors. Fuyumi started shouting at him but was shushed by her brother. By the time he was done, he had to cast the round of spells 3 more times, but the man finally stirred and looked at the 3 of them. What happened? He sat up and shook his head groggily. Fuyumi let out more tears and rushed her father, who looked confused beyond belief. Shoto answered his dad. The man blew up in some sort of suicidal move. You managed to save the heroes closest to you with your own flame. According to a woman you saved, you unleashed the full power of your quirk and matched the explosion just long enough to hold the worst of it off. You also saved every building that you were facing. He sensed something in Shoto's words, but didn't call him out on it. Endeavor must have also sensed it, but decided not to point it out. The hero looked over at him and raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Izuku smiled. I'm a healer. I've been going around and healing people. You healed the effects in one night? More like 10 minutes, but semantics. I'll be off now. I got 2 more hospitals to visit before the night is up. As he waved goodbye and walked out, he told Shoto the news. No school tomorrow, go home and rest. All the teachers have been out helping, They aren't going to be in any condition to teach tomorrow. Shoto nodded and clasped hands with him, pulling him into a one-armed embrace. Thank you. Smiling, he clapped. Shoto's back. No worries. Letting go of each other, he walked out, leaving the Todorokis to themselves. That was touching. Misaki gave her opinion. I don't think that family is all that much emotional. One problem at a time. Opening the next door, he introduced himself and resumed his night. Due to several hours of intense mana usage, you've gained the following. Plus 15 int. Plus 25 wis. Plus 10 res. He collapsed into a chair at USJ and just sat there nursing his headache. So glad that's over. You and I both, I don't think I ever want to see another hospital. He smiled at the ceiling. No promises. She groaned. Midoriya? Picking up his head, he saw a very tired and very mentally strained Aizawa. Hello. Your hair has grown. The teacher sat across from him. Smiling, he undid the bun and freed his hair. 3 months of training and no salon will do that. His hair was pretty long beforehand though. His teacher nodded. I heard about the hospitals and centers. I assume that was your doing? Nodding, he explained his night to the man. You have my gratitude for helping in every way you could. While you won't likely get public recognition, you're very well known to the people you saved. Izuku reached out. Here, seeing you so tired is making me tired, and I don't need sleep. For once he actually saw the man smile. Miriko is rubbing off on you, you're normally not so straightforward. Izuku smirked as Aizawa took his hand. A pulse of mana later, his teacher was still tired, but he only needed a good night's sleep now. How can I help you, sir? I actually wanted to ask you a few things. The first one being, how is your mother? Your apartment was caught in the explosion, correct? He nodded. Shiki kept her safe, she's at a hotel in Shinjuku along with the Bakugos. Aizawa nodded. I'm glad they're all safe. My next question is, who was that man? How? We didn't say anything to him. Seemingly reading his and Misaki's mind, Aizawa answered. All Might told me about your escapade during your missing time. Sighing, he leaned back in the chair and explained everything he knew about the gods. By the time he was finished explaining everything and answering questions, an hour had passed. That's everything I know. Trust me, if I would have known, I would have been here to help sooner. Aizawa shook his head. It's not your fault. He seemed to ponder something for a second, choosing his words. I need you to help encourage all your classmates. I want everyone to get their provisional licenses after camp. Yes. Misaki let out a cheer. I'll do everything I can, sir, I promise. Aizawa nodded, stood and excused himself to go to sleep. Should we go pick up the girls? Cuddle night. Smiling, he snapped his fingers and dropped into the outskirts of a medical center. He saw the pussycat's car, right where he saw it last, and found the 4 of them passed out in the car. Smiling, he opened 2 large portals and lifted the car as gently as he could. Walking through the portal, he walked out the second one to their mountain home and gently set it down. Knocking on the window, he smiled when he saw Mandalay slowly stir, barely noticing him. When she did finally see him, it was after she looked at her house and had a look of total confusion. When she noticed him, she let out a scream and he heard it perfectly. Along with scaring the crap out of her, the scream scared the other 3 into a panic. He started laughing alongside Misaki. By the time he calmed down, the team exited the car and Mandalay leaned against him. Not funny, babe. Lifting her bridal style, he kissed her cheek. Was funny to me. She blew a raspberry at him. JRK. Following the team through the front door, he saw Achiko asleep on the couch. Placing Mandalay back on the ground, he went over and picked up the girl off the couch. Cuddle time. Shower time first. I stink like ash and you smell like you haven't showered in months. Is that an offer? Glaring at him, she stuck out her tongue. No, too tired. Shrugging, he went to her room and placed Achiko in bed. Pulling the blanket up to cover her, he got pulled by the shirt to the bathroom and proceeded to have a shower, with a nodding off Shino. After drying herself off, Shino simply laid down in bed and curled up with Achiko. The younger girl was apparently fairly grabby and pulled the older woman into an embrace. "Daw, they're so cute." He smiled. "Let's get dressed and we can join them." He was woken up by a kiss. "Your hair is long." Opening one eye, he gave Achiko an accusatory look. "You trying to say something?" She smiled and shook her head. "I like it." She looked over at Mandalay, who had shifted to being on top of him. "Why is she naked?" She fell asleep before she could put on clothes. Achiko snuggled into his arm. "Want me to get naked?" He smiled, Misaki agreeing to his idea. "Sure. Hop up if you want and I'll treat ya." She looked at him confused before it clicked, causing her face to turn beet red. Sure." Sliding off the bed, she began to undress. Catching him watching, she smiled and tried to do a CC strip, but had no idea what she was doing. When she finally finished, she got back in bed and whispered to him. "What should I do?" "Bed." "Mandalay." She woke up to the sound muffled miming and the overwhelming feeling of pink all around her. Drearily opening her eyes, she looked up and nearly wet herself. Achiko was sitting on top of Izuku's face, head back and a hand over her mouth. The other hand was rubbing her BRST. Stunned by the view in front of her, she just froze and stared at the two of them. She wasn't noticed until Achiko looked down and saw her staring, earning a smile and of pleasure. Through Izuku's thin pajama shorts, she could feel his hard-on and decided to take the offer Achiko gave her. Sliding down her man's body, she slipped off his shorts and started giving him something in return. When she looked up, she saw Achiko twirling a finger at her. She was confused as to what she meant, but did as asked. It was awkward to do, but she pulled it off and soon realized why Achiko asked her to do it. The feeling of weightlessness hit her and she soon felt herself being pleased by a warm, wet tongue that lapped at every fold. She shivered in pleasure, her mind began to flood even more. While she liked this, she really wanted Izuku. "Can we switch?" she asked Achiko. Being weightless made switching so much easier. It also helped that Izuku had control over gravity. He gave her a stuck smirk as she adjusted on top of him and ummed when he started working on her. Achiko seemed to have no idea what to do when it came to playing with him, so she did something completely unexpected and started grinding herself on him. It drove her wild to see Izuku's pee-pee covered in Achiko's wet. When it was successfully lubbed, the girl pointed him at her bum and slowly made her way down. Mandalay's eyes widened in shock, her own butt clenched. What was driving this girl so crazy? Little by little, the girl worked his into her and slowly started to ride him. For the first time, Izuku spoke to her. "I transferred a level of your quirk into her, she's feeling all three of our lust at once." That explained so much. She remembered the first time she felt lust with her quirk, it wasn't as fun an experience as this. "You're free to take a turn if you want." She bit her lip and actually considered it. "How does it feel?" The question was directed at Achiko, who, after figuring it out, answered back. "I think I'm close." Sold. She leaned forward and started liking at Achiko, which seemed to push the girl over the edge in pleasure. Even through biting on her hand to stifle the miming, she let out an audible squeal and drenched her in fluids. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough to cover her whole face and most of Izuku's stomach. She also had to wash her sheets now, she thought with a sigh. Oh well. Gently easing Achiko off, she grabbed some wet wipes and cleaned him off. No way she was risking getting infected somehow. When he was properly cleaned and working on cleaning off Achiko, she straddled him and started lubbing herself up. She's never even played by herself like this, but if the version Achiko could do it, so could she. When she finally felt ready, she grabbed and pointed him toward the right hole and slowly slid down. Biting the inside of her lip, she groaned in both pain and pleasure. She could feel herself opening wider and wider, stretching herself to accept him inside. Getting past the head, she ummed as she felt his heat up her bosom. Lowering herself further, she let out a gasp of air as she finally hit the bottom. Taking in a few breaths, she started moving. Each bounce and every flare-up of heat and lust drove her deeper into her joy. Leaning back, she threw her head back and started panting with their rhythm. Achiko took that moment to lean forward and start playing with her nipples, which only made it worse. "Faster! Make me yours!" She felt his warm hands reach underneath her and lift her slightly into the air, and he took control. With her no longer moving and Izuku doing the work, Achiko slid further down and started lapping at her sealed. Then the momentum really got going. Like a piston, Izuku pumped her, making her slightly slack, but not moving at all thanks to him holding her. Oh God! Achiko twirled her tongue while Izuku shoved it as far as he could, only to pull out and do it again. She only managed to hold her composure for a few more seconds before her legs started to violently shake and she tried to crush Achiko's head, who still didn't stop. Letting out she could feel herself getting filled by him. Lifting Achiko's head, she kissed the girl and pulled her into a hug. Thank you. Her girlfriend kissed her back and happily hummed in her arms. The both of them then collapsed onto Izuku and just laid on top of him while he played with their hair. Have fun. Both of them purred, which confused her greatly. Did she just purr? She's been doing it for a while, I blame you. Smiling to herself, she told him. I like it. Bet you do. Still playing with their hair, he spoke out loud. We should get ready for the day. Also, I put a rune on the door, so no one heard us. Then the world came crashing down and she remembered where she was. Jumping out of bed, she went into the bathroom and started cleaning herself again. While she was in the middle of cleaning herself out, Achiko joined her and wagged her finger to join in the shower. She smiled a bit, she could get used to this. Izuku, I'm in love. He smirked and wadded up the sheets and blankets. Putting some fresh clothes on, he opened a portal to a laundromat. Throwing in the sheets with some soap, he walked back into the room and closed the portals. Set a timer, please. Sure. While she did that, he focused on the giant wet patch on the mattress now. Creating a super small sun the size of his pinky tip, he crushed it with gravity and created a miniature black hole, which was only contained by his will. Holding down the mattress with his foot, he held the ball above the wet patch and watched the moisture get pulled from it slowly. This probably wasn't the fastest way of doing it, but it was a way. Bad done. Finishing cleaning up, he opened the door to the main floor hallway and went into the kitchen. Koda was the only one up so far, and he was sitting on the couch watching cartoons. Hey Koda, are you hungry? He must be quieter now because the kid jumped and nearly fell off the couch. Izuku. He smiled apologetically. Sorry, do you want something to eat? It's not katsudon, right? It was asked with enough deadpan humor, Izuku actually thought he meant it. No, I can actually cook now. What do you want? Eggs, rice, fish and veggies. Nodding, he grabbed what he needed from the inventory portal. They ended the dungeon slightly faster than planned, so he had a bunch of food saved up. As he started cooking the rice and chopping everything that needed it, he thought back. Miriko and him had just settled down for the night inside one of his solidified bubbles. I'm not angry. He turned to look at her from his meditation position. What? Aki, I'm not angry you're dating her. I know about her quest, it's just hard to accept the little girl I watched be born growing up. So I'm saying sorry. It's okay. He paused for a second before adding. You did scare me pretty good though. She let out a laugh. You should have seen Hideki when Kat and him first started going out. I actually made the poor guy cower. He smiled. What did you two do when you ran around together? Sighing, she rolled on her side to look at him. We once got into a fight with a massive guy made of concrete. How's that noteworthy? I've seen you kick chunks out of buildings. Because this was during my first year at my hero high school in Hiroshima. I could barely take down one of my classmates, let alone a villain. How and why did you fight him then? She grinned. He tried to get fresh with me. Kat, who was passing by, got overprotective and kicked his shin, pissing the guy off. He tried attacking her, but missed and we got into a fight. We ended up tricking him into falling over, the police arrived and we ran for it. Later that week, Kat showed up at my family house and asked to hang out. We have been friends ever since. The air turned awkward, but luckily she broke it. How's it feel to be trained by All Might? He shrugged. In all honesty, I don't think he was prepared to train anyone. Sure, my first month or two with him was training by his own hand, but after that I trained myself or was trained by other teachers at UA. Don't get me wrong, it's amazing to be chosen by him and to be mentored by him, but he needed a bit more time. Then why did he choose early? He shrugged. He never told me. It technically wasn't a lie, he already knew, technically. The most I ever got out of him was that he has an injury. She nodded. I've noticed. At his raised eyebrow, she elaborated. The other pros have noticed him getting jobs done faster and faster, not spending as much time in front of the camera. Our best guess was someone actually got a leg up on him at some point. There was no way to confirm it though. He nodded and started up at the darkening sky. What was your first dungeon like? Rumi smiled. You know, the one with the dance hall? They spent the rest of the night chatting. When he woke up the next morning, it was to Rumi, smacking him on the cheek. Get up, it's time to train. Sitting up, he looked around and wondered why it was still so dark out until he realized the whole shell was covered in shadow monsters. How are we escaping? She shrugged. Figure it out. This is your training, not mine. Sighing, he rolled up his sleeping bag and tossed it and hers into the inventory portal. Ideas. We can copy Endeavor's prominence burn, maybe? Humming, he looked down at his fist and ignited it. Pulling his hand back and looking at the shell, he punched forward, unleashing the full extent of his quirk forward. It was nowhere as powerful as Endeavor's, but it did get rid of a large swath, allowing them to escape. As quickly as possible, both of them booked it and went on the offensive when they could. Izuku. He blinked. Yeah. Do you want to go with me to America? He turned to look at Koda, confused. When are you going to America? Why? Koda shrugged and avoided looking directly at him. I don't know, I just want to go. Is there a reason why? He nodded. I want to go to an amusement park. Oh. That sounded fun. Sure. Did you ask your auntie? He shook his head. Not yet. If she says yes, I don't mind taking the three of us. 4. Who's the fourth? He asked. Uraraka said she'd go. He nodded with a smile. For then. Koda nodded back and turned back to watching cartoons. That was strange. He mentally shrugged. At least he's opening up. Turning back to finish up cooking, he heard the bedroom door open. Mandalay walked out and quickly shut the door behind her. Smells good. When did you learn to cook? Miriko forced me to cook during my training. At first I was horrible at it, but she showed me how. Mandalay raised an eyebrow at him. Should I be jealous? He smiled at her. Depends, what do I get out of it? She gave him a deadpan look. Cute, go help Achiko, I'll finish cooking. Sure. Handing her the utensils, he walked over to the room and entered. Wrapped in a towel, she gave him an embraced smile. What? I kind of don't have clothes here. Misaki. You're good. Snapping his fingers, he waved her through and into her apartment, which thankfully escaped the blast. Can you grab my dirty clothes? With a quick wave of his finger, the clothes balled together and landed in his hands. Throwing the small bundle with the other dirty clothes, he waited for her to dress and walked back through with her. Closing the portal, she returned the towel and exited the room with him. Much to his surprise, the whole team was awake now and sitting at the table which would barely fit all of them. How's everyone doing? Pixie jumped and turned to him with anger. You get more quiet every single day, why? Ragdoll snickered, earning a glare from her teammate and a smile from both Mandalay and Tiger. Pushing in Achiko's chair, he started helping Mandalay set the table. By the time they were halfway finished, Koda joined the table, silently listening to everyone. Once both of them finished and sat down, they all dug in, chatting lightly between bites. The friendly atmosphere was then stopped as Koda spoke up. Auntie. Mandalay froze like a deer in the headlights, not answering him. Giving her a nudge, she shook herself. Yeah. Can we go to an amusement park in America? Once again, she froze up. Giving her another nudge. She started nodding. Why yeah, that sounds fun. Koda nodded and looked at the other three he hadn't invited yet. You guys can go too if you want. The last part was said quietly. Tiger was the first to speak. I'd love to go. Me too, said Pixie. Ragdoll answered last. Me 3. He smiled when he saw Koda's lip turn upward for a fraction of a second. With an excited air about them and a stunned Mandalay, the table once again started talking. Reaching under the table, he grabbed Mandalay by the thigh and lightly squeezed. When she looked at him, he gave her a small smile and a nod. A very small smile came onto her face. Thanks, Lion. Taking Achiko back home, he kissed her goodbye and walked through another portal to his mom's hotel. Going up a few floors, he knocked on her door lightly. A few seconds of fabric ruffling about, the door swung open and upon seeing him, she pulled him into a hug. She must have cried herself out, because no tears fell and she looked more relieved than sad. Is Shiki with you? Nodding, he called out to the small Pixie and summoned her into the world. The instant she appeared, she was snatched out of the air and squeezed into a hug by his mom. He had no doubt that if she wasn't made of water, the life would have been squeezed out of her. Instead, Shiki began laughing and wrapped her hands around his mom's cheek. Thank you so much, Shiki. Again his familiar just giggled a bit, and when she was finally released, she flew on top of his mom's head and just sat there. With that settled, he looked at his mom. We need a house. Sudden realization came over his mom. I forgot about the boxes. He held out a hand. Already got them. Letting out a sigh of relief, she led him into the room and sat down on the bed. I have a question for you. Yeah. He sat across from her. I want to help the Bakugos get a new home. Nodding, he smiled. Sure, no problem. Thanks, honey. They lost everything in the blast and I would feel bad about not being able to help if we could. He shrugged. I wouldn't let them live in a hotel for very much longer either way. Let's go see if they're awake and we can go house searching. Sounds good. Leaving the room, they went down to where the Bakugos had rented 2 rooms. His mom knocked on one door while he knocked on Kaken's. A groan could be heard from the other side, but it eventually opened to shirtless Bakugo, who was drenched in sweat. Raising an eyebrow, his old friend asked, What are you doing here? Smiling, he stuck out a hand. Helping an old friend of mine. Wearily, the handshake was accepted. Now take a shower, you stink and we have stuff to do today. Kaken glared at him. F off. He smiled as the door slammed closed. I see he's in a good mood. Kaken's father, Masaru, was smiling as he stood outside of his own room. At least he's actually listening. The man laughed. True enough. The laughter died down and he took on a more serious tone. Now, about the house, I don't expect you to pay it entirely by your stash. He cut that off immediately. I'm in no way hurting for cash. I could probably buy several houses and still have enough to buy an airplane. The house will be paid off day one, and there's nothing you can say. My only suggestion would be not to choose a house that is a ton of money because of property tax. If you're sure. I am, sir. I've known you guys as long as possible, there's no way I wouldn't help you when you need it. Masaru adopted a small smile. Once I get the insurance money, I'll take us all out to dinner. I'll pay. Izuku nodded. Sounds good. If you have a special request, I can take us anywhere. As he thought about it, the door to his room opened. Izuku, we need to get clothes for them and us. That was an excellent point. Misaki, message Aki, tell her I love her and I need to know where the best clothing stores are. On it, boss. He nodded to his mom. Just dress in what you wore yesterday, we'll go clothes shopping together before house shopping. I love you too. 3. I like NYC. The stores should still be open for a short amount of time. Thanks babe. He looked at the two of them. How about New York? His mom sighed and closed the door, but Masaru went slack-jawed. I don't think I can cover that. Holding up a hand, he admitted something to the man. My girlfriend managed to spend so much money in one go that I got this in the mail the next day. Opening his wallet, he showed the gold credit card to the man. Masaru's eyes widened. How much did she spend? 1.5 million. 1.5 million, I took the card away from her as punishment. Though he had to admit, some of the lingerie Shino and Achiko bought was pretty good. Sticking the card back into his wallet, they talked for a bit before everyone was ready. His son came out first, his hair wet, dressed in some hospital gift shop clothes. Where are we going first? His dad smiled. Once your mom is ready, we're going to New York and going clothes shopping. Katsuki nodded and leaned against the wall opposite of his dad, listening to the two of them talk. Both of their mothers came out a minute later. Mitsuki looked nervous. Everyone ready? Everyone but Katsuki nodded. Let's go shopping then. What about a fitted suit? When the hell would I wear a suit? He shrugged. You could customize it and just have them take off the sleeves in a way you like. Ditch the blazer and just wear a tie and a fitted shirt. Katsuki pondered it for a moment, but finally nodded. Not bad, at least hanging around all the girls taught you some fashion sense. Giving him what he wanted, the explosion master walked off to the pants, finding a pair he wanted. Sighing, he waved over a tailor and asked the man, I need the sleeves ripped off of this shirt in this pattern. I'll also need it fitted to him, along with whatever pants he chooses. As for me, I'll need the entire suit fitted. Yes, sir. If you'll give me a few minutes, I'll come back with my equipment. Nodding to him, the man walked off and into the back. You know, I can't remember the last time I got fitted for a suit. He looked over at Masaru. At least you didn't have to wait around for 4 girls' dresses, that took forever. Masaru smirked. Boo-hoo. His tailor pulled a bit of the suit, forcing his attention away. Katsuki came back a couple minutes later with a pair of shoes and pants. By then, the tailor, named Lloyd, was back and fitting his selected suit to him. He's apparently grown since his last fitting. 3 months was a lot of time apparently. With the 5th and final store taken care of, the 5 of them walked through a portal to a realtor's office front door. He had checked online and saw that this place was fairly good at what they did. Opening the door for everyone, he let the door close by itself. The man sitting at the desk, who was confused by the sudden group, asked, How may I help you? We need 2 houses as quickly as possible. I'll be paying for them in cash, whatever the asking price, as long as it's not above 1 billion yen. The man's jaw dropped, but he quickly started printing off lists of houses, handing them off the instant they came out. When can we start touring them? We can start immediately. I have access to all the properties listed. Let me just grab my keys so we can get there. Izuku waved away the issue. I can get us there. He looked over to the parents. Which ones first? It took the entire day, but they finally found 2 good houses, not far from each other. The only issue with both houses was that there were too many extra rooms. Masaru had decided to commandeer one of the rooms and turn it into a home theater. As for their house, his mom and him decided to get a 4-bedroom house. 1 room for each of them, 1 for guests and another for whatever his mom wanted to do with it. The building itself was rather unique, a 2-story building with a rooftop garden and pool, including a jacuzzi. The first floor was a single bedroom, the guest room, living room, dining room, kitchen and 2 different bathrooms. One was an ensuite for the guest room, the other was a floor bathroom. 3 rooms upstairs each had their own bathroom and a balcony. They were also pretty spacious, which was nice. Taking out the family boxes from the inventory portal, he set them down and closed the portal, only for his mom to sigh. What? We have to buy furniture now. Sighing, he snapped his fingers and opened a portal to the Bakugo house. A large ranch-style house, which was really weird for such an urban area, but both of Katsuki's parents loved it. Knocking on the door, Mitsuki answered. What's wrong? His mom answered. We need furniture. The Bakugo matriarch opened her mouth and then sighed. Right. Turning back around, she shouted into the house. We're going to go get furniture. Her voice echoed through the empty home. I don't think that goes well with this color and grain though. But the grain is so pretty. But the color is off. His mom sighed, conceding to Mitsuki. You're right. The male Bakugos leaned back against the chairs next to him and groaned in tandem. Father like son, I guess. Smiling, he closed his eyes and started thinking again. Think I could kick this rock and bring the whole thing down? He eyed the rock, her foot, and the building. I say there's a 20% chance. Humming, he pulled out a gold nugget. I say you can't. With a wicked grin, she got a small running start and kicked the rock with impunity. The impact reverberated through the air and impacted the side of the building. Besides a loud clap though and the rock shattering, nothing happened. I win, what do I get? Miriko glared at him. Me not kicking your butt? He nodded. Fair enough. Tossing the nugget back into his inventory, he heard the sound of whistling heading right for them. Miriko heard slightly sooner than him and shouted, "Run!" Sprinting after her, he looked back and saw two massive boulders the size of his apartment building landing where they just were. The hell was that? Mini-boss, two giant shadow creatures that toss big but boulders, will have to head to where they are and take them down. She smiled as she ran. The first time we got attacked by them, Cat got flattened. Misaki snorted. Think we can tank one? Not willing to find out. Dashing through the city, and fighting off the waves they passed through, they spent a whole day making their way toward the giants. Apparently there was no way to hide from them since they could just sense your being from kilos away. Dashing toward and into the sunken pit they had created, they each assaulted their own giant. In an attempt to not spend too long on this and get trapped down here, he went for the immediate kill. Bone spear, thundered weapon, momentum bomb. For that extra oomph, he activated full cowling at 100% and threw. He could honestly say, it was one of the coolest sounds a spell had made. The spear had taken off like it was shot from a railgun. With a break in the sound barrier, the spear flew forward, too fast for the giant to dodge. With an explosion of bone, necrotic, and lightning, the head of the giant shadow monster was gone. Looking over at Miriko, he saw she had opted to just cave the head in. As they disintegrated, the light in the pit started to dim. Looking up, both of them swore, then proceeded to run as fast as they could. The wave of enemies was on top of them immediately. By the time they finished, he was pretty sure even their moms were just done. Walking over to the pickup, he stood in line and waited for the lady on the intercom to speak. Order number? Giving it to her, she answered back in a deadpan voice. Make, model, and color of your vehicle? Human, and I have green hair. I'm carrying it all back home. That seemed to wake the woman up. I apologize, sir, but there's over 100 objects in this order. He nodded at the camera. That's fine. It was silent for a second, but eventually she gave him instructions. Proceed to lane A. 2 hours later, with all the boxes shoved into the inventory portal, he teleported back to the Bakugo residence with them and started emptying out all of their items. It didn't take very long considering they didn't have to carry it anywhere, so he quickly finished and went back to his new home. Can we unpack tomorrow and just go to sleep for today? It's been a little too hectic for me. He smiled. Sure, Mom. I'll quickly set up your bed. By the time she woke up the next morning, he had finished unpacking everything and arranged it to the best of his abilities. He wasn't there for his mom's reaction, as he had to get to school, and she was still asleep by then. I'm going to need your help to fortify my house and the Bakugo house. Do you mind? She replied by the time he was through the front door of the school, before everyone had gotten there. Sure. How'd the shopping trip go? Took all day. Walking into the classroom, he nodded to Ida, who was doing some paperwork of some sort, and sat down. It felt pretty weird for his day to just be calm. I'm assuming Mr. Aizawa talked to you? He did. So? He smiled at Ida, which caused a bit of annoyance for his classmate. You'll find out when everyone else gets here. Fine. As his classmates began to pour in, he bumped fists with both Kirishima and Denki, and answered the constant question. It just grew. Does it look bad? Nah man, you look pretty good. Yeah, you look like a younger, more energetic Aizawa now. Kendo walked by and smacked the back of Denki's head. Don't compare people, it makes you look like an butt. Rubbing his head, he apologized. Sorry. It's fine. Go take a seat, I have something to announce. Walking to the front of the class, he stood at the podium and smiled at all of them. They looked back at him in confusion until Tsuyu raised a hand. Yes. Your hair is super long. I know. Any other quick questions? Koda. I saw you on TV with All Might. The class started murmuring at that. Yes, because of my healing ability, I was paired with All Might and I healed everyone I could. Toru. Did you know who that villain on TV was? He nodded, actually prepared for this question. There is a woman who believes herself to be a goddess of the sun. That person was an agent of hers. I'm afraid that's all I really know, I don't know where he came from or how he had so much power. The only thing I know for sure is that we are extremely lucky as a class to not have lost anyone. The last bit was a complete truth. Anything else? I got an announcement. No one raised their hand. Okay then. He prepared his ears. I want everyone in class to try as hard as they can in the next month. In 2 weeks we have finals, the week after that, we have camp, and once we get back. He paused for effect. We'll be working on super moves for a while and then taking the Provisional Hero License exam. The class erupted into noise, causing his eardrum to implode. Once they quieted down, he cast a healing spell on himself and began answering questions. Yes. What should my super move be? I don't know, figure it out on your own. 2 weeks later. Aizawa walked in, no preamble at all. Follow me. The class quickly jumped to their feet and followed the man out. With the exception of Izuku, everyone will be paired off into groups of 2. Denki spoke up. What about the odd person out then? They'll be partnered with the odd person out from 1B. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, Ms. Komori will be participating in her own final, the same as Izuku. Now he was curious. From what little he knew, the finals was not only a test of your combat skills, but your teamwork and survival skills. There were multiple ways to win, according to Hado. Find your partner and the arena you will be in. Oyama Todoroki. Ishido Azui. Hidakota. Tharaka Hagakure. Ojiro Kirishima. Kaminari Yayorozu. Saragendo. Shoji Bakugo. Tokoyami Mikazuki. Jiro Rin 1B. He saw Jiro slightly deflate, so he walked over and encouraged her. Don't worry, I personally trained Rin. He won't slow you down. She smiled back at him. That's not the issue, I'm just worried about whether I'll hold him back. I've seen him train before, he's pretty good. Shrugging, you won't know unless you try. Give it your all and try until you can't stand up anymore. Taking a deep breath, she nodded and walked over to Class 1B, who was on the other side of the field. As he stood there, waiting for his own instructions, Komori walked over, a smile on her face. Hey back. What's up? She shrugged. Any idea what we're going to be doing? Nope. He popped the word. I know about as much as you. Think we're pairing together? She sounded excited. I don't know, maybe. I don't know how they'd test us though. She agreed and stood there with him. When the last students filtered off toward their arenas, Nizu approached them. Sorry, you too. You're going to have to wait until the teachers are done testing the other students. He really didn't like the sound of that. Another man appeared, someone he'd never met before. This is I Spy. He's our resident cameraman. If you follow him, you're free to watch the finals while he records. Said man was dressed in a normal suit and looked completely ordinary. If he didn't already know the guy was a hero of some sort, he might have assumed he was an ordinary guy. I Spy bowed to them. It's nice to meet you too. I've recorded almost all of your training here on grounds and your bouts from the last 3 weeks. I look forward to recording your final. Both them bowed back, thanked the man and followed him as Nizu drove off in a golf cart. Wait, is Nizu a proctor? The man nodded. It's always a thrilling experience watching the principal work. He felt bad for whoever got the principal. While the creature wasn't the highest level, his stats were something else. Nizu. Age? Unable to quantify. Level 34. Title: The Educator. Quirk: High Spec. Strength 32. Constitution 41. Dexterity 87. Agility 149. Intelligence 725. Wisdom 813. Charisma 212. Resistance 953. The survivor turned mad, the genius turned educator, the one above all. Needless to say, that creature was a walking nightmare. He had no idea what the passage was about, but he wasn't willing to ask. A short walk later, I Spy led them to a small shack on campus and opened the door to an elevator that took them a few dozen feet beneath the ground. Have a seat, watch what screens you wish. If you wish for an instant replay, you only need to ask. Nodding, he opened the door for Komori and shut it behind him. Holy shit! Turning to see what she was looking at, his eyes widened. Thousands of monitors, thousands of keyboards and hundreds of thousands of cables. When they sat down on a couch overlooking the room, I Spy walked in and took off his coat, hanging over the back of his chair. With a tap of a single button, a timer appeared. What do you think his quirk is? 7.6. That was an excellent question. Observe. 4.3. Name, Genji Suzuka. Age, 41. Level 6. Quirk, Techmaestro C. View the beauty of a master with his craft. Bask in the glory that is technology. Like a professional piano player, he brought both hands up and played his instrument. All at once, every single computer screen came to life with hundreds of views of the same fields. With another crescendo, the horns sounded and they watched him work. Mental overdrive. Quality, mental overdrive toggle. Enter a state of pure sensory accumulation. While toggled, all activity in a 50-meter radius around you is accumulated into a single memory for later review. Oh God! His mind began to flood with the view of every single screen, every single slide of key from I Spy, every single minute detail that the master showed them. She hated when he did this, but sighing, she got to work analyzing the different fights. The first fight she watched was Aoyama and Todoroki versus Aizawa. She had no clue what the idea of the pairing was or if it was random, but she could at least say she was curious. The only rules that were explained to them was, win any way you see fit. To no lethality. If you escape, you win. You have 8 minutes. For this pair, she assumed they would attack from afar. There was no way they could fight him head-on. Unless Aoyama could pull the wool over Aizawa, which would be quite amusing. When the horn sounded, the two kids ran off together into the faux suburb. With it being nighttime in this arena, Aizawa easily slunk into the shadows and disappeared, but not from the eyes of the camera watching him. Watching the two kids talk, she could actually read their lips fairly well. We need to get to the exit, we? Shoto nodded and pulled Aoyama behind a dumpster as Aizawa appeared. What's your plan? Uncharacteristically, Aoyama smiled. Pulling out a small crystal, can you make more of these? Shoto took the item and nodded. How many? Millions. Sighing, Shoto listened to his plan, which she couldn't lip-read thanks to the camera not seeing their mouths. When they broke apart, Shoto dashed out of the hiding place, leaving behind trails of the crystals. Aizawa easily spotted him and cancelled the quirk, stopping the production. Shoto didn't stop, however, and continued to run as Aoyama fought. A blinding light versus the man who couldn't blink. She knew the kid couldn't use his laser for super long, but she knew the kid was smart. Small bursts of pinpoint lasers aimed at the eyes and dodging the capture tape the whole time. They didn't get to see when Aizawa blinked, but he did, and Shoto started making the crystals again. As soon as he was able, the dual quirk user sent a small bright fireball into the sky. Aoyama started retreating the instant he saw it. Aizawa cancelled Shiny's quirk, but the kid wasn't fighting him anymore and just ran away. The teacher seemed to decide something at that second and dropped his pursuit to go after Shoto, who was closer to the exit. It didn't take him very long, but most of the damage was already done as far as she could tell. At the same time that Shoto was instantly captured, she and everyone else watching witnessed a single small burst of light fire from Aoyama at Todoroki's ice structure. Knowing what was coming, Todoroki closed his eyes tight and waited as Aizawa began the run toward now solo Aoyama. Unfortunately for him, the laser was faster. Hitting a single crystal, the laser exploded outward like a laser hitting a prism. Now split, the strands of laser went everywhere, including the massive trail of crystal Todoroki created along the way. It was like turning on the light after waking up first thing in the morning, blinding. They didn't manage to see what happened as Aizawa got caught in the light, but they did see Aoyama running for the exit, only for the light to die down and Aizawa to be gone. I Spy frantically tapped his keys and they saw the teacher racing for the exit to cut Aoyama off. Unfortunately, the kid wasn't fast enough and got caught the instant he was spotted this time. With the bottom half of his face being covered, she couldn't read his lips, but she could guess. If that's the best you got, you failed. Aoyama smiled in response. My trainer would stick me in another world for a month if I failed here. Then, the camera shifted course to Todoroki, who was freed by the laser fire, creating millions of the crystal in hundreds of sizes. Before the screen went white, she read the lips on Aoyama. G. Gagni. I win. Then, after moving a single pair of crystals with a laser bouncing back and forth, Shoto moved it, letting the laser free. Less than a second later, the light died down and the buzzer rang as Aoyama used the cuffs to tie up the vision-stunned Aizawa. Aoyama Todoroki pass. She clapped for them. She had no doubt that Aizawa was holding back, but she couldn't fault him for it. The plan was truly great. Switching her focus to the next fight, she rewinded it and watched it from the beginning. Ashido Azui was a weird pair. The two girls didn't work together often, but she didn't honestly think it mattered. There was no way they were getting past Snipe in an open field. Their starting point was in the middle of a small clearing, and when the horn sounded they ran to the edge, only for a bullet to go whizzing past Ashido's horn, making her jump for cover. She read Pinky's lips as she complained to Azui. How the crud are we going to cross? We could try and circle him, ribbit. A crazed look appeared on Pinky's face. How about underneath? Ribbit. And thus, the Tunnel to Freedom plan was enacted and not long after, cancelled. It didn't take super long for Ashido to run out of acid and Azui had to pull her out. Okay, how do we get out of here? How sticky can you make your acid? Don't tell me. Her mental dialogue slowed down and she broke out laughing as Ashido charged out of the trees. With her own battle cry, she slid forward, got hit with 3 bullets to the stomach, only for them to slow and finally stop. Azui was attached to her back. She saw Snipe load a new magazine and curve a shot to try and hit Azui, only for the frog girl to dodge out of the way and dive back behind her human shield. She swore she heard the man sigh when he pulled out a new attachment and equipped the belt feed to his sniper rifle. Can we get one of those? She was ignored. Pulling the trigger, a stream of bullets poured out of the muzzle and blanketed Ashido in a wall of spent gunpowder and bullets. The instant his gun jammed, Azui must have sensed it, because she went on the offensive and tackled the man, wrapping him up with her tongue. Huh. Quickly shaking her head of bad thoughts, she focused back onto the view and watched the melee play out. Snipe pulled out a pistol and began trying to pepper Azui in hard rubber bullets. Luckily for the frog girl, she was quick. Dropping the man face first, she began to jump around him going for attacks when she was close. Snipe wasn't even turning to fire at her when he stood back up. He simply curved the bullets around him and sent them at the girl. Ashido ignored both of them and coated her back in the sticky liquid as she ran toward the exit. Snipe saw her and during his transition of attention from Azui to Ashido, the former lunged. With a flick of her tongue, she grabbed the pistol and flung it away. Sending a kick aimed at his chest, she connected and sent the man skidding across the grass, only for him to pull out another pistol and fire a single bullet, hitting Ashido directly in the back of the head. The momentum of the hand cannon's kick caused the bullet to send the poor girl forward and face plant in the grass. Azui finished her job before the gun could be pointed at her and tied the man's hand up with her tongue. When he was unable to escape, the horn sounded. Ashido Azui pass. Switching to the next fight, Ida and Koda, she watched from the start. Their enemy was Present Mike, who stood in front of the exit with a smile. The fight itself wasn't too interesting, sadly. They tried running past him, but Present Mike brought them to their knees, causing Koda to scream in pain. The animals that answered his call to help were what won them the fight. Apparently the teacher didn't like bugs, who knew? With Mike stunned in fear, Ida picked up the now unconscious Koda and carried both of them through the gate. Ida Koda pass. The buzzer rang and the bugs finally receded, freeing Yamada from his prison. Dropping to the ground, he let out a weak sigh and fainted on the spot. She let out cheer and cat calls inside of Izuku's head for her homegirl as she pulled up the view. CC and Invisiwaifu's opponent was Power Loader, who had set up the arena beforehand. Every step they took forward, the ground would collapse under them, causing the man to chuckle to himself. Toru must have been talking, because the Ochiko would seemingly talk to herself randomly. Reaching out, she touched the air and after a second, her girlfriend started running for the exit. Vaulting over the various pitfalls, she never saw Power Loader coming for her and fell forward as he grabbed her leg. Sorry kid, won't be that easy, he said with a smile. Ochiko smiled back. Sorry about this. The engineer never saw the invisible hand go for his eyes, causing him to release Achiko as he pulled away. With a mighty throw, she threw Toru forward and the buzzer sounded. She clapped for the two girls. It was a decent idea, if not a little sloppy. She hummed happily and switched to the next fight. This time, it was Tail and Rock vs. Space. Worst version of rock paper scissors ever. As soon as start was called, 13 went on the offensive. Opening all 5 fingertips, she began to pull in the entirety of the arena into her body. She kind of wondered if they could control her body. They were a god of universes after all. Making a mental note, she turned back to fight, resuming it. "Flank her!" shouted Kirishima. With only a nod, Ojiro ran off to the side. She swore she could see the gears turning that kid's head as he stood there withstanding the pull of the black hole. The camera got a closer look at his face and she realized something. He was counting, but for what? Intrigued, she watched as he reached the end of his count and ran forward, grabbing branches of trees and walking forward. Looking at Ojiro, she could see he was hiding on the shore of the lake where 13 was standing. What was the plan? Having enough branches, Kirishima held his ground but walked toward the pole. When he could see 13, he started throwing the branches at her, which caused both her and 13 to raise an eyebrow. When the last branch was thrown and started getting pulled in, he jumped. When 13 started pulling him, she looked suspicious as one of the kids was gone. Quickly pointing a hand behind her, she opened her glove. Ojiro prepared though. As soon as he felt the pull, he dived under the water and began his climb as Kirishima was pulled in. When he was close, Kirishima reached out and grabbed the rail of the ship, hanging on for dear life. The rest was up to Ojiro and he pulled through. Upon seeing his partner, Kirishima let go at the same time Ojiro attacked 13's legs, sending her falling backward. With nothing pulling him in, the redhead rolled forward and onto the woman, holding legs down while Ojiro used his powerful tail to restrain her arms. 5 seconds later, the buzzer sounded. Ojiro Kirishima, pass. She nodded her head in approval. The Saturday training seemed to do that kid good. She was proud of her walking rock. The next on the list was the lightning pseudo-god and the queen of innovation. As soon as the buzzer was called, the two kids ran off toward the exit, wanting to end this as fast as possible. Unfortunately for them though, they got Nizu. When the buzzer was sounded, Nizu pulled a single control on the wrecking ball he was controlling. Like controlling a mouse in a maze, Nizu led them where he wanted, nearly squishing them every swing. What started out as a light laugh slowly became a manic mad scientist laugh if his face and body language was anything to go off of. The kids started talking as they ran. "Is he trying to kill us?" asked Denki. Sliding under some rubbles, Momo shook her head. "He could have easily done it if he wanted to, he's just playing with us. Any ideas?" "You're the idea girl, why don't you T-dash?" He shot out a bolt of electricity at a piece of rubble falling on top of him. Once it was dealt with, he finished. "Why don't you think of something?" Girly smiled. "You need to learn to think on your feet. So think." Denki's face fell and he tried, he really did. She could see him glance side to side, at the giant wrecking ball and at Momo. "Okay, I think I got something." Describing his plan to her, the girl smiled and nodded. "That sounds amazing, let me know when to start." He nodded and dashed off toward the controls of the wrecking ball. Nizu immediately saw Denki break off and started preparing, talking to himself as he did so. "Little Kaminari, running all on your lonesome. Do you honestly think you can outsmart me? Ha ha ha." He then reached under his chair and pulled out what looked like a gun. She immediately noticed the symbol on the side of the gun and felt bad for the kid. Mitsum Productions. Walking out of the control box, Nizu used the ice gun on the nearby walls and floors, covering them in a thick layer of slick ice. The instant the kid got there, he slipped on the ice and got sent flying across it into a wall, where he face planted. Nizu let out a laugh, pointed the gun at him, then the laughing stopped and swung the guns around, pointing it at the air and firing. If he wasn't a genius and mad already, she would have called him insane, but the ray of frost did hit something. Connecting with thin air, the ice encased a small robot that was hidden by some sort of invisible tech. Nizu squinted his eyes at it and reached for another gun under his and pointed it at the entrance. Goodbye. Ha ha. With a press of the trigger, the gun threw him backward and caused a single massive shell to fly out, separating out into dozens of pellets that exploded when they hit. When the buzzer didn't sound with the defeat of his students, Nizu looked over the robot that turned out to be a simple hologram, smiling. You know, watching someone without their permission isn't nice. Pulling the trigger on the ice gun, he encased the robot and went back to the control box, which was kitted out with tracking systems. Tapping a few buttons, he was greeted with the sight of two signatures hiding behind a building near the now destroyed exit. Pulling on the controls, he sent the wrecking ball for the building and collapsed it. Again, the buzzer didn't sound. Nizu narrowed his eyes at the screens, then smiled. Young Kaminari is a crafty one. Thinking it over for a few seconds, Nizu swung the ball at a building close to the one he just destroyed and received what he wanted. 2 students running out. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't the only pair. Dozens of his students went running off in different directions. Nizu froze for half a second, staring at the copies. Not that one or that one. Definitely not. Looking at the copies herself, she could see what he was looking at. The copies weren't running properly and made mistakes that would cause a normal person to trip. She's studied hundreds of hours of people and beasts walking, so recognizing the problems was rather easy for her. Finally choosing one pair, he swung the ball for them and received the shock of his life as Denki landed on top of the box and went all out, shocking it. The buzzer rang as Nizu sat there in shock, literally. She whistled as loudly as she could, giving them a standing ovation. Rewinding it a bit, she watched as Momo created the drones and a single invisibility drone that was capable of lifting a person. Catching a ride by magnetizing himself to it, Denki got an aerial view of the cityscape while he messed around with the air in front of him. She had no idea when he first managed to do it, but he learned how to affect the electrical waves in the air with his own quirk. She was truly proud of the kid. He came a long way from the whiny kid at the beginning of the year. Kaminari Yaoyorozu, pass. Sitting back down, she turned to the next fight. Homegirl and Sugar versus the walking statue. Kendo wasn't an idiot and knew they couldn't take on Cementos while they were in the skyscraper arena and ran for it. There wasn't much they could do, and she actually felt bad for them. With a single stomp of his foot, a large wall appeared around the exit, preventing any sneaky escapes. Come on out, I won't hurt you too badly. Waving his hands, the concrete jungle moved and condensed itself away from him, creating a 20-meter gap between the wall and the closest building. She saw Kendo sigh and start strategizing with Sato. I can easily get us through the wall, but we need a way to get to it without getting caught. Sato hummed, hand on his chin. I can act as a distraction and you can gun it for the exit? Kendo shook her head. I'm not going through it alone. An idea seemed to hit her. How are you with heights? Sato shrugged. I'm okay with roller coasters. Why? Smiling, she looked for the tallest building. We can climb and jump to the other side. How will we land? That's got to be at least 100 meters. She looked at him confused. Do you not have a landing strategy? No. She sighed. Fine, we'll just have to fight our way through. Get ready, I want you to make it through the wall and exit. I'll keep Cementos busy as long as I can, sounds good? Sato nodded and started consuming sugar. Slamming his fists together, let's do this. Both students charged the teacher, earning a smile from Cementos. Show me your plan. Layers of cement started pushing toward them, but Kendo seemed to change the plan at the last second. Grabbing Sato's hand, she spun and threw him like a ragdoll as hard as she could, then dived to the side as the cement walls came for her. Pushing off the ground, she charged Cementos and jumped over a fissure the man created, landing into a slam that shook the ground. Cementos wasn't moved, however, and simply sent 2 waves of cement walls out. One at Kendo and the other was sent to chase after Sato. Even being in berserker mode, Sato seemed to retain some higher level of intelligence. Instead of face-tanking the wall, he dived to the side and started hammering at the wall, splitting Cementos' attention. Kendo dived to the side again and went for the man, only to have her feet pulled out from under. Used to training against Izuku, she landed into a roll and sprung herself with her quirk, punching through a wall sent after her. Using the now ruined wall, she flung herself at him. While she wasn't incredibly fast, she was still flying at the guy, causing him to encase himself. Pulling back a fist, Kendo said something and slammed her fist into the shell, expanding her hand at the last second. Cracking open, it revealed the shell to be open and showed a hole beneath the floor. Panicked, she shouted to Sato. "Sato, run!" The berserker jumped as the ground rose as spikes. "Aru!" With his battle cry, he ran at Cementos, who appeared from the ground in a flurry of attacks. Kendo wasn't far behind as she slammed her fist into the wall. "Earthbreaker!" She repeated the move 3 more times as the wall began to repair itself. On the 4th strike, she managed to create a big enough hole she could get a hand through. The cement started repairing around her hand, but quickly broke as she expanded it. Just as fast as she broke it open again, she stuffed her other hand and broke a large enough hole she could jump through. Unfortunately, as she did so, Cementos managed to break free of Sato and capture a leg. She smiled as Kendo sighed and hung there, not able to break herself out. Sato must have noticed because, instead of going for another flurry, he dived to where Kendo was and pulled his fist back. "Aru!" With all his remaining strength, he shook the cement wall, cracking it as much as he could before Cementos captured him. A few seconds later, the buzzer sounded. Kendo Sato pass. Even captured, Sato let out a victorious cry, earning a smile from Cementos. Clapping for a job well done, she turned to the next fight. Shoji and Bakugo's fight was quick and fast. Bakugo immediately took control of the situation and asked Shoji to find Midnight's location and pointed his hand at the spot. "Get to the exit, I'll keep her distracted. Don't breathe in her smoke." Nodding, Shoji ran off and Katsuki pulled the pin. With a massive shockwave, Midnight got thrown back and slammed into a wall, but wasn't knocked out. The lady smiled as she stood, "Gonna have to hit harder than that kid." As soon as her hidey hole was broken open, the mist she had been letting off escaped its enclosure. Shoji, still running, had to run straight through the smoke, but didn't stop. Using his limbs as fans, he batted away at the smoke and held his breath as he ran. Bakugo rushed Midnight the instant he saw her and let loose an explosion that forced her to dive out of the way. Midnight's whip lashed out and caught Bakugo's cheek, leaving a bright red welt. She saw the growl building on his lips as he launched himself forward. Waiting for the perfect opening, she stood there until he was only a few meters away and then kicked him. Not in any ordinary way either. Quickly lashing out with her whip, she grabbed his neck and pulled him so his chest would collide with her heel. Katsuki tried to aim his hand at the woman, but she dug her heel deeper into his chest and pulled the whip closer. She said something which was unreadable at this angle and Katsuki answered. A light dusting of pink splashing across his face. "Crazy effing woman." The buzzer went off. Bakugo Shoji pass. With a grin, Midnight undid the whip and eased off of Bakugo. That was awesome. Turned to the next fight, millions of ideas going through her head. Tokoyami and Mikazuki's fight with ectoplasm was a literal slaughter. Mikazuki instantly used her quirk to create a massive ball of darkness that enraged Dark Shadow. Having a decent amount of control over the dark entity, Tokoyami was able to focus the anger and send it out at the clone army that appeared. After letting Dark Shadow destroy what he wanted, Tobu led him toward the exit by creating illusionary fakes for him to attack. The buzzer went off and the ball of darkness vanished, leaving the shadow monster to scream in pain before receding into its host. She honestly felt pretty bad for both the kid and the dark persona. Aki had explained to them what her dad had figured out a while back, and it made seeing the thing in pain actually sad to her. Dark Shadow had its own sentience, like her, but was unaffected by its container's emotions. So in short, it was like a little kid that would black out and go into a murderous rage when it became dark. It didn't even know what it did when it came out of it either. The only way for Tokoyami to control it was by focusing the anger and demanding the quirk to listen. It didn't always work, but it was better than the alternative. Focusing on the next fight, she watched with a bit more interest, considering it was one of their students. Rin and Jiro walked into the arena, one with a sword strapped to his back, held in place by scales. The other, double-checking her equipment as the buzzers sounded for the start. As they ran forward into the jumbled cityscape of pipes and buildings, Mary sat on the ground and focused. Across the cityscape, hundreds of dolls came to life, responding to the call of their maker. Seemingly without aim, they wandered about, creating as much noise as they could. Some armed themselves with pipes they broke off, while others shattered windows and used broken shards of glass. It took a second to figure out the marionette's plan, but watching Jiro try to figure out where the exit and Mary were, it made sense. She was using the noise and thumping of doll feet to mask her heartbeat and stop the girl from easily identifying the exit. Nodding her head at the plan, she read the two students' lips as they talked. "I can't sense anything besides the dolls, she's hiding amongst them." Rin nodded. "We'll have to do visual scouting then. We should probably try to stick to the outer wall and see if we can skirt by her. I don't like our odds of fighting off her army." Jiro sighed. "Yeah, let's go." The two of them began running counterclockwise, right toward a small collection of dolls waiting for them. It didn't take very long for Mary to sense their location through the eyes of the dolls, and once she did, half of the army moved. The other half got split into two, one protecting Mary, while the other protected the exit. As the two teens crossed an alley, Rin encased himself instantly as a doll went flying out at him. Jiro dodged forward into a roll as another tried to grab her. With a flick of each of their wrists, they went into a moving defensive stance, continuing to follow the outer wall. Each doll that came close to the two was either batted away by Rin, or thrown backward by an AoE shout from Jiro. When they got to the halfway point, Mary herself began to move, heading toward the pair, her knife in hand. She was actually excited to see how well Scales would do against the knife master. Less than a minute went by before Jiro's eyes widened, and she shouted for Rin to block. With a small dash forward and the sound of metal hitting metal, sword met knife. With a word from either combatant, Rin used his superior strength and pushed the woman away. Going into a backflip, Mary dodged the Scales that followed her and sent out two knives aimed for Jiro. Once again protecting his comrade, Rin jumped in front of them and tanked both knives. Unluckily for him, said weapons didn't ping off. Instead they began to dig in underneath the Scales. For the blade's efforts, they earned a shout of pain from the boy. Jiro came to his aid immediately. Pulling on both knives, she yanked them out and faced Mary, who was now dashing at the two of them. 100, silence. With a seemingly violent shift, the teacher was brought to her knees, ears clamped shut. Keeping up the sound, Jiro slowly walked away as she and Rin made their escape. Before she completely turned away, she let out one final burst of sound. 200, shock and awe. The speakers on Jiro's outfit let out a sound that threw Mary back before dying out. With her attack over, the two students ran for it. Rin removed his Scales, to not only become faster, but to assess the damage he took. He talked as he ran. "Thanks for the save, I didn't think about her controlling them." Jiro shrugged, her breathing steady as she ran. "Thanks for taking them." The two ran until they met another collection of the dolls, which held them back as Mary caught up to them. Rewinding a bit, she saw the effect of Jiro's attack on the teacher. Taking a breath in, the teacher talked to herself. "Stupid rules." Her ears were letting out a trickle of blood and her vision was thrown out of whack. Pushing herself up, she fiddled with her ear and began to run forward, her vision coming back as she steadied herself. With one of her hands out, she commanded with her quirk, "Unravel." As they began to charge the dolls, Rin noticed the buzz in the air and threw Jiro behind him as the dolls exploded. Unraveling into the wire they were made of, the now disassembled dolls twisted and turned as they cut into Rin's Scales. A loud scratching and ripping sound resonated throughout the air, the wire trying to drive itself into the kid. Gritting his teeth, Rin shouted to Jiro, "I'm throwing you, we lose if we stay." Before she could answer, he turned to grab her and sent her flying with his own strength aided by his Scales. As Jiro went flying toward the visible exit, Rin screamed in pain. The wires slipped under his Scales and pulled taut. He was captured. Using the two speakers on her fists, she propelled herself further and managed to make it to the exit. The buzzer sounded as she crashed into the ground, her equipment completely spent and useless. Jiro Rin's pass. With Class 1A plus Rin finally finished, I Spy pushed his final button and the consistent stream ended. Komori leaned over. I didn't catch any of that, you? Blinking, Misaki combined her memories with his. Yeah, everyone passed. I only have one question though. Yeah. One of the teachers said. Something about rules. I wonder if they have their own set of rules they have to follow. She shrugged. Probably, we can ask I Spy. Both of them stood and followed after the man as he waved for them to follow. Did you two enjoy the show? He nodded with a smile while Komori sighed. Everything was moving too fast. The only fight I caught was Rin's. I couldn't hear anything either. I Spy nodded with a small frown. I apologize, but to save time, the tests must be held at the same time. As for the sound, I don't believe having the sound for all the fights at once would be any help. The frown shifted into a small smile as Komori sighed and nodded. A short walk later, they joined up with the teachers. Nizu, who was sporting a full-body fro, waved as they approached. See any fights you like? I actually liked all of them, but question? Yes. What are the rules you placed on yourself? Nizu smiled. Rule number 1. Aizawa answered. We're not allowed to use the full extent of our quirks. Rule number 2. We have to give them some avenue of escape, recited Midnight. Rule number 3. Mary gave a monotone answer. They have to suffer some form of damage before the next phase. Rule number 4. Cementos answered with a smile. Make them work for it. Nizu's smile widened slightly. As you may have guessed, this final is a two-parter. His apprentice went wide-eyed and seemed lost when she asked. What's part 2? You'll find out after your class finishes their first part. Izuku? He raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Do you mind healing us? With a small smirk, he walked through the group of teachers and healed what he could. When he was finished, they walked back to the watch room and added All Might to their group. Komori waved to his mentor with a smile, completely oblivious to the man's true identity. Where have you been? The skeletal man smiled. Preparing for part 2. Knowing he wasn't going to get an answer, he dropped the subject. Where are my classmates being held? They're waiting around in Gamma, wondering what's going to happen. Are they allowed to heal each other? All Might nodded. The only stipulation is that they aren't allowed to use outside help. All Might smiled for a second before telling both of them. Anyone who was captured isn't allowed to assist or get treatment from anyone who escaped. With that, he more or less pieced together what part 2 was. He was taking the guess that it would be students versus teachers in a game of capture the flag, with the teachers having an advantage. Komori seemed to have pieced it together also. Walking backwards, she asked, will the teachers hold back like in part 1? He smiled. Would it be a good test if they did? Okay, he was really disappointed he wasn't going to participate. Sighing, he opened the door with his quirk and followed in the other two as I Spy resumed his position in the control room. Mr. Yagi, could you give us a hint about what our test will be? All Might smiled. Sorry, Ms. Komori, I don't think the principal would be okay with that. She sighed and curled in on herself, watching the different screens around the room flicker. She's nervous. Probably calming aura. As the nearly invisible spell took effect, he watched as the somber expression on Komori morphed into a content smile. Any guesses on what the final will be? Us versus the teachers. Really? She shrugged. What else could be considered a test? He hummed. Trouble? Asked All Might. Not really. He said, shaking his head. Just trying to figure out what our test will be. His mentor smiled. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. I Spy took off his coat and raised his hands. Sorry, Misaki. She sighed. It's fine. Mental overdrive. So, you may notice that Class 1B will have a far easier time with their exams. This isn't laziness, I swear. I tried thinking of how any teacher could stop certain students from completing the exam as it was explained in the manga and anime, but no dice. Sorry if certain fights didn't meet certain expectations, but I'm going with my gut. The first pair she watched was Tokage and Tsunatori. Unfortunately, there wasn't much of a fight. Using the bounds of the exam, Tokage broke into pieces and just used the tip of her pinky finger to pass the exam in under a minute. As the buzzer sounded, Pony skipped toward Cementos and bowed. The two began to talk as Tokage reformed next to them. She wasn't sure if that was entirely legal, but she didn't think there was much Cementos could have done in the short amount of time that Tokage got to the exit. Shaking her head, she turned to the next fight, Shinso and Honuk versus Mary. Knowing that neither student had a get-out-of-jail-free card, she was expecting a decent fight. From their afternoon training, she knew Shinso could fight. He had even gotten more personalized training from Aizawa whenever he was free. The kid was sufficiently proficient with the capture scarf thingy and reminded her of a mini Aizawa. The pair immediately ruined her dreams and sank into the ground. A few minutes later, the buzzer sounded as they went through the gate underground. Sighing, she turned to the next fight. Okay, Shiozaki and Kaibara versus Present Mike. If the fights were going to go how she expected it, then Miss Purity would just wrap up Present Mike and prevent him from speaking. When the buzzer called for start, Kaibara instantly dug into the ground, creating a small underground bunker for them, and Shiozaki went for the capture. A minute of underground travel later, Present Mike was jumping from tree to tree, rock to rock as he was trying to dodge the vines. While he didn't get captured this time around like she thought he would, the two students simply dug their way underneath him and through the gate. She could see the annoyance building on Mick's face. Looking at the next fight, she let out a cheer. There was no way they were going to win that easily, which was a little sad, but she was bored. So Bondo and Kodai walked into the partially fixed city maze and immediately caught the wrecking ball in Bondo's quirk, sticking it to the ground. When Nizu's toy was out of commission, no matter how much he fiddled with the controls, he sighed and pulled out the freeze guns with a smile. With aim almost as good as snipe, he started taking pop shots at the pair as they ran and hid behind cover. A few minutes later, they realized that Nizu wasn't just taking random shots at them. With carefully aimed shots, he not only managed to corral them into a small area, but freed the wrecking ball. Realized what happened, they started running across the ice, falling and sliding out of the way of the ball of steel. With only a minute left, Bondo, with the aid of Kodai, managed to capture the ball again and stick debris in front of it, preventing another escape. Once again needing to dodge ice, they slid across the ground, past the gate. As the buzzer sounded, both laid on the ground, heaving hard as they just barely passed. Giving the pair a round of applause, she smiled and turned to the next fight. She liked the quiet one. She liked to imagine Kodai was a freak in bed. Next up was Tsuburaba and Minoma versus Power Loader. The pair talked for a few seconds, Minoma grabbing his partner's quirk before the buzzer sounded. As they raced across the trapped arena, Tsuburaba nearly fell into the first pitfall but was saved by Minoma catching him. She watched as Power Loader set up a final trap in front of the exit and took off, a smile on his face. She unfortunately wasn't able to see what the trap would do, but she did see a rather deep hole. Faster than she'd seen the man move before, he cleared a decent distance and charged the pair, who had just used Tsuburaba's quirk to prevent themselves from falling. Minoma, being the only free one to defend, used his borrowed quirk to create a shield. Slamming into said shield, Power Loader jabbed his hand into the barrier and easily broke through it. Grabbing a hold of Minoma, the kid went desperate and created a barrier trapping both him and Power Loader in a tight little box. Go for the exit. Hurry, was what she was guessing he was saying, but she couldn't quite make it out considering his face was smooshed into Power Loader's helmet. A minute later of Minoma suffering through Power Loader's terrible jokes and Tsuburaba nearly falling through the teacher's last trap, they passed. Unlike the previous fights, the next fight between Yenagility and Kamakiri versus Ectoplasm was explosive. Not literally, obviously, but they did leave the starting area with a bang. Flying into combat, Kamakiri was able to go wild, fighting off hordes of the monsters as Ghost Girl kept the stragglers at bay. By the time they reached the exit, several minutes had passed and the pair was exhausted from the extended use of their quirks. The next fight between Midnight versus Shishida and Aways was fairly similar to her previous fight, except Aways didn't fall for the obvious bait. She was rather disappointed he didn't get to use his new move, but knowing what was coming, she could wait. Kawaro and Tetsu versus Vlad was about as fair as it could be. Spooky just dived into a shadow and raced for the exit. Vlad tried to stop him, but you can't touch shadows, especially while a kid made of steel was on your butt. When the buzzer sounded, the said kid let out a victorious yell while Vlad sighed and led Tetsu out of the arena. The last pair fight of the day was Fukudashi and Shota vs 13. When the buzzer sounded, the pair created makeshift bombs by combining their quirks. When the teacher started pulling everything she could, they began throwing bombs into the air, which blended in with the branches that were already flying. Tick-tock. 13 never saw them coming as they approached, but she did hear the shrill ring as they came close, giving her enough time to dive behind cover. Boom! As the dust settled, she let out a sigh of relief. Standing back up, she started trying to pull them back in, but only got bombs, which she easily identified. Focusing back onto the pair, who were making their way around Space Lady, she watched as they made bomb after bomb, leaving them on the ground after Shota gave them a good hit. They eventually made it to the exit with no issue. She sort of wondered why 13 was asked to participate in the finals when she was a rescue hero. We can ask later. It wasn't exactly important. It did force the pairs that faced her to think creatively at least. When it ended, All Might looked at him. I wouldn't suggest doing that in a fight. Izuku smiled. I normally don't use it for that long. If I use it for a split second, it's normally pretty safe. Use what? Asked Komori. Spell, one that makes you go into a sort of sensory overload. I don't think I want that spell. All Might laughed and stood. I'll see you two later, I have to go help with more prep. His eyes and Misaki's metaphorical eyes widened. His classmates were effed. As the number 1 hero walked out of the room, I Spy approached them. Both of you will now be assisting in part 2. Woot! Komori smiled alongside him and followed the staff member to Ground Gamma. A short while later, they joined the 2 merged classes. He was immediately assaulted by a barrage of questions, which was cut short when Nisa's voice came over the intercom. Attention first-year students. The second part of your final will begin in 5 minutes, and we will be playing a game of Capture the Flag with a twist. You may have noticed that any student who was previously captured in the first part is not with you. They all looked around and it was a stark difference between the 2 classes. Class 1A lost 4 while 1B lost 2. This is because they are being held in one of 2 sites. For each person that reaches a site, one of your classmates will be freed. As for the teachers that were previously captured, it will be your mission to guard them alongside your flag. So 13, Snipe, Power Loader, Aizawa, and Nizu himself. As for the rules of this game, you may use any ability you wish. Non-lethal only, no time limit. We go until one of the flags is captured. Letting them mull over that for a second, he continued. As for the 2 students who didn't participate in part 1, please check your phone. Have fun everyone. Quickly pulling out his phone and letting Komori read, he sighed. The both of you will be defending your own area in the middle of the arena. Several keys will be located in your area which will unlock the gates to the cages. This will be the first part of your exam. Every key taken from you will be a deduction to your total score. Have fun. Do we have to? Asked Komori. Yes. She glared at one of the cameras watching them. So what are you going to be doing, Midoriya, Ribbit? I'm going to be in the middle of the arena defending my own area. Any reason why? Asked Kirishima. Komori answered for him. We get to fight either side that approaches us. The redhead laughed. I'll be sure to avoid you. With a crackling, the speakers came back to life and a new voice, that made the students pale, spoke. We will begin in 5 minutes. Begin your preparations, young ones. Let this be a game we will never forget. He could hear the smile on All Might's face. Looking over at Komori, who had also paled, he smiled. Let's get started. During the 3-month training. So what did you do to All Might during the sports festival? Flinging a spell out into the horde, he answered. Combined every single bit of my power in a single punch, gravity included. I knew it would drain me, water arc, but I was running on fumes already, so it was kind of a Hail Mary. I honestly didn't even know if it would work. We also needed to steal nearly 15 levels of One for All. Smiling, he cast a few more spells as Miriko lounged about. Are you going to use the same move next time you face him? Pulsar, Sun Dragon's Roar. When the last of the fire left his lips, he filled in the rest of the hard light shell and relaxed. Probably not, I'll probably try to take him on with spells and speed. She smiled, a wicked grin on her face. Let's make some new spells then. Also, I think you should make the Pulsar a little faster from the get-go. Use that against a normal high-powered villain, you'll never catch them. Noted. Opening the inventory portal, he pulled out the spell components he had collected over the last few months, both here and in the floors above. Any ideas? She hummed, reviewing the various materials. Probably make some type of wood spell. She picked up a chunk of ironwood. Some type of long-range shield? He hummed, he liked the idea. Misaki. His AI went silent, he could feel her thinking. Okay, try it. To create this spell, the following are needed. Essence of Flora. Essence of Fast Time. Essence of Protection. Essence of Metal. Okay, I need that, he pointed at the chunk of wood. I'll also need something for time, protection and metal. Handing him the chunk, she hummed and looked at the pile with him. What about the claw? Picking up said material, he admired the orangish sheen of the claw. Or a calcum claw. Pulled from the body of a metal mole. Could use the shield for protection. He'd miss it, but he could always make a new one. Pulling the shield out of the inventory portal, he set to the side alongside the other two. What's something that ages quickly? Miriko looked at the pile and just sat there, thinking alongside him. A few moments later, she had a light bulb moment. Wouldn't just light count? Light is the fastest thing in the world and you're literally light. I don't think that will count as fast time though. How about a fast clock? Thinking about it for a second, he rummaged around the inventory portal and found a massive pile of clocks. He had no idea why they kept so many, but he wasn't complaining. Okay, how do we break a clock? Miriko shrugged. Misaki sighed. Hold on. Let me check all of our memories. After cooking dinner and resting, she finally came back. There should be a small hole at the top of the clock. Stick a screwdriver in and twist to the right. How do we even know that? She shrugged. Probably from one of the videos you left on for me. I barely pay attention to them anymore. At least it helped this time. Pulling out a thin screwdriver, he followed her directions and turned twice. Picking up the other three materials, he tried to create the spell. To create this spell, the following are needed. Essence of Flora X. Essence of Fast Time X. Essence of Protection X. Essence of Metal X. Do you wish to create this spell? Selecting yes, he named the new addition to his arsenal. Do spell. Shieldwood Grove LVL, 1 XP, 0%. After choosing a target, a small grove of trees will appear, blocking most incoming damage. The tree will then wilt, their purpose served. Damage reduction, 65%. Range 20 meters. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Cost, 400 mana. Nice. He looked over at Miriko, who was just watching him fiddle with the air. I finished the spell, want to test it? She yawned. Tomorrow. Get your Pixie out and we'll get sleep for today. Several minutes had gone by before the first of the fastest appeared. Komori, darkness. She nodded. Dark sponge. Her hand out, an energy built up and pulled in all of the shadows around them in a 30-meter radius. It made all the buildings around them go wonky in the light, but along with the shadows, they caught a certain student who was unable to escape. What are we supposed to do with the students and teachers we capture? She asked. Nisa didn't say. I say throw him back to his base. Shrugging, she looked at the ball. Sorry, Kurwaro. It's okay. Pointing her hand out at an angle, she cast again. Message. A fairly basic spell, barely any use nowadays thanks to cell phones, but it still had its uses. A small opaque bubble appeared around the wad of darkness and started to slowly fly off toward the student HQ. Good job. She smiled, her cheeks lightly dusted in pink. Thanks. Do you want to handle the next few students? If Shoto appears, I'll handle him. Can you also take Kaminari and Momo? He's too fast for me still and Momo can counter a lot of my spells. Nodding, he added. I'll keep an ear out for anyone else approaching, I'll warn you ahead of time. Got it. Sitting on the ground, he focused on his hearing, waiting for anyone to appear. He was never more glad that his sister class was filled with combatants than now. Sure, his class had its few heavy hitters, but most of them were quick or tricky. Besides Komori, who was an enemy now, none of them could possibly take on All Might. Said hero was pulling his punches, wanting to make this at least a little bit fair, thankfully. His first assault was repelled by Shoto, who created a massive glacier in the shape of man punching and launched the hero back into the city. Being one of the class leaders, he and his compatriots had to come up with a plan. Can anyone sense where our classmates are? Tentacle nodded. I've already spotted both sites. One is being guarded by Midnight, the other is being guarded by Mary. Cementos is waiting at their HQ, he's creating some sort of bunker. I suggest we free Bakugo first and foremost. He'll be of great benefit in both fighting All Might and breaking through the fortress, offered Ida. Shishida nodded. I agree, with Shoto being stuck defending our base, we should hurry. He looked at their classmate who spotted the sites. Which site contains Midnight? He pointed. Momo took charge. Then I'll lead a group of girls that can deal with her smoke. She looked at the crowd around them. Who volunteers? Several hands went up, Kendo, Shiozaki, Suntory, Tsuyu and Yanagi. Then let's get going, we have to be fast. I'll hand out gas masks along the way. Let's move. The group took off as one. Who do we send toward Mary? He asked. Whoever it is needs to be both able to defend themselves against her dolls and her blades, they also have to be fast enough to break our classmates out. Awaze raised his hand. I should be able to deal with the dolls and her blades if she actually fights me. Ida nodded. Good enough. Any volunteers to join him? Kuwaro, Kamakiri, Tsuburaba, Tetsu, Mikazuki, and Kaminari volunteered. Get a move on then. As they ran off, he counted. That leaves 21 of us to defend the base and the teachers. May I suggest sending out a scouting party toward their HQ and learn of any weaknesses? Offered Shota. Ida nodded. We have quite a few that could pull that off. Agreed, said Shishida. I suggest Shinso leads Tokage, Hananuki, and Hagakure. Why me? His class rep looked at him with a smile. If you can trick Cementos to lower the fortress, we have an easy win. Take any chance you can get. Fair plan, he nodded and looked at the three people looking at him. Or he assumed looking at him in Hagakure's case. Let's get going. Think on what you want to form, don't just call out. You are a master of both ice and fire, if you call it answers, if you order, it follows. Pixie's words flowed through his head as he channeled his ice to combat All Might. His father's words shouted their own mantra as he channeled his fire. Focus the fire into a single point, increase the temperature, and let the fire flow out of you like a raging inferno. Abominable Inferno. At his call, a massive hollow ice monster appeared, a barely contained firestorm within. While the monster couldn't move, he was able to make a fist appear by instantly forming the ice fist and melting the point where it connected to the main body. Aiming for where All Might was going, the man smashed through the ice person and caused a plume of fire to erupt at him. Doing what he needed, the fire forced All Might to shield his eyes, blinding him for a second. Hammer launch. A flat-topped pillar of ice raced forward, fire being condensed behind a thin layer of ice. As it smashed into All Might, the ice stopped the man's forward momentum and shattered. The unleashed fire exploded outward, launching the hero back into the city. Forcing himself to take a knee, he took deep breaths. Only need a few more moments, said Shoji, who was helping him keep an eye out for All Might. He nodded. If he was being reasonable with himself, he could probably do that 2 more times, if All Might fell for it again. He doubted that, but he'd try. His schoolmates were working on their own version of a reactive fortress. He had no idea if it would work, but he did want to pass, so he'd do his part. All Might. Picking himself up, he smiled. Shoto had come quite far from just trying to instantly freeze his opponents. Unfortunately for his student, he wasn't going to fall for it again. The little radio in his ear came to life. They've made it to my site. Same here. Called back midnight. I sense a few scurrying about in the buildings around me. He pressed on the mic, give me a minute and I'll get some reinforcements out. Mary came back on. Unfortunately, it might not be that simple. Nizu locked the cages. Cementos chuckled. I knew he was hiding something. I'm guessing I can assume that Midoriya and Komori are guarding the keys? Kuwaro is heading that way currently, confirmed Mary. On it. Knowing he didn't need to hold back very much, he confirmed his target. Nodding to himself, he crouched into a 4-point start and smiled. I am here, young Midoriya. Show me what you got. Izuku. East, one underground and another is flying through the air. Komori answered back with a focused shout. Got it. Izuku. 7 o'clock. Not even questioning her, he shouted. Komori defend. 3-ton graviton smash. Throwing a fist at the target direction, he channeled one for all and his gravity as much as he safely could. Fist met fist in an explosive shockwave. He didn't manage to see it, but he could tell Komori and the person flying through the air were sent soaring. All Might's trademark smile was present as he spoke. You ready? He smiled back. More than ever. This was the first spar he'd have with his mentor since getting back. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't excited. Sun Dragon's roar. As the fire built up into his mouth, All Might pulled forward and down into his knee, making the jet of fire go upward. Misaki cussed in pain, armor of Ares. At her command, 3 large plates of bronze grew out his back in an instant and created a breastplate and helmet for him. It was just in time too, as All Might slammed a fist into stomach and sent him flying back into a building. As he touched the cement of the wall, he cast 2 spells. Bubblegum Rebound Momentum Bomb. This new spell, made by Aki, turned any surface you touched into a bouncy surface. With him going nearly Mach 1 at the wall, and the second spell timesing his speed by a ton. In the blink of an eye, he slammed back into All Might, sending the hero flying backward. Sunny Day Smash. The ball of fire created by the smash followed the hero and exploded as it touched him. He quickly turned to look at how Komori was doing and was a little taken aback by how much terraforming she had done in such a short amount of time. With multiple instances of shapestone, the girl had created a small fortress around the bundle of keys and leveled out the area around her. Devouring Shield. As the fist slammed into his armored head, he felt his gauges restore just slightly. His mana regained the most, while his HP barely gained anything as it took the heavy hit. He hit the building he rebounded off, and slammed into it hard enough to leave a sizable dent in the wall. As he hung there for that second, he started channeling his quirk. Gravity Well. A small black sphere flew from his hand and attached itself some distance away. After a brief delay, everything in a 50 kilometers diameter started getting pulled toward it. The lighter the object, the faster it went. For a normal person, they could withstand the effects as long as they had strength to spare. For All Might, it was little more than a nuisance. Jumping off the building he landed on, the man jumped straight at him, only to be brought down to the ground. 20x. Gravity. Misaki, start channeling. Throw everything we can at him, let's not hurt him badly though. Letting out an evil laugh, she did as he told her. For a brief second, while All Might fought against the increased gravity, nothing happened. Then he was free and continued his flight toward him, until he faltered, and his eyes widened. A rainbow storm of energy erupted and started chasing the man, like heat-seeking missiles. These spells couldn't turn easily, like most of his earth spells, and smashed into buildings causing them to collapse. He himself collapsed to the ground, his mana steadily draining. He wasn't able to move while doing this, so it left him open to attacks from other people. He planned for this though. He had forewarned Komori about doing this and knew she'd try extra hard to keep them both safe. He was fairly sure she'd had to give up a few keys, unfortunately, if they didn't want to be defeated. Unable to turn his head to look at her own fight, he both listened to her shouting and felt the classmates around him move. Dead Man's Grasp. The ground underneath Kendo and Fukidashi turned against them and swallowed them up to their heads. Living Abyss. Without a sound, the ground opened and was replaced by an unknown depth of water. From it, Two large tentacles came to life and quickly grabbed Tsuyu and Momo, pulling them into the depths. With those four out of the way, she started a rapid casting of spells at her classmates that tried to close the distance between them and the keys. Knowing that Living Abyss would wear off soon, he needed to capture All Might. Then it all went to shit as a whip yanked him from where he sat and ended his channeling. He turned to face Midnight with a grin. The only thing in his head was a small chant. Please don't get mad. Please don't get mad. Please don't get mad. Misaki snickered in his mind as he used the whip to both of them at each other. Not knowing what was coming, she prepared to block and only received her face meeting the ground. He had requested Aki teach him a few moves from her mom's own fighting style, and this was one. Diving under her, he grabbed onto her belt and pulled himself up along with pulling her down. Brushing against her butt, he wrapped a foot around her shin and pulled it back. As she fell, he held onto her back and shoved her downward. As she laid there, not able to move, she smiled at him. Love the move, kid, teach it to me later. She winked at him. Bye. Mana shield. As the blue shield appeared around him, he was sent flying into another building. Gauges? She sighed. High yellow, low green, and low green. Thanks, do you mind starting the channel for that? Already? Picking himself up, he answered. Might as well show off a bit. Shrugging, she gave him a thumbs up. Sure. Activating full cowling, he shot out from the building. As he flew forward, Midnight was up and running at Komori, while All Might flew at him. Knowing that All Might wasn't going to dodge and was going to meet him fist to fist, he channeled everything for strength. Trading all the precision he could, he increased the damage by 25% and channeled Ofa at 25%. All or nothing smash. The blowback of the two massive attacks smacking into each other destroyed buildings around them. In the small instance of them touching, he gave All Might as much gravity he could at his level. Unfortunately, while he wasn't a pushover by any stretch of the imagination, he got hurt pretty badly from the exchange. His arm shattered instantly, and Misaki reacted just as fast with a healing spell. Jumping backward through the fog, he channeled his quirk and a few spells. Planetary bombardment. Mana Gatling flared to life and started punching their way through the dust that was starting to center on All Might. As soon as his mana hit mid-yellow, he cut the spell off and jumped as far into the air as he could, preparing for his next move. It would either end the fight in his favor or All Might's, there was no in-between. As Misaki was finalizing the last of the channel, All Might jumped out of the dust and started flying at him. The hero's outfit was covered in soot marks and torn in many places. It's ready whenever you are. Let's keep going for a little bit and then unleash it. Dashing out of the way of All Might, he started flinging spells at the man. Hammer of Earth. A column of rock shot out and slammed into All Might, who destroyed it with a single punch. Pillars of Hell, Banshee's Wail, Stinging Rain, Mana Missile. As the spells unleashed upon the world, he froze in place along with the rest of everyone present. He watched as the spells that were just coming out of his hands also froze and wobbled until they turned into pure mana and followed into a teepee made of rock. He also both saw and felt mana flowing out of his body alongside every person around him. His magic senses were going crazy and telling him something dangerous was about to happen. Komori. Getting flung into buildings by the force of two powerhouses meeting fist to fist wasn't her first choice of a test. Nor was having to defend keys from every single one of her classmates and then some. She wasn't going down without a fight though. Gritting her teeth against the headache that was starting to form, she pointed her hands forward. Shape Earth. Willing the ground around her to start moving, she formed a triangle of walls and boxed herself in around the small podium of keys. As she stood there in the dark, she closed her eyes and willed the headache to go away. Her head was killing her right now. The loud thumping and quirk usage outside of the shell wasn't helping at all. Please stop, go away please. She repeated that in her mind several times to no avail. The shell shook and she saw a crack appear. You aren't getting inside. She wouldn't allow it. Izuku trusted her and she wasn't going to let him down. She could feel the anger bubbling inside of her, the annoyance at her classmates, at All Might. Who did they think they were? They had no right to get in their way. She wouldn't let them. With her anger boiling and her headache not going away, she shouted at her classmates who were breaking their way in. Stop! She saw her mana flow out of her body and slowly become solid until it formed a clock and shattered. Her eyes widened at the mana exploding and her mind went blank as she fainted. The last thing going through her head as she started falling over was, "Sorry, Izuku." During the training PRD. Izuku. Miriko smiled as they approached the last bit of the city that contained enemies. We're almost done. About time. I'm getting bored fighting the same enemies over and over. Shaking the rubble off his shirt, he looked at Shiki. Shiki, can you defend us while we talk? She smiled. Okay, Papa. Flying forward toward the approaching small army, she held her arms up and started channeling her mana. Turned out Shiki could hear Misaki when she talked, and the AI used that to her amusement. As the water in the air started condensing into a small localized storm, he asked Miriko, "What's the boss?" Stretching the kangas out of her neck, she answered. When we fought it, it was a massive collection of shadow monsters that took a few days to beat down. He sighed. He really wanted to see the girls. He was actually glad for what Aki did for him before he left. Any suggestions? Hit it hard and aim for the weak points. She pointed at several points on her body, center of her chest, neck, groin, and her eyes. They're going to glow red and will be protected by a thin layer of crystal. You'll need to destroy the crystal and unleash an attack the instant you do. Nodding, he looked over at Shiki, who he could feel humming as she channeled her storm. You ready? Miriko followed his gaze and nodded. Let's do it. Both of them dashed forward, through the storm and slammed into the army. Shiki giggled and followed him into combat, unleashing blades of water into the distance. When the last enemy fell, he received a prompt and the ground shook. The last boss approaches. Beware, gamer, since one of your party has previously cleared the dungeon, the boss will be upgraded. We have a problem. Miriko looked at him, sweat forming small beads across her body after the last 3 hours of fighting. What? The boss upgraded because you've killed it before. The look of confusion she had on her face deepened into a frown. That never happened before. Letting out an exasperated sigh, he thought out loud. It happened to a few dungeons that had been cleared before. At least this dungeon can only be cleared once. Apparently once they finished this place, nothing respawned and the city stayed dead, so it became an empty floor of a past fight. They were assuming the only reason it respawned for him was because he was by himself when they first came here. Let's see what we have to deal with. Following him toward the epicenter of the shaking, she was just a step behind him as they reached the top of a mound of ruined buildings. Landing, both of them took in the newly formed land around them. Farther than his eyes could see, obelisks and shrines were spread out among the now completely emptied space. Black pools of some sort of ichor slowly flowed at the base of each obelisk. When nothing shot out of the black, he slowly approached and used Observe. Pool of the Elder One. Connected directly to his plane of existence, this pool allows the Elder One to affect the world around it. It wasn't until he approached a tiny bit further that he received a prompt not of his own volition. The Elder One is attempting to enter the Shadows Cape. Defend the world of dungeons or lose it forever. Timer until the Elder One fully appears. 23 hours 57 minutes and 14 seconds. As he finished reading, the world turned dark and hundreds of tentacles appeared from the black pools. It's not the boss. He shouted and dived backward as the tentacles cast a spell at him. Miriko had to dodge her own spell. Some sort of god is trying to enter this world. The prompt said the Shadows Cape will be lost if we don't defeat it. Miriko's look of confusion that had been on her face since he got his first prompt about the boss turned into a look of shock and then excitement. Let's show him the door then. As fast as a bullet, she launched herself at the nearest tentacle. Lunar Barrage. 2 roundhouse kicks slammed into the tentacle and tore a chunk of black flesh off of it. Shiki, defend us if you have to, stay safe though. Okay, Dad. Misaki, keep an eye out on any surprises, we have no idea what this thing is capable of. Got it, boss, show this BSRD what they're messing with. Flinging himself into combat, Shiki on flying between both him and Mariko, he pulled a fist back. Observe 6x graviton smash. As the prompt filled his screen, the attack created a cone of destruction that shattered apart the obelisk closest to his target. As the chunks of black rock collapsed, the pool quickly closed and decapitated the remaining chunk of tentacle. Tentacle of the Elder One. Level 40. HP 0,000,3500. He shouted at Mariko, "Destroy the obelisks." They instantly kill them. He assumed she heard him, because her next attack obliterated the dark monument into a cloud of black. In his head, he talked to Shiki. "Sweetie, do you mind destroying the black rocks?" Hearing a faint giggle, he knew she heard him and would follow through. Channeling Ofa, he allowed full cowl to form and raised the percentage up to 22%. "Let's do this." In the blink of an eye, he dashed to his nearest target. They were too late, even with their combined amount of speed. There were just too many of the obelisks. "Beware! The Elder One is coming. Defend yourself and your allies. The Shadow's Cape has watched you, gamer. It has granted you the rewards for the dungeon. Defend me and I will grant you a pass. The Shadow's Cape has granted you the following: 1 million XP. Perk, Defender of Shadow." As he stood there in shock, some type of horror rising from a massive black pool, a smile split his face at the next screen. "Congratulations, gamer. You have gained 3 levels and reached level 31. You have gained the following: 15 bonus stat points, 1 quality and 1 perk point. By reaching level 30, you have unlocked the ability to choose a class. Do you wish to do so now?" Selecting yes, his vision went black, and for the first time in a long while, his head was clear. Blinking and focusing on the world around him, he only saw a single mote of light shining down on him. Not him, but a copy of himself, much older and wearing nothing but a pair of black joggers. "Hello." Older him looked at him with a bored stare. "Come on, I don't want this to take longer than needed." Turning without even bothering to look if he'd follow, the man walked into the dark, the small mote of light following him. Quickly chasing after the man, he tried to gain a bit of speed, but was unable to cast any spells or even feel one for all. Getting closer to the man, he was finally able to see the finer details of himself. A slender yet heavily muscled body, covered in scars and a dark energy coursing through his body. "Ask while we walk, I can feel your curiosity." Who are you?" "Exactly." The man stopped and faced him, his arms crossed and a serious expression on his face. "I am Izuku Midoriya, ruler of Earth and killer of gods." His own eyes widened. "What do you mean?" The man glared at him. "No stammering, I've had enough of that already." He turned and continued to walk. "In my world, I was born with a quirk that allowed me to absorb energy out of anything I came into contact with. The quirk was a deadly mutation of my mother's, who was the first to die from it." He could hear the sadness in the man's voice. "After learning to control my quirk, Dad sent me to UA. After my first year there, Hero Society crumbled and All Might died, leaving Mirio as his predecessor. During his fight with All for One, Mirio died after saving a civvy. Dying in my arms, Mirio ordered me to take One for All and defeat the crazy bee." Channeling a bit of his strength, the dark energy coursing through his skin came to the surface. Like electricity breaking free, it sparked and snapped at the air around the man. When it combined with me, it heightened my own quirk tenfold and started draining energy around me. I killed AFO that day. After that, I was stuck as the pillar of humanity when the gods came back to Earth. As the man trailed off, he asked, "Why are you here then? Where is here anyway? Are you evil?" "I died. A plane between worlds." "No, just tired of life, too much death." "How?" The man turned back with a smirk. "After the gods died, I was left as an immortal that watched over the world until it died in the sun's supernova. I killed myself when there was nothing left." "Oh." After a bit of time, they walked to a crossroads with another mode of light. "Now, do you have any idea what class you want?" He shook his head. "I'm more of an all-arounder so far, so no." With a nod, the man took the left path. "We'll go down every path then." After a pause, he added, You'll be meeting different versions of yourself. Depending on your potential, there will be more. You'll be able to ask any questions that you wish. You are free to choose any class you want at any time. I do suggest talking to every available class before making your choice. What class is yours? The man stopped and frowned at him. No. I'm not going to take it, I'm just curious. With a sigh, he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Fine, but I wouldn't suggest taking it. Stiffening his back, the man put a hand behind his back and another in front of him. A small tornado of black energy started forming in his hand. My name is Izuku Midoriya, I am a siphon. The advanced classes available to you are life, power, death, energy and space. With my power you'll be able to reduce anyone to a shell of themselves with a single touch. Advanced class. Every class you are able to take will have a next stage. Only one option is able to be made and is irreversible. It's something to consider when you decide. Shall we continue? He nodded. Yes, please. A minute later, they came to a split in the path. Two classes extend off this path. The other path continues further on. What classes are here? Let's find out. Going left, older him led the way to a skeletal form of himself. This version of him was frozen in place and didn't seem to move. What class is it? At his question, the version was lit up by a mode of light and the skeleton answered his question. I am Izuku Midoriya and I am a necromancer. The advanced paths available to you are blood, conduit, lich, and rot. There was no way he was taking it, but he was sort of curious. Who are you and how did you die? Life seemed to come back to the man as he blinked and looked at the two of them. I met a woman during my childhood that had the power to control dead cells. When I figured out I didn't have a quirk, I ran away from home and stayed with her. From there, she raised me, taught me medicine, and we lived like siblings. After many years of happiness, she was killed during a fight between heroes and villains. The villain who attempted to save us took her power and gave it to me before she died. I fought with that man until my death at the hands of an unknown hero. Weird, an evil version of himself that died defending the person he was sworn to destroy. The skeletal version of himself stared at him with an intensity. Do you wish to become a necromancer? He held a hand out, a sickly green energy wrapping around it. No, he shook his head and took a step back. The man nodded and took his hand back. Very well. Returning to his pose from before, he was frozen in place and the light mote died out. Good choice. Even during my era of peace, anything to do with the dead was seen as evil. Turning back around, they went to the right path and found a rather buff version of himself. This man was easily twice as thick as his chaperone and seemed to be a walking scar. Not a single inch of this man's skin was free from blemishes. Stepping forward, he asked, "What class are you?" The mode of light appeared and he felt the heat coming off the man as he started talking. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I am a pyromancer. The advanced paths available to you are body, combustion, eater, and origin. Can you explain the advanced paths? He nodded. Body pyromancy is the ability to control your inner flame and ignite it. This allows you to gain a significant boost to your general abilities. Combustion will allow you to generate explosives from nothing. Eater will allow you to consume fire and gain a boost depending on the strength and intensity of the fire. Origin will give you the ability to influence life. Life. Another nod. Fire was the second thing to exist in the universe and was responsible for creating life. That sort of made sense. Who are you and how did you die? Again, life seemed to come back to man and a giant sheet-eating grin appeared. I was born with my father's ability to generate fire. Unlike my father, however, my quirk mutated into the ability to control and create flame from the capsaicin found in peppers. With our quirks being so similar, Kakin and I became an unstoppable pair that decimated villains left and right. I ended up dying at the age of 24 to an unknown quantity. That explained the grin. I decline pyromancer. With a nod, the man returned to his pose before moving. He hummed as they backtracked and walked to the next junction. A world where Bakugo and him were best friends? Seemed way too unusual. To be real, he sort of wished that he could talk to Misaki, but strangely she wasn't present. What happened to my AI? Without even bothering to turn, the man answered. The entity known as Misaki is deciding her own class. That wasn't good. What's your strongest move? The woman standing in front of her, a mix between Izuku and Shino, smiled with a wicked grin. By putting all my strength into the blade I'm wielding, I can concentrate it into an attack that can break through any quirk, spell, or material. A sword that can cut through anything with no equal. She nodded, seriously considering it. I'll think about it, but for now, no. At the woman's nod, she turned back around and nearly tripped over her own 2 feet. She wasn't used to having her own body and sort of wished that this was possible. The her that she first met laughed and caught her arm. I can conjure you a walker if you want. She glared at herself. Pfuff.